Chapter 51, The Life Occupation System Unlocked. 2. Now that the life occupation system had been unlocked, he could naturally learn other things as well, but not at the moment. His primary goal right now was to prepare for the family's grand competition and enhance his own strength. Nevertheless, since he had already learned carving, he could practice it a bit. Moreover, carving was a first-rate life skill. It greatly honed one's mental strength and demanded precise control over force, which would be highly beneficial for his martial arts cultivation. He recalled Li Xuanhuan, the little flying dagger, who possessed an exceptional carving skill. Li Xuanhuan carved precisely to temper his mental strength and achieve even more precise control. Wouldn't this feel just right for him? He could also try to emulate the style of the little flying dagger. Therefore, to begin carving, he would first need a carving knife. And when he went to buy knives, he must make sure to get some high-quality ones. Yang Lei stepped out of the carving shop, lost in his thoughts as he walked. Unexpectedly, he bumped into someone. Instinctively, Yang Lei reached out to steady himself, and his hand met something soft, truly soft, with a rather pleasant sensation. This was his initial thought. But he quickly realized that things were amiss. This was a woman, and his hand had landed on a rather crucial spot. He was doomed. "You, hooligan! Let go!" A woman's voice, laced with sobs, rang out. "Ah. I'm so sorry, truly sorry, I didn't mean to." Yang Lei lifted his head and hastily apologized. He saw the girl before him, her skin, as lustrous as snow, could instantly break through any man's defenses. Her eyes were highly expressive, shimmering with moisture, charmingly delicate, making one instinctively want to protect her. Beneath her small, exquisite nose was a captivating, cherry-red mouth. Her features were refined, her long, dark hair beautiful, and coupled with a white flowing dress, she truly resembled a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. So beautiful. For a moment, Yang Lei was utterly dumbstruck. "You did that on purpose?" I'll tell my elder sister." The girl pouted, utterly indignant. "My apologies, young lady, I truly didn't mean it. I was deep in thought about some matters, which is why I didn't see you." Yang Lei quickly regained his composure and hastened to explain. "No matter what, it's still your fault, you big lecher. You clearly even dared to." The girl's face flushed crimson as she spoke, a faint tingling sensation still lingered in her chest, a strange yet somewhat pleasant feeling. Yang Lei felt helpless. It was indeed his fault. However, such a beautiful, innocent, and pure girl, it wouldn't be bad if he could take her as his wife. "All right, young lady, what do you wish for?" "Let me think about it first." The girl glared at him, an expression of deep thought on her face. Then, happily, she declared, "I've got it. From now on, you'll be my personal attendant, all right?" Yang Lei nearly fainted with laughter upon hearing this. Was she joking? He had merely bumped into her and touched her briefly, and now he was to become her servant? Even if she was a beauty, that was absolutely impossible. Becoming her husband, however, might be acceptable. He quickly shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Please ask for something else. If you want me to compensate you with something, for example." At this moment, Yang Lei suddenly slapped his own head. Didn't he possess carving skills? He could simply carve a statue for this little beauty. So, he looked at her and said, "How about this? I'll carve a statue of you for you, as my apology. What do you think? A statue? You'll carve it? You know how to carve?" The girl's eyes lit up, and she continued. Yang Lei saw her reaction, confirming that she was intrigued, and he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Of course. Look, there's a sundry shop ahead. We can go there to buy a carving knife and a good block of wood." In truth, Yang Lei was still feeling a little uneasy inside. Although he had learned carving, he hadn't yet put his skills to the test. He didn't know if his first attempt would be successful. If not, he'd be in quite a pickle. "All right, this time we'll do as you say. But if you can't carve a statue for me, then you absolutely must become my attendant." The girl nodded, declaring. Hearing this, Yang Lei stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. This little beauty, why did she always insist on him becoming her attendant? Walking a few steps further, the two quickly entered a sundry shop. The shopkeeper, seeing a handsome young man and a beautiful young lady, greeted them with a beaming smile. Esteemed young master, young lady, how may I assist you both? Yang Lei asked, do you have carving knives? The girl, meanwhile, wandered around, looking and touching everything with an air of curiosity. Yes, we do. Young master, what kind are you looking for? We have all sorts of carving knives here. The shopkeeper quickly replied. The best, of course. Bring them out, I'll choose myself. Yang Lei looked at him as he spoke. With the system in hand, his appraisal skill would instantly reveal the quality of any carving knife, so there was no need for him to worry. Young master, all the carving knives you might need are right here. The shopkeeper swiftly brought out a pile of carving knives. Some were ancient in style, some extremely sharp, some simple, and others rather nostalgic. Yang Lei casually picked one up. Appraisal skill. Ordinary carving knife, yellow tier 3rd grade. Yang Lei shook his head and put it down, then picked up another carving knife that appeared ancient in style. Appraisal skill. Ordinary carving knife, yellow tier 4th grade. After inspecting several carving knives, he found them all largely unsuitable. Any that looked decent on the surface were actually quite poor in quality. Was there not a single good carving knife nearby? Yang Lei pondered for a moment, then asked the shopkeeper to bring out all the remaining carving knives. The shopkeeper saw that Yang Lei found all of them unappealing, and felt a little helpless. These carving knives were already the best in his sundry shop, the remaining ones were not very good and were cheap. But since the young master didn't fancy them, the shopkeeper had no other choice. As the shopkeeper brought out the rest of the carving knives, a simply styled carving knife caught Yang Lei's eye. He gently picked it up, and a chilling aura emanated from the blade. Yang Lei immediately sensed that this carving knife was extraordinary. Appraisal skill. Nameless carving knife, Earth tier 6th grade. Earth tier 6th grade. Again. This meant the nameless carving knife had reached the level of a mid-grade spirit tool. Yang Lei was utterly astonished internally. He had clearly stumbled upon a treasure. This unassuming carving knife was actually a mid-grade spirit tool. He was overjoyed inside, but not a hint of surprise or delight showed on his face. Shopkeeper, how much for this carving knife? Since young master likes it, 100 taels of silver will suffice. The shopkeeper replied. Equals 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 Chapter 52. The Shao family sisters 100 taels of silver is quite reasonable. Do you have any other suitable wood for carving here? If so, I'd like to buy some, Yang Lei continued. Yes, young master. Whatever type of wood you desire, I have it. My humble shop truly has everything. If you want it, you'll find it here. The shop owner, hearing this, hastened to reply with a busy smile. Good, then bring them out. Yang Lei, not wanting to hear any more of his chatter, spoke bluntly. Does young master prefer large pieces or small ones? If they're too large, we'll need to go to the back courtyard. If small, they're right here. The shop owner still wore a smile across his face. Not too large, small pieces will suffice. How about this piece of wood, young master? This is the finest sandalwood. The shop owner pulled out a piece of wood and placed it on the counter. Truth be told, for his first time carving, using such fine wood was a bit extravagant. However, this sandalwood was truly rare, so he asked, how much more of this sandalwood do you have? I want to buy it all. There's another very large piece, it's out back. The shop owner was overjoyed, knowing this would be a substantial deal. Take me to it, Yang Lei eagerly told him. Good, young master, follow me. The shop owner nodded quickly. You wait here for a moment. I'll go with the shop owner to fetch that sandalwood. Yang Lei turned to look at the young girl and said. No. What if you run off? Seeing the girl's expression, Yang Lei was helpless. If you don't trust me, then come along. Fine. I'll see what's inside. Humph. You won't be able to run away, you know. The girl's small, delicate nose crinkled slightly, which was quite adorable. Upon entering the back courtyard, they indeed found many pieces of wood, including high-grade ironwood. Yang Lei was greatly surprised. This high-grade ironwood was an excellent material for artifact refining. He wondered how the shop owner had acquired it. It seemed this general store owner was no ordinary person, though it was also possible he'd stumbled upon it by accident. Regardless, that was of no concern to Yang Lei. I'll take that piece of sandalwood, and yes, this piece of ironwood as well. As Yang Lei's gaze shifted, he clearly spotted a small piece of high-grade wutong wood. Yang Lei was stunned. Could it be that such things were worthless on the Chongwu continent? Were they simply available for anyone to pick up? He walked over to the wutong wood, casually picked it up, and said, I'll take this piece of wood too. Excellent, excellent. The shop owner was so overjoyed he couldn't close his mouth. How much altogether? Young master is so generous, this old man won't charge too much. Just give this old man 10,000 taels of gold, and that will be enough, the shop owner said with a wide smile. 10,000 taels of gold was nothing to Yang Lei now, it was a trivial matter. Moreover, in Yang Lei's eyes, these pieces of wood were worth far more than that amount. 10,000 taels of gold was truly too cheap. Agreed. Leaving the back courtyard and returning to the shop, the girl eyed a jade hairpin and a necklace displayed within. She stared at Yang Lei with wide eyes. That one. That one, can you buy this and this for me? This. Buy them for me. If you can't carve it, I won't make you my attendant anymore, alright? The girl swayed Yang Lei's arm. The girl's chest repeatedly brushed against Yang Lei's arm, feeling incredibly soft, which made Yang Lei extremely comfortable and somewhat reluctant to pull away. Alright, I'll buy them for you. You're so nice. The girl, delighted, gave Yang Lei a kiss on the cheek. This action left Yang Lei a little dumbfounded. This girl, she's something else. Shop owner, count these 2 items with the others. And yes, wrap up those 2 items over there for me as well. Oh, and also, those finest cosmetic powders. Yang Lei remembered he should buy some things for his older sister, Yang Yu. Girls all liked such items, just as cultivators liked elixirs and weapons. That will be a total of 3,000 taels of gold. Truth be told, these items were indeed quite expensive, causing Yang Lei a slight pang of regret, even if it was just 3,000 taels of gold. Leaving the general store, Yang Lei said, Oh, right, I still don't know your name. My name is Xiao Xiao. What about you, big brother? The girl smiled, completely devoid of her previous temper, as if she had forgotten Yang Lei had bumped into her and touched her chest. My name is Yang Lei. Xiao Xiao, aren't you afraid of someone abducting you, wandering around alone like this? The surname Xiao, it seemed there were no major Xiao families in the Qianyuan kingdom. And her storage pouch, just by looking at it, one could tell it wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Crafting such a storage pouch was even more difficult than a storage ring, unless one was a martial god. Not afraid, ah. I have my older sister with me. Xiao Xiao giggled, saying, My older sister is very powerful. Even those martial uncles can't defeat her. Yang Lei mused to himself, it seems this little beauty has very strong backing. She must be from some major immortal sect, at least on the level of the profound mechanism sect. I should cultivate a good relationship with her, and if possible, develop it into a romantic one. Heh, older sister. At this moment, Xiao Xiao sweetly called out. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful woman in white robes striding quickly towards them. This beauty resembled Xiao Xiao by 70%, but she possessed an additional aura of maturity, imbued with an ethereal quality, like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal world. You wretched lass, running around everywhere. Aren't you afraid of being tricked by someone? The white-robed beauty lightly scolded. Yang Lei's face darkened. Isn't this like pointing at a monk and scolding a bald donkey? He hadn't offended her just now, nor had he kidnapped Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Yang Lei felt no goodwill towards this white-robed beauty. Xiao Xiao, your older sister has arrived. Now I can rest easy. We shall meet again if fate allows, Yang Lei said. No, big brother Yang Lei. Let me introduce you. Xiao Xiao quickly grabbed Yang Lei's arm. This is my older sister, Xiao Lai. Older sister, this is big brother Yang Lei. Greetings. Xiao Lai clearly had no desire to form any acquaintance with Yang Lei. In her heart, Yang Lei was not someone of good character. Greetings. Yang Lei, harboring no goodwill towards her either, replied with a completely cold tone. Older sister. Xiao Xiao pouted her small mouth in dissatisfaction. Xiao Xiao, let's go. Second uncle is still waiting for us, Xiao Lai said. Within, Yang Lei felt a surge of anger. This woman, she completely disregarded him, openly and shamelessly ignoring him. It was truly disgusting. Appraisal art. Xiao Lai, cultivation, 4th stage martial emperor, sect. Xiao Xiao, cultivation, 6th stage martial king, sect. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 53, Carving, Realm Advancement. 1. Yang Lei couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The strength of these two women was truly terrifying. One was a martial emperor of the 4th stage, and the other, likely only 14 or 15 years old, was already a martial king of the 6th stage. Though their sect was unknown, it was certain that the backing of these two sisters was terrifyingly powerful. Little sister Xiao Xiao, you and your elder sister should leave. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Having said this, Yang Lei turned and departed. Was he kidding himself? If he lingered any longer, he might just find himself in trouble. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, as if making some decision. She then said to Yang Lei, Big brother Yang Lei, wait a moment. Yang Lei stopped. Xiao Xiao quickly approached him. He watched as she removed a jade pendant from her neck and placed it around Yang Lei's. She then said, Big brother Yang Lei, you must come to the Profound Heaven sect to find Xiao Xiao in the future. Having done all this, Xiao Xiao turned and ran towards her elder sister. Xiao Li. Yang Lei, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. The moment he put on the jade pendant, Yang Lei could feel its extraordinary nature. It was definitely no ordinary jade pendant. As for the Profound Heaven sect, it was the #1 sect on the revered martial continent, where experts were as numerous as clouds and whose power was immense. Meanwhile, Xiao Li's expression was unnatural, clearly indicating her anger. She hadn't expected her younger sister to actually do such a thing, giving the jade pendant to Yang Lei. But now it was too late. Was she supposed to go and demand it back? That was obviously impossible. Let's go, back home. We'll see how mother deals with you. Xiao Li pulled her sister away. Yang Lei was still somewhat dazed, gazing at the jade pendant in his hand. It was a long while before he recovered his senses and cast the appraisal art on the jade pendant. Mysterious jade pendant, Xiao Xiao's token. With it, one could enter the Profound Heaven sect. This jade pendant could double the cultivation speed of the wearer and prevent chi deviation. Seeing these attributes, Yang Lei couldn't help but gasp in shock. This jade pendant was indeed powerful. Doubling cultivation speed, what kind of concept was that? And he wouldn't even need to worry about chi deviation. Damn it, had the goddess of fortune fallen for him today? Letting out a long, drawn-out sigh of relief, Yang Lei quickly returned to the Might King Manor. Upon arriving at the main gate of the Might King Manor, Yang Lei saw his second sister, Yang Yu, waiting there. Little brother, where have you been? Don't tell me you went to that kind of place again? Walking up to Yang Lei, Yang Yu immediately raised an eyebrow and spoke. What kind of place? Second sister, what are you talking about? Yang Lei felt a bit helpless and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Yang Yu playfully knocked him and glared, saying, still pretending? It's that place all you men like to frequent. Only then did Yang Lei finally understand. So she was talking about brothels. Second sister thought he had gone to a brothel. But Yang Lei didn't understand why she would think he'd gone to a brothel. Moreover, she shouldn't even be concerned with such matters. She looked just like a jealous young wife, an outsider might even mistake them for a newlywed couple. Thus, he said, second sister, you've misunderstood. Why would you think I went to a brothel? There's a strong scent of women on you. How can you still deny it? Yang Yu was somewhat displeased, like a shrewish wife catching her husband in an affair. She then earnestly advised, little brother, you cannot do such things. You shouldn't fall into such depravity. You're still young, and indulging in such matters is detrimental to your cultivation. It will ruin your future. Cough, cough. I say, second sister, why would you think I'd be like that? Your little brother isn't such a person. Yang Lei was utterly speechless. He looked at Yang Yu, who seemed to be contemplating something, and said, I merely bumped into a girl when I went to the general store. Now, come back with me. We'll deal with you when we get back. Yang Yu glared at Yang Lei, then walked inside, evidently still not believing what he said. Yang Lei helplessly followed behind. Upon entering the small courtyard, Yang Lei took out the items he had bought for Yang Yu. Sister, these are what I bought at the general store. See if you like them. If not, just throw them away. Yang Yu's eyes lit up. She then said, bribing me, eh? Tell me, what exactly happened? There's no need to deceive you, sister. I merely went to the general store to buy carving knives and some wooden materials, preparing to learn carving. Yang Lei helplessly pulled out the newly bought carving knives and a block of wood. Not doing proper work. How can you be like this? Instead of cultivating properly, you're learning all these miscellaneous things. Don't you know this is detrimental to your cultivation? A person's energy is limited. You're already learning talisman crafting, alchemy, and artifact forging. In the future, you won't have any spare time. You should dedicate more time to cultivation, otherwise, your future achievements will certainly not be high, even with your extremely high talent. Hearing Yang Lei's explanation, Yang Yu didn't let up. Instead, she continued to scold him with a stern face. Second sister, don't worry. I have a clear grasp of my situation. My cultivation has broken through once more, and it'll be difficult to advance further in the immediate future, so I should spend some time comprehending other things. Yang Lei released his aura as he spoke. Broken through? A martial master of the 5th stage? How is that possible? How long has it been, and you've broken through again? Yang Yu's eyes widened, full of disbelief. One must know that even a genius couldn't break through so quickly. With the medicinal pills Yang Lei gave her, she had barely managed to break through from the 3rd stage of martial master to the 4th stage. To enter the 5th stage of martial master, she still needed a period of time. Yet Yang Lei, who had only broken through less than 2 days ago, had clearly broken through once more. This left her utterly shocked. Could it be the anomalous ethereal body? Other than that, there was no other explanation. All right. But little brother, your breakthroughs are too rapid. You must know that haste makes waste, so you should consolidate your cultivation first. Yang Yu spoke with the air of an elder. I know, second sister, you don't need to worry. Yang Lei looked at her and said, I'm no longer a child, I know how to handle things. Right, where did you get the money for these things? They aren't cheap, you know. Yang Yu could naturally tell that the items Yang Lei bought for her were all top-grade and extravagant, things she herself would be reluctant to buy. It's nothing, second sister. Have you forgotten? I am an alchemist. Selling a few medicinal pills at the Long Wind Merchant Association is more than enough to cover the costs. Yang Lei explained. Then, didn't you expose your identity? Equals 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 Chapter 54, Carving, Realm Advancement. 2. Yang Yu stammered in shock, knowing that if this information were to get out, it would be a huge problem. No, we still need to tell Mother about this, otherwise, you'll be in danger. Cultivators would stop at nothing, knowing that Yang Lei possessed such excellent elixirs, how could they not develop greedy intentions? In this world, murder and robbery were extremely common occurrences. Yang Lei hastily pulled her back, saying, Second sister, you don't need to worry. I go out disguised, they won't recognize me. Really? You're not lying to me? Yang Yu was still very anxious. Why would I lie to you? Yang Lei replied. Besides, second sister, I have a way to conceal my aura. Unless it's a martial saint, no one will be able to discern my cultivation. That way, they'll assume I'm a peerless expert, and a remarkably powerful Dan Master at that. Do you think they would dare offend a Dan Master whose cultivation they can't discern? Only then did Yang Yu sigh in relief, seemingly believing Yang Lei's words. On the continent, the status of Dan Masters was exceptionally high, and they were also very rare. Becoming an alchemist required extremely stringent conditions. One was to possess a fire attribute physique, second, one had to have a very high ability to identify medicinal ingredients. Therefore, the best physique for an alchemist was a dual fire and wood attribute, but the probability of such dual attribute physiques appearing was extremely low. Thus, there weren't many alchemists on the continent, and high-level alchemists were even rarer. In the future, you absolutely must not do such things, it's too dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, wouldn't I lose a good younger brother? Yang Yu mumbled evasively, honestly not even knowing what she was thinking in her heart. Don't worry, second sister, I'll be careful. Careful, my foot. If you dare to go sell elixirs again in the future, I won't acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Yang Yu grabbed his ear, fuming. Alright, second sister, I promise you, isn't that enough? Yang Lei's face crumpled. This sister of his truly made him utterly bewildered. Fine then, considering you remembered me and bought me these things, I won't blame you anymore. Yang Yu happily picked up the items that belonged to her, then turned and headed outside. As she reached the door, she turned back and said, remember, you must cultivate diligently. There isn't much time left until the clan grand trials. The clan grand trials, for Yang Lei as he was now, were no longer a concern. What Yang Lei was currently worried about was the wind cloud trials 3 months later. Only by winning in the wind cloud trials would he truly make a name for himself, genuinely prove himself, and definitively strike back at those who had once called him trash. Moreover, the wind cloud trials were his best way to enter the Mystic Gate sect. After all, Xiaoyu was still there. Thinking of Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but recall the time she was by his side. He never had to worry about anything in his home, the courtyard would always be meticulously swept clean by her. He wondered how Xiaoyu was doing at the Mystic Gate sect now. Had she also started cultivating? Was anyone bullying her? The thought of Xiaoyu possibly being bullied caused a surge of anger in Yang Lei's heart. If anyone truly dared to bully Xiaoyu, their fate would be sealed. It took Yang Lei a long time to calm down. It seemed his cultivation progress was indeed too fast recently, and his emotions had been unstable. A cultivation technique to calm the mind and stabilize the spirit was absolutely essential now. That's right, he could use carving to divert his attention and focus his mind. Yang Lei took out a block of wood. Carving art. He began carving, stroke by stroke. Each stroke infused with his spiritual power, each stroke precisely placed. Gradually, Yang Lei completely immersed himself in it. The carving knife danced incessantly in his hands, his mind was free of other thoughts, fully entering a state of self-oblivion. The nothingness of the self. If Zhang Yi were to witness Yang Lei's performance at this moment, he would undoubtedly be endlessly astonished, treat Yang Lei as a treasure, and directly bring him back to the Mystic Gate sect, immediately accepting him as an inner disciple. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Yang Lei was still carving, his hands constantly dancing, wood shavings flying out like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Yang Lei's hands were incredibly nimble, moving faster and faster, gradually making it difficult for anyone to clearly see the traces of his movements. After an hour, the block of wood in Yang Lei's hand gradually took on the desired form, but Yang Lei did not stop, continuing to wield the carving knife. Another half an hour passed. Yang Lei's speed slowed, and the statue in his hand became increasingly distinct and lifelike. Finally, the last stroke was completed, and the knife stopped. Ding! Congratulations to player for successfully carving. EXP plus 5000, Chi cultivation value plus 50, accumulated points plus 50, proficiency increased. Unbeknownst to him, his spiritual power had actually sublimated, giving him an unprecedented sense of lightness. Yang Lei was overjoyed. It seemed this carving art was indeed greatly beneficial for the improvement of spiritual power and cultivation realm. Looking at the statue in his hand, Yang Lei was extremely satisfied. It was a statue of Xiaoyu, incredibly lifelike, exactly as he had imagined. He hadn't expected his very first attempt at carving could achieve such a feat. Yang Lei was extremely pleased with himself, turning the carved statue over and over, examining it several times, then carefully putting it away. This was his first carving, worth preserving, perhaps he would give it to Xiaoyu when he saw her. At this moment, Yang Lei remembered Bai Suzhen, and the appearance of Bai Suzhen and the white crane from before, they were incredibly majestic. Could he carve Bai Suzhen's true form? As soon as the thought struck him, he acted. Carving art. He took out another block of wood and began carving. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. Gradually, Yang Lei entered a state of self-oblivion. Slowly, Yang Lei carved out the general shape. He began carving the scales on its body, exquisitely detailed, stroke by stroke, with extreme focus. His forehead was already beaded with sweat. Yang Lei felt a massive consumption of his spiritual power, several times greater than when he carved Xiaoyu. No, he really couldn't go on. The consumption of spiritual power was too severe. If he wanted to carve Bai Suzhen's true form, he would need at least 100 times his current spiritual power. His cultivation was still too weak. No, he had to stop now. equals 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 Chapter 55. The Scripture Repository, Testing One's Skills. 1. Yang Lei immediately retracted his carving knife. Ding, carving failed. 2. Yang Lei spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He had overestimated himself too much. He hadn't expected carving an 8th-grade demonic beast to be so draining. Yang Lei knew clearly in his heart that he was not lightly injured this time. He feared it would take a day or two to recover, especially the damage to his mental energy. Yang Lei laboriously sat cross-legged and consumed a revitalization pill. He slowly circulated the profound origin secret art. 1 grand circulation. 2 grand circulations. Not until 49 grand circulations had passed did Yang Lei open his eyes. His physical injuries had almost recovered, but his mental energy had only restored a small fraction. It seemed he needed to find a cultivation method related to refining mental energy. He wondered if the system had any of those mental cultivation methods from Earth. After all, it had the iron cloth shirt. He pondered if it might also contain the Tao Heartseed Demon Great Art, the 9E Manual, and others. Dismissing the thoughts in his heart, Yang Lei stood up and stretched his waist. This time, learning carving, though he suffered injuries, the benefits he reaped were still immense. His mental energy was far purer than before, almost double what it used to be. Furthermore, his comprehension of his learned knowledge, moves, and techniques felt much smoother. Thinking of this, he took out his wind concealment saber. He executed the 7 killing wind sabers, the rain killing wind saber, the snow killing wind saber, the thunder killing wind saber, the storm killing wind saber, the concealed killing wind saber, the dark killing wind saber. He performed them effortlessly. Although he didn't use any mental energy, he unleashed the 7 killing wind sabers to an unimaginable degree. His control had increased several-fold compared to before. Could this be the effect brought by the carving art? Sheathing his saber, Yang Lei smiled. The system truly was powerful, providing comprehensive assistance to cultivation. If carving art had such an effect, what about other professions? Yang Lei was filled with anticipation. The next day, Yang Lei's mental energy had largely recovered. He had originally expected it to take 2 days, so its current basic recovery greatly surprised and delighted him. He picked up his carving knife and once again began to carve. 1 stroke, then another, and soon the rough outline of a girl appeared. Yang Lei was exceptionally meticulous. The carving knife in his hand moved swiftly, as if dancing, as wood shavings fell in a regular pattern, finely scattered across the ground. Half an hour later, the final stroke was complete. Looking at the artwork in his hand, Yang Lei was very satisfied. It was a significant improvement compared to yesterday's. Not bad carving. This belongs to me. As Yang Lei was about to put it away, he heard Yang Yu's voice. Second sister, when did you arrive? While you were carving. I didn't expect your carving skills to be quite good. Yang Yu snatched the statue from Yang Lei's hand. It was a carving of herself. She had originally intended to scold him a little, but the words died on her lips. Moreover, she was quite fond of this statue of herself, so it wasn't convenient to say much. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have deliberately bought this carving knife. Yang Lei raised the carving knife in his hand. At this point, using the carving knife felt increasingly natural and comfortable. Cultivation is still paramount. These things are merely for entertainment in your spare time. This time, Yang Yu's tone was not as stiff as before. Yang Lei slapped his head, remembering his intention to undergo extreme training. As such, preparing medicinal baths was essential, but he hadn't studied medicine and couldn't concoct the formula. Thus, he said, Second sister, do you have a formula for body-refining medicinal baths? You want to undertake body cultivation? Yang Yu was taken aback. Body cultivation was extremely arduous. Compared to qi cultivation, body cultivation demanded even more effort, sweat, and pain than ordinary people could endure. It wasn't something ordinary individuals could persevere through, and its cultivation progress was far inferior to qi cultivation. Therefore, very few cultivated it, aside from a small number of people with metal attribute or earth attribute physiques, others generally disdained it. Yes, there isn't much time left until the grand family competition, and the wind cloud selection will also arrive very soon. Therefore, I must cultivate urgently. Given my current situation, breaking through in a short period is likely impossible, so I need to undergo extreme training and body-tempering medicinal baths. Only then can I advance another step in a mere 10-odd days, Yang Lei explained thus. Seeing his earnest tone, Yang Yu knew that breaking through in such a short span of 10 days would indeed be very difficult. Extreme training and body-tempering medicinal baths were truly excellent solutions. Alright, I'll go think of a way, Yang Yu said. If it doesn't work out, there's no problem. Don't force yourself. Upon hearing Yang Yu say this, Yang Lei rejoiced in his heart. He knew she had agreed, and thus, the matter was almost essentially settled. After Yang Yu left, a maid entered the courtyard. Yang Lei recognized her. It was Xiao Si, the personal maid of the first madam, Dongfang Saiyu. For her to send Xiao Si here, she must be looking for him. What could it be about? Third young master, the first madam sent me to ask you to come over. Xiao Si's voice was exceptionally sweet, like a nightingale, and very pleasing to the ear. Alright, wait a moment. I'll come right away after I change. In his heart, Yang Lei incessantly speculated, what could Dongfang Saiyu want with him? Was Yang Tian causing trouble again? Perhaps not. The path wasn't far, and he quickly arrived at Dongfang Saiyu's courtyard. Madam, the third young master has arrived. Xiao Si knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing this, Xiao Si led Yang Lei through the door. Sit. Madam, what did you need me for? After Yang Lei sat down, he looked at Dongfang Saiyu and asked. The grand family competition is in 20 days. Do you have confidence? Dongfang Saiyu said, looking at Yang Lei. Yang Lei shook his head. Although he already had 80% confidence in his heart, that was his trump card, and there was no way he would let Dongfang Saiyu know. Reporting to Madam, I do not have confidence. Dongfang Saiyu sighed and said, Indeed. You are currently only at the third stage of martial master. While already outstanding among your peers, you are still too weak to win the grand family competition. Yang Tianlei has already reached the first stage of martial king, and Yang Tianfeng is already at the second stage of martial king. For you to defeat them is truly impossible. I will do my utmost. Oh, right. I heard you intend to undergo extreme training and body-tempering medicinal baths, hoping to break through during this period? Dongfang Saiyu added. Equals 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 Chapter 56, The Scripture Pavilion, Testing One's Mettle. 2. Yang Lei imagined that Yang Noyet must have informed her. That was good, he could openly take the medicinal ingredients without needing to purchase them himself, and there were still quite a few valuable items among the ingredients in the Waiwu King's treasury. So he nodded lightly. Indeed, I believe only by doing so can I advance another level in a short amount of time. I will have someone deliver the refining method to you, and you can directly collect the necessary medicinal ingredients from the storehouse. Besides that, you can visit the scripture pavilion, the books there might be helpful to you, Dongfang Saiyu said. You must work hard. Although your eldest brother's talent is not bad, he is naturally lazy and neglects his cultivation. Your second sister is, after all, a girl. Therefore, this lineage of the Waiwu royal manor can only rely on you. I hope you do not tarnish the prestige of your father, the Waiwu king. First madam, rest assured, I will definitely not disappoint you. For Yang Lei, the fate of the Waiwu royal manor was none of his concern. He wanted to win first place in the grand family competition because the rewards were generous. Not only could he claim 5,000 cultivation points, but there were also 10 body-tempering pills and 1 soul-nurturing pill. The body-tempering pills were Shan-rank 8th grade elixirs, while the soul-nurturing pill was an even rarer Shan-rank 9th grade elixir. Although only 1 grade higher, the soul-nurturing pill was even more important to Yang Lei than the body-tempering pills, as it could make his breakthrough from martial master to martial king smoother and his foundation more solid. Very well, you may go. If you need anything in the future, just come directly to me. After all, we are family, there's no need to be so formal, Dongfang Saiyu said. Then, I thank first madam. Yang Lei takes his leave. Watching Yang Lei's departing back, an unusual glint appeared in Dongfang Saiyu's eyes, and she murmured, Yang Lei, I hope you don't disappoint me. Exiting Dongfang Saiyu's courtyard, Yang Lei headed straight for the scripture pavilion. Look, the waste is here. I didn't expect this waste to come to the scripture pavilion too. Seeing Yang Lei, someone in the distance scoffed. He still wants to cultivate a sense of qi? Haha, waste is waste. After so many years, he can't even enter the qi refinement stage. Truly useless. A group of 4, all from the Yang family's main lineage, were Yang Tianhua, Yang Tianhu, Yang Tianqing, and Yang Tianhe. The leader, Yang Tianhua, was Yang Tianlei's younger brother. But he is the Waiwu King's son. Are you not afraid of the Waiwu King? He is said to be the most formidable genius the Yang family has seen in hundreds of years, Yang Tianhua said mockingly. Yang Lei completely ignored their provocations. Although the cultivation of these 4 was not bad, in Yang Lei's eyes, they couldn't withstand a single blow. Even the strongest, Yang Tianhua, was merely a martial master of the 2nd level. Come on, let us see how powerful the 3rd young master of the Waiwu royal manor, renowned throughout the glorious martial continent, truly is. Yang Tianhua finished speaking and extended a leg to trip him. Yang Lei simply dodged, offering no response. Seeing Yang Lei clearly dodge, Yang Tianhua was inwardly surprised, but then felt he had completely lost face. He couldn't even trip a waist, so he angrily roared, Yang Lei, you piece of trash, stop right there. Yang Lei paid him no mind and continued walking. Tianhua, he doesn't seem to regard you at all. Yang Tianqing watched with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Tianhua, relying on his elder brother Yang Tianlei's reputation, always considered himself superior and constantly ordered the other 3 around, which had already caused resentment in their hearts. Today, seeing Yang Tianhua flustered, they were secretly delighted. Stung by Yang Tianqing's words, Yang Tianhua's rage surged, his mind clouded. He quickly strode forward and unleashed a palm strike towards Yang Lei, using 40% of his power. Yang Tianqing and the others watched with wide eyes. This Yang Tianhua truly had gone mad. If he merely injured or crippled Yang Lei, it might not be a big deal, but if he killed him, the trouble would be immense. Yang Tianhua's palm strike contained 40% of his cultivation power. Yang Lei, supposedly without any cultivation, would surely die if struck. But to the 3's astonishment, Yang Lei moved, dodging the palm strike. He recovered his composure, looked at Yang Tianhua, and said in a chilling tone, you seek death. Oh, you actually dodged? I think you're the one seeking death. Although startled that Yang Lei had avoided his palm, hearing Yang Lei dare to retort and tell him he sought death, his rage reignited instantly, and he brazenly drew his sword. Yang Lei's eyes sharpened. He immediately launched a punch, incredibly fast. Before Yang Tianhua could even strike, he was sent flying by a single blow. For this punch, Yang Lei used 50% of his raw strength. However, 50% of Yang Lei's strength was not something an ordinary martial master could withstand. 3 of Yang Tianhua's ribs were snapped. As for Yang Tianqing and the other 2, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Such a rapid and immense change left them unable to react for a moment. It turned out that the 3rd young master of the Waiwu royal manor, supposedly a waste, had suddenly displayed his might, sending Yang Tianhua, a 2nd-level martial master, flying with a single punch. You 3, take him and get out of my sight. If I see you again, I'll beat you every time, Yang Lei coldly snorted. At this moment, Yang Tianhua, supported by Yang Tianhu, stood up, looking at Yang Lei with unspeakable venom in his eyes. Yang Lei, you beast, you dared to hit me. You dared to hit me. My elder brother will not let you off. Just wait for death. Do you believe I can eradicate you right here, right now? His gaze, filled with killing intent, fixed on Yang Tianhua, making him shiver involuntarily. Yang Lei's words did not sound like a lie. If he truly continued to babble, this fellow might actually make a move to kill him. Yang Tianqing hurriedly helped Yang Tianhua up and fled. This fellow was a madman, and a madman cared about nothing. They didn't know how he had cultivated, suddenly becoming so powerful. One must know that Yang Tianhua was a 2nd-level martial master. Yet he was sent flying with one punch. This showed that Yang Lei's cultivation must have surpassed the 2nd level of martial master, reaching at least the 3rd stage of martial master. 6 months ago, this fellow was still someone they bullied, but now he had suddenly become so powerful. Had he been hiding his true strength all along? Equals 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 equals. Chapter 57, Comprehension. Intermediate carving technique. 1. Hiding his strength for the clan's grand tournament, intending to suddenly rise to fame? Thinking about it, it was entirely plausible. But for that fellow to be able to endure and conceal his strength to such an extent, Yang Tianqing shuddered just thinking about it. This Yang Lei was truly too much of a monster, he himself would absolutely never be able to endure such a thing. Yang Tianqing was an intelligent man, possessing considerable depth and shrewdness among the four. His own cultivation wasn't weak, having reached the first stage of the martial master realm, yet his true combat prowess could contend with a martial master of the second level. Compared to Yang Tianhua, he was significantly stronger. Yang Lei entered the scripture depository. This scripture depository was established and built when the Yang clan was first founded. Over the years, countless books collected by past sages and virtuous predecessors were housed within its walls, encompassing everything from divine cultivation techniques and mental arts to martial skills, stances, astronomy, and history. As he stepped through the entrance, Yang Lei saw the old guard smile at him, which surprised Yang Lei. That old man was no simple figure, he was absolutely a master. An apparently ordinary old man was, in fact, a peerless master. Yang Lei couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The Yang clan was not as simple as he had imagined, truly, it was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Entering deeper into the scripture depository, he first explored the first floor, but found no secret manuals that suited his needs, so he proceeded to the second floor. The collection on the second floor was far more extensive than that on the first. Here, most of the cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and martial skills were of the profound grade, though there were naturally also a few incomplete earth-grade scrolls. As for the third and fourth floors, the third floor housed only earth-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. Earth-grade cultivation techniques were quite rare, as were their corresponding martial skills, so the collection on the third floor was far sparser than that on the second. Naturally, the fourth floor had even fewer. The fourth floor contained only heaven-grade martial skills and heaven-grade cultivation techniques. However, Yang Lei's authority did not permit him access, he could only enter the first and second floors. Of course, if Yang Lei's cultivation advanced to the martial king realm, he would then gain access to the third floor. The fourth floor, however, required the martial emperor realm to enter. Naturally, the management of the first, second, third, and fourth floors also differed. The cultivation techniques and books on the first and second floors could be registered and taken out, to be returned by a certain deadline. However, the books on the third and fourth floors could not be taken out, this was a rule of the scripture depository. Yang Lei's purpose in coming to the scripture depository was clear, to find a close combat martial skill, and additionally, a mental art for concentrating his spirit and calming his mind. Of course, if other suitable techniques presented themselves, he could also acquire them. After searching for quite some time, he still hadn't found a suitable cultivation technique. As for a mental art for concentrating his spirit and calming his mind, he hadn't found a single clue. Oh, Loach skill. There's actually a cultivation technique like this. Speaking of which, this Loach skill was also a close combat martial art, considered a movement technique. Once mastered, when executed, it made one as slippery as a loach, giving enemies no meaningful grip. This martial skill was considered mid to high tier among profound grade cultivation techniques, but Yang Lei didn't give it much thought, continuing his search and perusal. From afar, the old guard, broom in hand, approached. Seeing Yang Lei, he smiled faintly, said nothing, and simply focused on sweeping. Eagle Claw skill. It's the Eagle Claw skill again. This suits me perfectly as a close combat technique. If I can't find anything more suitable, then I'll choose this. 1. Yang Lei flipped through it, confirming that this Eagle Claw skill indeed suited his current cultivation. Ultimately, Yang Lei still hadn't found another suitable mental art, so he could only sigh and head towards the exit. The Eagle Claw skill was a specialized cultivation technique for developing internal strength, mimicking an eagle's talons, ever-changing, ferocious in attack, with every move lethal. When practicing, one focused on cultivating the physical form, while aspiring to the formless realm. As Yang Lei had already cultivated the iron cloth shirt, adding the Eagle Claw skill would significantly reduce his troubles. This was because Yang Lei's hands, when utilized, would be like steel, impervious to blades and spears. Each move and stance of the Eagle Claw skill was fierce and ruthless. As Yang Lei practiced, he exuded an aura of fierce might. Spreading eagle's wings, vulture's prey, each move and stance coordinated seamlessly, exhibiting unpredictable shifts, swift brutality, and lethal intent in every strike. Originally, this cultivation technique had quite a few shortcomings. However, Yang Lei, based on his own circumstances and his profound understanding of the eagle claw skill, meticulously improved each aspect. He elevated the eagle claw skill, which was originally a first-grade profound grade technique, by an entire tier, making it comparable to at least a 6th grade profound grade technique. At this moment, Yang Yu arrived with a spring in her step. Seeing Yang Lei practicing the eagle claw skill, she couldn't help but be astonished. "Little brother, why are you learning this martial skill? It's so ugly." Yang Lei concluded his stance and stood, speechless at Yang Yu's remark. A martial skill was good as long as it could defeat an opponent. Regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat, one that could catch mice was a good cat. For Yang Lei, whether the movements were beautiful or not was unimportant, that wasn't the crucial point. "Second sister, did you come to bring the preparation method this time?" Yang Lei said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The preparation method you wanted, and all the medicinal ingredients for it, are ready. I'll get them for you." Yang Yu nodded lightly. "Mother probably sent you, didn't she?" Yang Lei nodded lightly, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "Thank you, second sister." "Thank me for what?" "We're all family. You've helped me so much, I still haven't thanked you properly. Are you perhaps still dissatisfied in your heart?" Yang Yu said. "How could I dare? Cultivate diligently. Don't get distracted. If anything comes up, just come to me directly." "Oh, right, mother found 2 maids to attend to your daily life. They should arrive this afternoon, but don't you dare act improperly with them." Yang Yu glanced at Yang Lei, speaking with a warning tone. Attend to his daily life? Hearing this, Yang Lei couldn't help but smile wryly. That was probably not the case, monitoring him was closer to the truth. With 2 more maids, his cultivation would become much more inconvenient. He needed to think of a solution. Yang Lei secretly pondered in his heart. How could he resolve this trouble? Refusing them was clearly no longer an option. If he could have refused, then when he was with Dongfang Xiyu previously, she would certainly have mentioned it to him. But she hadn't, instead directly sending the 2 maids here. This meant she was telling him that he absolutely could not refuse those 2 maids. Since refusal was impossible, there was only one solution: win them over. He had to win these 2 maids over, making them entirely his own people. However, that wouldn't be an easy task. Who was Dongfang Xiyu? How could she not have considered this point? Equals 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 Chapter 58, Comprehension, Intermediate Sculpting Art. 2. Drug control? Spiritual energy control? It seemed that within the 9E manual, there was a type of spiritual energy technique called the soul-seizing grand technique, or something similar. Right now, Yang Lei truly desired such a spiritual energy technique to control the 2 little girls who were about to be sent to monitor him. After some thought, Yang Lei sighed. This was unrealistic. Even if the system had it, he couldn't exchange for it now. His points were too low. Today he only had 1 point left, not even enough to exchange for a single lottery ticket. Shaking off these bothersome thoughts, he remembered he hadn't yet gone to his master's place to learn carving today. So, he tidied up, stood, and walked outside. Entering the carving shop, Zhang Yi was leisurely flipping through a book. "Master." Yang Lei called out respectfully. "You're here. How do you feel about it?" Zhang Yi closed his book and said to Yang Lei. "I can basically sculpt now." Zhang Yi heard this with some surprise, a hint of disbelief in his voice. It had only been a day, unless Yang Lei already had a foundation, it was simply impossible. Of course, perhaps he was merely feeling self-satisfied. "Have you tried sculpting yourself?" Yang Lei nodded slightly. "Then try sculpting something. There are carving knives over there." Zhang Yi pointed to a box not far away. Yang Lei shook his head and said, "No need, I've already prepared my own carving knife." With that, Yang Lei took out the nameless carving knife he had acquired yesterday. What a fine knife. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. He naturally saw that the carving knife in Yang Lei's hand was extraordinary. I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter. This is a mid-grade spirit tool. Go ahead, let's see how much you've learned. Yang Lei nodded slightly, took down a piece of wood, and prepared to begin the sculpting art. His knife began, paring away a section of the wood, then he started shaping it, stroke by stroke. This time, Yang Lei intended to sculpt the first spirit beast he had ever encountered, a first-grade flame rat. Yang Lei had once killed thousands of flame rats, so he was naturally extremely familiar with them. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, very quickly, Yang Lei entered a state, entering a realm of selflessness. Zhang Yi watched from the side, eyes wide, filled with an expression of disbelief. He naturally understood Yang Lei's performance. Yang Lei was currently merely a 5th-stage martial master cultivator, and a beginner in sculpting at that. Yet, he could achieve such a level, it was truly astonishing. Such a realm, even a martial emperor might not necessarily achieve, yet his own disciple had clearly done it with ease. How could Zhang Yi not be surprised? Astonishment, and at the same time, immense joy filled his heart. He felt as if he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Furthermore, this boy possessed such high sculpting talent. Although his cultivation was weak, his age was not great, merely in his teens. To have such cultivation at this age was already extremely rare. And this wasn't even cultivated under a great sex guidance. If he had sufficient resources, this lad's cultivation advancing to the martial king realm wouldn't be a problem. An hour later, Yang Lei completed his final stroke. A lifelike flame rat appeared vividly in Yang Lei's hands. Yang Lei was quite satisfied with this particular carving. Master, I'm finished. Yang Lei put away his carving knife and looked at Zhang Yi. Indeed, it barely meets the standard. Zhang Yi nodded. Hearing such an evaluation, Yang Lei felt a slight dissatisfaction in his heart. He thought to himself, barely meets the standard? I only started practicing sculpting yesterday, and in his eyes, it's merely up to standard? This master's requirements are too abnormal. Yang Lei somewhat suspected that his master was simply unwilling to lose face after being outdone by his disciple. Just as Yang Lei was about to speak, Zhang Yi said, Do you perhaps think my requirements are too high? Yang Lei nodded slightly. High requirements apply to others, but you are my disciple. Such requirements are not considered high. Don't you feel that there's something different between the flame rat you sculpted and a real flame rat? Zhang Yi said. A real flame rat is alive, while the flame rat I sculpted is wood, a lifeless object without vitality. Yang Lei replied. Is that so? Zhang Yi said indifferently. Then look at what's different between my carving and yours. With that, Zhang Yi also took out a piece of wood, grabbed his own carving knife, and quickly began to sculpt. His movements flowed continuously, as if naturally born that way, embodying the Tao of nature. Yang Lei watched carefully. Zhang Yi's hands moved faster and faster, each stroke quicker than the last. Soon, Yang Lei felt he couldn't clearly discern his movements at all, they were simply too fast. A few minutes later, Zhang Yi made his final stroke, and a remarkably lifelike flame rat appeared. Look, what's different between this flame rat I sculpted and yours? Yang Lei placed his sculpted flame rat next to Zhang Yi's and compared the two. Aura, it was indeed aura. Yang Lei finally understood the difference between his sculpted flame rat and Zhang Yi's. His sculpted flame rat utterly lacked any aura, whereas Zhang Yi's sculpted flame rat made one feel the faint vital energy and imposing might of a real flame rat, especially in its eyes. This was truly the essence of drawing a dragon and dotting its eyes. Have you understood? Seeing that Yang Lei seemed to have comprehended something, Zhang Yi said. Yang Lei nodded slightly, thank you, master. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, no need to thank me. This is your own comprehension. I merely sculpted a flame rat. This is all your effort. Ding. Congratulations, player, for receiving guidance from a sculpting grandmaster. Your sculpting art has advanced to intermediate level. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Lei rejoiced inwardly. He hadn't expected his sculpting art to upgrade so easily, much easier than alchemy or talisman crafting. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, having a master's guidance truly makes a difference, upgrading is much faster. It seems I should find a few more masters in the future? Alright, that's enough for today. You can come again tomorrow. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied with this disciple, but outwardly he showed no change in expression. Yang Lei had no objections to Zhang Yi dismissing him now. Who could blame him? This was his master, and a monstrously powerful expert at that. Besides, his trip today had been well worth it. His sculpting art upgrading was the greatest gain. Equals 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 Chapter 59, Extreme Cultivation. 1. Weighted vests. Crafting weighted vests was, in fact, not difficult at all. The materials were simple. Of course, what he crafted were ordinary weighted vests, the heaviest only reaching 150 kilograms. If he wanted them to be heavier, he simply didn't possess enough of the necessary materials, nor had his artifact forging art reached that level yet. As for armbands and dumbbells, crafting them was even simpler. These items weren't considered proper equipment, a quick refinement would suffice to meet the requirements. He already had gravity talismans and weighted vests. All sorts of tools and the necessary body-tempering herbs were fully prepared. Thus, he could finally begin his extreme cultivation. However, once he started cultivating and reached his limits, he wouldn't have much energy left to prepare the medicinal bath. In this regard, the two maids could certainly assist him, saving him a good deal of trouble. Commencing extreme cultivation now wasn't ideal. The soonest appropriate time would be tomorrow. Taking advantage of this, Yang Lei decided to craft some pills and talismans. After all, if Dongfang Xiyu arranged for two maids to arrive in the evening, it would be highly inconvenient for him, as he couldn't reveal these secrets to them. Purple Dragon Cauldron. Pill Refining Art. True Qi. Empowerment. Ding. Congratulations, player, for successfully refining a meridian opening pill. EXP plus 5000, Qigong plus 50, accumulation points plus 50, proficiency increased. Meridian opening pills, he needed to refine quite a few. Half an hour later, Yang Lei had refined 5 batches of meridian opening pills, a total of 72 pills. Among them, 55 were perfect pills, while the other 17 were 9/10 pills. Although they weren't all perfect pills, which left Yang Lei feeling a touch of imperfection, the pill success rate was truly a cause for great joy. With enough meridian opening pills, he now needed to refine rejuvenation pills. He'd refined quite a few rejuvenation pills before, but it was always better to have more, just in case. Next, Yang Lei refined 3 more batches of rejuvenation pills. This time, there were fewer pills per batch, but together, he still had 22. Adding those to his previous stock, it was temporarily sufficient. Having refined a good number of pills, talisman crafting was naturally indispensable. Especially ice-fire talismans, which were his primary offensive power. Therefore, Yang Lei made many ice-fire talismans. However, the success rate for these ice-fire talismans was genuinely not high. After nearly an hour, he had painstakingly completed only 25 talismans. This was already thanks to his breakthrough to intermediate talisman crafting art, otherwise, his speed would have been even slower. With the offensive talismans completed, next came the defensive ones. There were 2 types of defensive talismans, one was the Vajra talisman, and the other was the Earth Guardian talisman. Talisman crafting art. Ding. Congratulations, player, for successfully crafting a Vajra talisman. EXP plus 10,000, Qigong plus 100, accumulation points plus 100, proficiency increased. After successfully crafting a Vajra talisman, Yang Lei then attempted to draw an Earth Guardian talisman. Talisman crafting art. Ding. Crafting Earth Guardian talisman failed. It failed. He tried again. First, he crafted a Vajra talisman. Again, using the talisman crafting art, he attempted to craft an Earth Guardian talisman, but the result was still failure. After 2 consecutive failures, he decided to first craft an Earth Guardian talisman, and then draw the Vajra talisman on top of it. Ding. Congratulations, player, for successfully creating a new talisman. EXP plus 100,000, Qigong plus 1,000, accumulation points plus 1,000, proficiency increased. Ding. Please name the new talisman. Grand Earth Vajra Talisman. Ding. Grand Earth Vajra Talisman named successfully. It was a success. It seemed one needed to craft the Earth Guardian talisman first, then draw the Vajra talisman on top of it. It was successful, but what kind of power did this Grand Earth Vajra talisman possess? He checked the system. Grand Earth Vajra Talisman, Profound Tier, 9th Grade Talisman. 4-star seal talisman. Pseudo-spirit talisman. Can withstand 10 minutes of attack from an early-stage martial king. It could actually withstand 10 minutes of attack from an early-stage martial king. This was incredibly powerful. As long as he had this talisman in hand, he wouldn't need to worry about the upcoming Family Grand competition at all. Even if he didn't make a move, his opponents would exhaust themselves to death trying to break through it. Since the Grand Earthvajra talisman was so powerful, he had to continue crafting them. He needed at least 20 to 30 more. Talisman crafting art. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully crafting a Grand Earthvajra talisman. EXP plus 20,000, Qigong plus 200, accumulation points plus 200, proficiency increased. One after another, Yang Lei continuously crafted Grand Earthvajra talismans. An hour later, Yang Lei felt utterly exhausted. 35 Grand Earthvajra talismans. Despite his exhaustion, the harvest was immense. Talismans and pills were all fully prepared. Moreover, his accumulation points had reached a surprisingly high level. 11,000 accumulation points. This was a historical record, breaking the major barrier of 10,000. After half an hour of rest, Yang Lei stood up. By then, dusk had settled. Footsteps drifted from afar, light and delicate. 2 people, 2 women. They must be the maids Dongfang Sayu arranged for him. He wondered what they looked like. Hopefully, they weren't too hideous, Yang Lei thought to himself. Third young master. You've arrived. What are your names? Yang Lei observed the 2 maids. Their appearances were acceptable, quite delicate and pretty, but they carried an air of arrogance. Yang Lei had seen these 2 maids before with Dongfang Sayu. They seemed to be 2 of her 8 personal attendants. This servant is called Xiaozhu. This servant is called Chunlan. Xiaozhu and Chunlan held the rumored third young master, the legendary good-for-nothing, in utter contempt. If Dongfang Sayu hadn't ordered them to come, they wouldn't have shown up even if it killed them. They held little respect for this useless third young master. Xiaozhu, Chunlan, isn't it? You've arrived just in time. Chunlan, go prepare dinner. Xiaozhu, go boil some water for my bath. I wish to bathe. Lately, Yang Lei had been eating all his meals outside. Now that he had maids, if he didn't put them to work, he'd be doing himself a disservice. If they wanted to monitor him, he'd give them plenty to monitor. We won't go. Xiaozhu pouted. We're not here to be slaves. Hearing this, Yang Lei narrowed his eyes. Won't go? Then what did you come here for? Do you expect me to do it? You need to understand, you are maids, and I am your master. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do. Even if I were to command you to attend to my bed, you would have to attend to my bed. You need to understand your place. Equals 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 Chapter 60, Extreme Cultivation. 2. What? You want us to warm your bed? Dream on. How dare a piece of trash like you even conceive such a thought? Hearing that this cripple actually dared to demand they warm his bed, Xiaozhu instantly flew into a rage, exclaiming harshly. Haha, cripples, you are truly bold. Do you perhaps intend to let your servants usurp their master? Yang Lei was so infuriated that he laughed. He gazed at the 2 overbearing maids. Their cultivation wasn't bad. Xiaozhu had clearly reached the 2nd stage of martial master, and Chunlan was a 1st stage martial master. With such cultivation, it was no wonder their arrogance was so rampant. Servants usurping their master? Do you, a mere cripple, even deserve the right to speak of such a thing? Xiaozhu's tone was utterly contemptuous. You have succeeded in provoking my wrath. Yang Lei slowly advanced towards the 2 maids. What are you doing? Seeing Yang Lei's demeanor, Chunlan actually felt a pang of fear. Xiaozhu scoffed, what's there to be afraid of? He's nothing but a cripple. A cripple, indeed. Very well then, let's see who the true cripple is. Yang Lei suddenly unleashed his aura, a formidable pressure that enveloped the 2 women, as he continued to approach them step by step. This? How can this be? A mid-stage martial master? How is that possible? You're supposed to be a cripple. You absolutely cannot be the 3rd young master. Just who are you? Xia Zhu stumbled back, continuously retreating. In her heart, she knew with absolute clarity that this aura definitely belonged to a mid-stage martial master. Both she and Chunlan were merely early-stage martial masters. Furthermore, this aura seemed on the verge of breaking through mid-stage to enter late stage. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to subdue him. Servants usurping their master. Tell me, what precisely is the charge for such a transgression? Yang Lei gazed coldly at the two women, then slammed a palm onto a nearby stone table. The table instantly shattered into countless pieces. The immense chi force instilled deep fear in both women. This man was absolutely not someone they could afford to provoke. Young master, Xia Zhu was merely jesting. Please pay it no mind. We will go at once, immediately. Chunlan, quick-witted, saw how the situation had escalated and hurriedly spoke. Yes, Young master, I was merely jesting. Please, in your great magnanimity, forgive me this once. Xia Zhu was thoroughly terrified. If this man before her truly was the third young master, that supposed cripple, and he was only 16 yet had already reached the mid-stage of martial master, then his future prospects were truly limitless. Once their past insolence was reported to the Grand Madam, she would absolutely face a terrible fate. Even if the Madam held great favor for her, she would not be spared. Merely jesting, you say? Am I not a cripple? Yang Lei said with a cold laugh. Servants usurping their master. I see no reason for you to remain here. Perhaps I should consider selling you two to the orchid brothel. Young master, please spare us this one time. We guarantee to obey your every command from now on. Upon hearing his intention to sell them to the orchid brothel, Xia Zhu and Chunlan were so terrified they immediately fell to their knees, on the verge of tears. They naturally knew of the orchid brothel, the largest pleasure house in the Qianyuan kingdom, a place of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. What good fate could possibly await a woman sold to such a place? Humph. Yang Lei let out a cold snort. Still not getting up? Go, quickly go, and carry out your duties. I will spare you this time, but if you dare to disobey again, then you yourselves will know the consequences. Xia Zhu and Chunlan scrambled to their feet and dashed towards the courtyard, fearing Yang Lei might change his mind. Watching the retreating figures of the two maids, Yang Lei, conversely, let out a soft sigh of relief. Had he truly killed them, it would have been quite inconvenient to explain and would have brought him no small amount of trouble. But now that he had thoroughly intimidated them, leaving an indelible imprint of fear in their hearts, it would be much easier to subdue and gain their loyalty later on. The following day, after assigning tasks to Xia Zhu and Chunlan, Yang Lei commenced his extreme cultivation. Donning the weighted vest and activating a double gravity talisman, Yang Lei felt his body become incredibly heavy. The double gravity talisman, combined with the 100 kilograms weighted vest, effectively added 200 kilograms of weight to his person. Under such conditions, and without relying on any true qi, even basic movement became exceedingly difficult. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Yang Lei continuously jogged, circling the small courtyard. Had he not cultivated the first chapter of the iron cloth shirt, Yang Lei would absolutely not have been able to bear a weight of 200 kilograms and still jog around the courtyard. Meanwhile, Xia Zhu and Chunlan watched Yang Lei, baffled as to why he would train in such a manner. Was it truly effective for cultivation? They wanted to ask, but remembering Yang Lei's ruthless tone from yesterday, they ultimately held their tongues. Half an hour passed. Yang Lei had lost count of how many laps he had run. His entire body's strength was severely depleted, his legs felt as though they were filled with lead, and taking even a single step forward was agonizingly difficult. Yet, Yang Lei gritted his teeth and persevered, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, inching forward with each painful stride. 1 more lap, then yet another. Yang Lei felt he truly could not persevere any longer. His entire body was gasping for breath, devoid of strength, and he was beginning to see spots before his eyes. Is this all? No, this is not my limit. No, absolutely not. Within his heart, Yang Lei roared. He broke through his perceived limit, and new strength was reborn. His pace surged, and he once more pushed forward. Witnessing this scene, Xia Zhu and Chunlan stared at Yang Lei in utter disbelief. This young master was truly mad, cultivating as if he had no regard for his own life. No wonder his cultivation was so astonishingly abnormal, to reach the mid-stage of martial master at merely 16 years old. Another half-hour passed, and Yang Lei continued his run. An hour passed, and Yang Lei was still running. 2 hours passed. Yang Lei, utterly depleted, finally came to a halt. At this point, Xia Zhu and Chen Lan hastily rushed over, supporting Yang Lei. As per his earlier instructions, they lowered him into a bathtub filled with steaming medicinal water, which they had heated over a fire, steam billowing upwards. The moment Yang Lei settled into the tub, he felt a searing pain course through his entire body. His flesh was constantly stimulated, and the energy within the medicinal water incessantly surged into his meridians. The potent medicinal power continuously consolidated and restored Yang Lei's physical strength. Pain and pleasure coexisted within him. Yang Lei ceaselessly absorbed these medicinal essences, his physical strength continuously augmenting, his cultivation slowly rising. The profound origin secret art even began to circulate on its own accord. An hour later, the medicinal water, originally murky, had become crystal clear, revealing the bottom of the tub. All its medicinal power had been absorbed. At this moment, Yang Lei felt a surging power within his entire body, making him significantly stronger than before, by no mere small margin. How astonishing! This extreme cultivation, after only a single session, had already doubled his strength. If he were to continue like this, would he not be able to break through his current cultivation level, even break through to the third realm of the ironcloth shirt? Equals Chapter 61 Body Tempering Medicinal Bath. The battle with Yang Tianlei commences. 1. After donning his attire, Yang Lei stepped into the courtyard, performing a set of eagle claw technique with ease and pleasure. His accumulated points already exceeded 10,000. What should he exchange these 10,000 plus points for? However, it seemed there were very few items available for exchange right now, none of which he urgently needed. At best, he could exchange them for a lottery ticket and try his luck. Ding! Players' accumulated points have exceeded 10,000. System upgrade available. The sudden notification filled Yang Lei with delight. A system upgrade. After the upgrade, the items available for exchange, the things he could refine and craft, all would surely improve, thus resolving his current urgent needs. Proceed with upgrade. Ding. System upgrade requires the consumption of 10,000 accumulated points. Do you wish to proceed? The consumption of 10,000 accumulated points made Yang Lei's heart ache. These were 10,000 points he had painstakingly gathered. He hadn't imagined the upgrade would actually require such a sum. Nevertheless, the upgrade was essential, he had no other option. Continue with upgrade. Ding. System upgrade initiated. Completion in 24 hours. Seriously? The system upgrade would take 24 hours. That meant he couldn't use the system for an entire day. Still, it didn't matter much, his points were insufficient anyway, with only a little over 1,000 left, he couldn't accomplish anything significant. As Yang Lei pondered his own affairs, Xia Zhu suddenly rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Young master, this is bad, this is bad. What's the matter? Why so flustered?" Yang Lei's thoughts were interrupted, and he felt a trace of displeasure. "Young master, Yang Tianhua and his elder brother, Yang Tianlei, have arrived. They say they want revenge on you." Xia Zhu explained hurriedly. "You mean Yang Tianhua and his elder brother, Yang Tianlei, are coming here? To seek revenge on me?" Yang Lei wondered if he had misheard. This was the mighty king's estate, not a place one could just waltz into. Although Yang Tianlei was considered a direct descendant of the main Yang family, he wasn't of the mighty king's estate's lineage. In fact, their factions were more akin to rivals. "Yes, young master. Chen Lan has already gone to inform the madam, hoping she'll arrive in time." "Young master, you should hide first," Xia Zhu urged. "Hide? Why should I hide? By the way, how did Yang Tianhua and Yang Tianlei even get in here?" Yang Lei asked. "The eldest young master brought them." Upon hearing this, Yang Lei realized Yang Tian's nature hadn't changed. He was still trying to stir up trouble, and this time, he'd even brought outsiders into the estate. Surely, Dongfang Caiyu wouldn't be able to cover for him this time, a period of confinement would be the least he deserved. "Hide? Why should I hide? It's good that they came. I'd like to see just how formidable this genius, Yang Tianlei of the main Yang family lineage, truly is. Yang Lei snorted coldly. Although this Yang Tianlei had already entered the martial king realm, he had no need to fear him. He would give it a try. But, young master, that Yang Tianlei is a martial king realm expert. I'm worried about you. What's there to worry about? I'm not worried. Do you think he dares to kill me? Besides, it's still uncertain who will deal with whom. Yang Lei glared and spoke. Hearing Yang Lei's words, Xiaozhu could no longer offer further counsel. She secretly mused, he's only a mid-stage martial master, yet he wants to challenge a martial king realm expert? Isn't that just asking for a beating? Perhaps a good beating will do him good, let him vent some frustration. Just then, a line of 3 figures approached. Leading them was clearly Yang Tianlei, followed by Yang Tianhua and Yang Tian. You are Yang Lei? You're the one who bullied my younger brother? Yang Tianlei scoffed, not bad at all. A cripple actually managed to turn things around. Yang Lei, you must die. Yang Tianhua glared at Yang Lei with venomous hatred and spat. How dare you hit me? I told you my elder brother would avenge me. Mere rabble. Yang Lei coldly spat out those words. You seek death. Insignificant rabble, you say? I'd like to see what grounds you, a cripple, have for such arrogance. Don't imagine that a bit of strength means you can challenge the heavens. Yang Tianlei was an individual of immense pride and arrogance. How could he not be enraged when Yang Lei, a mere mid-stage martial master, one who was once called a cripple, a stain on the mighty king's estate's reputation, dared to openly disregard him? Then let me see if you, this so-called genius of the Yang family, are truly worthy of the title. Yang Lei showed no weakness, his aura suddenly surging forth. Good. Yang Tianlei, instead of getting angry, laughed. A mere mid-stage martial master, daring to challenge him. Just for this courage of yours, I won't kill you today. Breaking one of your legs will suffice. Such arrogance. Yang Lei knew Yang Tianlei was indeed formidable. A first-stage martial king, coupled with the treasured sword in his hand, his combat prowess could rival a third-stage martial king. If Yang Lei didn't unleash his true abilities, he would surely suffer a beating. His wind-hidden saber flashed forth. With the long saber in hand, Yang Lei's aura surged once more. At this moment, Yang Tianlei narrowed his eyes. With his long sword in hand, a violent, raging aura swept towards Yang Lei. 7 killing wind saber. Windstorm kill. Yang Lei roared, slashing out with the long saber in his hand. Immediately, a swirling windstorm surged forth, charging towards Yang Tianlei, domineering and mighty. Yang Tianlei stood fearless, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. This is more interesting. If he were too weak, it wouldn't be any fun at all. Thunderbolt sword art, thunderbolt strike, quaking the 9 provinces. Yang Tianlei lightly brandished his long sword, launching an attack with the momentum of an army of 10,000. Each ray of sword light was like a bolt of lightning, smashing onto the windstorm energy, dissolving Yang Lei's formidable move into nothingness. Yang Lei was secretly startled. This guy's sword art was indeed the thunderbolt sword art, yet he hadn't even used his full strength, only unleashing a fraction of his power. The genius of this generation of the Yang family truly lived up to his formidable reputation. Since you wield the might of thunder and lightning, then watch as I retaliate with a force of thunder and lightning. 7 killing wind saber. Wind and thunder kill. The wind-hidden saber in Yang Lei's hand roared like the 9 heavens thunder, swift and ferocious, fast as lightning, mighty as thunder. Yang Tianlei took a slight step back, his sword intent consolidating. His entire body soared like a great rock spreading its wings, the long sword in his hand radiating brilliant light. Thunderbolt sword art, thunderbolt strike, overturning the azure sea. This sword strike from Yang Tianlei not only dissolved Yang Lei's offense but also continued to press forward with its attack. Yang Lei's expression became slightly solemn, knowing that he would have to unleash an even stronger move to block this impending strike. Chapter 62 Body Forging Medicinal Bath. Yang Tianlei's opening battle. 2. 7 kills blade, second kill united. With fourfold battle power, Yang Lei's aura surged once more. That single saber strike transformed into a bolt of lightning, its momentum like a sweeping rainbow, resplendent and blindingly bright. The majesty of that strike left everyone awestruck. Thunderbolt sword art, thunder trembles the 9 heavens. Their formidable auras clashed, sending chi energy swirling outwards in all directions and stone fragments flying. Yang Tianlei and Yang Lei both retreated 2 steps, neither gaining the upper hand, truly an evenly matched contest. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. This engagement ends here for now. I hope that during the grand family competition half a month from now, you can still leave me satisfied. With that, Yang Tianlei turned and departed. Big brother. Big brother. Yang Tianhua, Jia Agape, hurriedly followed. As Yang Tian's gaze fell upon Yang Lei, he immediately shivered slightly. That fellow was simply terrifying, even Yang Tianlei couldn't do anything to him. He quickly turned and left, afraid Yang Lei might come after him. Seeing Yang Tianlei depart, Yang Lei, on the other hand, let out a soft sigh of relief. If that fellow had continued to fight him, this small courtyard might well have been utterly destroyed. The martial king realm truly lives up to its formidable reputation. Young master, you are truly amazing. Xiaozhu gazed at Yang Lei, dazed. What are you still staring at? Hurry up and clean. Do you expect me to do it myself? Yang Lei saw Xiaozhu's smitten expression and snapped irritably. Yes, young master, I'll do it right away. Xiaozhu quickly nodded, swiftly picked up a broom, and began to tidy up the debris. Yang Tianhua caught up to Yang Tianlei and asked, puzzled, Big brother, why didn't you teach that brat a lesson? Yang Tianlei couldn't help but rage, you mischievous brat. Instead of cultivating properly, you're constantly causing trouble for me. That fellow's cultivation realm is vastly superior to yours, and you dare provoke him? Don't I still have you, big brother? Yang Tianhua chuckled mischievously. What's so funny? Don't you dare provoke him again in the future. Yang Tianlei said, kicking him. Big brother, no way. He's that powerful? You mean even you cannot triumph over him? Yang Tianhua could barely believe his ears. His big brother was a genius, reaching the first stage of the martial king realm at only 18, and would soon break through to the second stage. How could he say such a thing? What do you know? While I could defeat him, it wouldn't be without significant effort. Moreover, this is the valiant king's estate, not just any place. If we continued to fight, and Madame Dongfeng were to arrive, we would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Yang Tianlei wore a frustrated expression, akin to a blacksmith lamenting unyielding iron. His younger brother's talent wasn't bad, but it was a pity he was lazy in cultivation, spending all his days with a throng of worthless companions, idling about. So we're just letting him off the hook like that? I'm not reconciled. Yang Tianhua said resentfully. What are you not reconciled to? Letting him off just like that is definitely not happening. I will deal with him during the grand family competition half a month from now, rest assured. Yang Tianlei patted his younger brother. Isn't this nephew Tianlei? Why don't you sit for a while? You've already come, why not pay me a visit? At this moment, Dongfeng Xiyu appeared before them. Yang Tianlei remained unfazed. Aunt Dongfeng, this junior merely came to spar briefly with brother Yang Lei. How would I dare to disturb Aunt Dongfeng, or interrupt your serene cultivation? Oh, really? But I heard you were looking for trouble with my third son? It seems you even claimed you wanted to teach that wayward son a lesson on behalf of my husband? Dongfeng Xiyu said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Yang Tianlei's back. Teaching the valiant King Yang Yu's son a lesson, such words were not to be uttered carelessly. This was clearly an opportunity for her to settle accounts with him. How would I dare? Aunt Dongfeng must have heard false rumors. Tianlei is but a junior. Even after leaving the valiant king's estate, Yang Tianlei still felt a chill down his spine. That woman, Dongfeng Xiyu, was truly formidable. If she were to grasp a weakness, even if one survived, they'd lose a layer of skin. Big brother, that woman is extremely sinister. Yang Tianhua said. It's all because of you, you mischievous brat. After we go back, cultivate properly, and don't take a single step outside. If I find out you're still running wild everywhere, just watch me deal with you, understand? This time, you almost brought disaster upon us. As soon as Yang Tianlei heard Yang Tianhua speak, he nearly exploded with rage. Meanwhile, after Yang Lei recovered his cultivation, Yang Yu rushed over in a hurry. "Little brother, are you all right?" Yang Yu's tone was filled with extreme worry. "I'm fine," Yang Lei said with a smile. "Don't you know my capabilities?" Although Yang Tianlei is a martial king realm expert, he's not qualified enough to deal with me. At this moment, Dongfang Saiyu also arrived. Her presence actually startled Yang Lei somewhat. "Mother, you came too." Yang Yu hurriedly linked her arm with her mother's. Dongfang Saiyu nodded lightly, then looked at Yang Lei and said, "Are you all right?" "Thank you for your concern, madam." "I'm fine, he couldn't injure me," Yang Lei replied. "It's good that you're unharmed. However, you did surprise me. Yang Tianlei is a martial king realm expert, yet you weren't injured, not bad at all. It seems you still have great hope for the grand family competition. As long as you can defeat Yang Tianlei, you can also defeat Yang Tianfeng, their strengths are not far apart." Seeing that Yang Lei was clearly unharmed, Dongfang Saiyu felt surprised. Body forging, the first stage was complete. Thus, Yang Lei quickly began the second stage of body forging. The gravity within his training area, which had started at double its normal strength, was now further intensified. His weight-bearing suit was also upgraded from its previous 100 kilograms to 150 kilograms. With a 150 kilograms weight-bearing suit and the gravity talisman's amplified double gravity effect, the total effective load was triple gravity, equivalent to an additional 450 kilograms. An ordinary person would find it difficult just to carry such a load, let alone run and cultivate with it. However, for Yang Lei, this was a tremendous challenge. Only by pushing his limits this way could he reach his peak fastest, thereby accelerating the advancement of his cultivation. Another day passed, and Yang Lei felt his cultivation advance significantly once more. Although he hadn't yet reached the point of breakthrough, it wasn't far off, especially his profound origin secret art. What Yang Lei hoped for most now was for his profound origin secret art to break through. Once it reached the 7th level, it would mean a massive increase in his qi cultivation. At that point, his formidable true qi would be fully comparable to that of a martial king realm expert. Ding! System upgrade complete. 24 hours had passed, and the system upgrade was complete. This was the most celebratory news of all. Chapter 63, System Upgrade. 1. Yang Lei couldn't wait to open the system. After the system upgrade, the main interface didn't undergo any major changes, but two new categories appeared, the formation system and the gambling system. However, the formation system was grayed out, clearly indicating it wasn't officially open yet. Once the formation system was unlocked, it would mean he could learn the way of formations. Formations were, of course, something Yang Lei deeply desired to learn. Having witnessed Feng Kuo forge powerful talisman arrays before, he already knew just how formidable formations could be. Moreover, legend had it that a grand formation master could effortlessly trap several martial saints, and even martial gods, a testament to their immense power. Since the formation system wasn't officially open, he couldn't learn it yet. But Yang Lei wasn't in a hurry, there would always be an opportunity. The exchange system, this was the most crucial part, for within it lay all sorts of secret martial arts manuals and techniques he desired. This was the foundation. This time, after the upgrade, the exchange system had undergone tremendous changes. First, the basic elixirs, talismans, and various weapons that used to be exchangeable were gone. It turned out he could no longer directly exchange for elixirs, talismans, or weapons. What could be exchanged for were medicinal ingredients, pill recipes, for talismans, various methods for crafting talismans, charms, and talisman brushes, and for weapons, forging tools and materials like ores. Seeing these changes, Yang Lei immediately understood. These items had disappeared because he had already learned artifact refining, alchemy, and talisman crafting. Providing the raw materials was meant for him to personally refine elixirs, talismans, and weapons. This made Yang Lei incredibly happy. After all, artifact refining, alchemy, and talisman crafting all granted EXP, allowing his cultivation to increase. This was far more relaxed than leveling up by hunting monsters, which also carried risks to his life. This method had none. Of course, some relatively special, high-grade weapons, elixirs, and talismans were still exchangeable. It was only those he could already craft himself that were no longer available for exchange. What excited Yang Lei the most was that, indeed, cultivation techniques and martial arts were available for exchange. They were even categorized into mental cultivation arts and martial skills. Under mental cultivation arts, what Yang Lei desired most was a technique for cultivating spiritual energy, so he couldn't wait to open it. There were several methods related to cultivating spiritual energy, but the ones suitable for his cultivation were the clear heart incantation and the ice heart art. However, both mental cultivation arts required a significant number of accumulated points for exchange. The clear heart incantation needed 15,000 points, while the ice heart art required even more, a staggering 20,000 points. Yang Lei gasped, taking a sharp breath. These accumulated points weren't cheap commodities. He had painstakingly saved up 10,000 points, only for them to be completely depleted by the system upgrade. Now he only had a paltry 1,000 points left, 15 times short of exchanging for the clear heart incantation. Of course, an even greater surprise was the appearance of the Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2. The accumulated points required for this Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2, were equally terrifying, a full 50,000 points. Although this volume made Yang Lei practically drool with desire, 50,000 points were simply beyond his reach. Among the close combat martial skills, one particularly caught Yang Lei's eye, Wing Chun. Yang Lei still vividly remembered the graceful, devastating scene from the movies where a man used Wing Chun to defeat his opponents. The accumulated points needed for Wing Chun weren't high either, a mere 5,000 points, making it considerably cheaper than the clear heart incantation or the ice heart art. But even 5,000 accumulated points were currently beyond Yang Lei's means to exchange. Accumulated points, oh. Yang Lei was filled with frustration. He could see them, but he couldn't obtain them, unable to exchange for them, his heart itched with longing. There was another martial skill Yang Lei had been looking forward to, Little Flying Dagger. That's right, the system even offered the secret manual for the Little Flying Dagger. Little Flying Dagger never misses its mark. This was surely one of the ultimate life-saving techniques. But it required even more accumulated points than the Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2, a whopping 60,000. In contrast, archery required relatively fewer points. Basic archery needed 1,000 points, exactly what he had, but he didn't need it now, and besides, he had possessed this basic archery skill from the very beginning. Of course, the Little Flying Dagger wasn't even the most enticing item. What truly filled Yang Lei with excitement and longing was an incredibly abnormal, supremely powerful cultivation technique, one Yang Lei desperately needed, the marrow-cleansing scripture. This marrow-cleansing scripture could truly wash the marrow and purify the bones, altering one's innate talent and aptitude. Yang Lei knew clearly that his own aptitude was merely 5, only slightly better than an average person's. With the marrow-cleansing scripture, he could improve his physique, drastically increasing his cultivation speed and, naturally, his comprehension ability. However, the accumulated points required for this marrow-cleansing scripture were an astronomical sum, 1,000,000 points. Such a vast amount of accumulated points was simply unthinkable. Was this a joke? He didn't even know how long it would take to acquire 10,000 points right now, let alone 1,000,000 points, who knew how many years and months that would take. Of course, changing one's physique wasn't limited to just the marrow-cleansing scripture, there were other items, like dragon's blood. A single portion of dragon's blood also required an astonishing number of accumulated points, 500,000. Gazing at these figures, Yang Lei grew increasingly despondent, and simply decided to stop looking. If he stared any longer, it would be a wonder if he didn't go mad. Having perused the exchange system, Yang Lei then proceeded to open the gambling system. With this gambling system in place, the previous lottery draws were abolished, replaced by the new system. However, truth be told, this gambling system was far superior to the lottery draws. Lottery tickets had to be exchanged for and then opened before one could see their contents, and the probability of winning a prize was very low. The gambling system, however, was different. As long as you possessed items, for instance, secret manuals, cultivation techniques, elixirs, talismans, etc., you could use them to gamble. And the stakes of this gamble were clear: the lower the grade of the item you put in, the smaller your chances of success in the gamble. Conversely, the better the item you offered, the higher the probability of acquiring something good. The gambling system, huh? Yang Lei felt a prickle of eagerness. He took out a meridian opening pill. Equals 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 Chapter 64, System Upgrade, 2, Ding. Would you like to use the gambling function? Use. Ding. 500 accumulation points consumed. The gambling function has been activated. Please select an item to gamble on. Yang Lei couldn't help but almost spit blood. It clearly cost 500 accumulation points, and this was just for this gambling session. It meant that the next time he wanted to gamble, he'd have to spend another 500 accumulation points. This system was even more ruthless than an Earth casino. 1 meridian opening pill. Confirm? Confirm. After confirming, a round table appeared with a total of 36 squares. 18 of these squares contained items, while the other 18 were empty. Among the 18 squares containing items, 9 held items of lower value than the meridian opening pill. The remaining 9 squares, if hit, would yield good rewards. The most precious of these was a mysterious card, with no specific description, but the system had designated it as the grand prize for this gambling session. Next was the Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2, which Yang Lei yearned for. Following that was an inner garment crafted from celestial silkworm thread, rendering the wearer impervious to blades and spears. What surprised Yang Lei was that among them, there was also a resplendent golden weapon, a Desert Eagle pistol. Gazing at the Desert Eagle pistol, Yang Lei couldn't help but swallow. Holding this Desert Eagle would definitely be very stylish. Checking the Desert Eagle's attributes, its attack power could only deal with cultivators below the Martial Emperor realm. Against Martial Emperors and above, it had no lethal force whatsoever. However, for Yang Lei, anything below Martial Emperor was already impressive enough. It possessed immense destructive power against Martial Kings or those below. Moreover, this item required no true chi, anyone could use it. Even an uncultivated child could wield it to deal with a Martial King. This was a true killing weapon. The remaining items weren't particularly noteworthy: an Earth Origin Pill, a Return Origin Pill, a Spiritwood Talisman, a Heavenly Lightning Talisman, and a Talisman Brush. This Talisman Brush was far more powerful than the one he currently used. Gambling begins. The squares on the round table began to flicker. In gambling, naturally, one hoped to win, to hit the grand prize. What exactly was that mysterious card? Yang Lei was extremely curious. As it was the most valuable item, Yang Lei naturally hoped to obtain it. To be honest, Yang Lei was quite nervous at this moment, because this gamble could also fail, in which case he would get nothing. Of course, what Yang Lei wanted most right now was the Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2. If he could draw the Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2, he wouldn't have to worry about the clan's grand competition, let alone the wind and cloud selection. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained 1 Heavenly Lightning Talisman. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Lei felt dejected. Not drawing what he wanted almost drove him mad. Heavenly Lightning Talisman, 1-star Spirit Talisman. Upon use, it can unleash heavenly lightning to attack enemies, possessing immense destructive power against early-stage martial emperors or martial artists below that realm. Although it was a spirit talisman, Yang Lei was still deeply frustrated. This Heavenly Lightning Talisman was a one-time consumable. If he had obtained the Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2, he wouldn't even fear a martial emperor, that was a permanent item. Even if he didn't get the Iron Cloth Shirt, the Celestial Silkworm Thread Inner Garment or the Desert Eagle would have been good too. What to do, what to do? However, Yang Lei then remembered, didn't he still have 500 accumulation points? He could gamble one more time. Ding. The gambling function can only be activated once per day. Please try again tomorrow, player. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Lei truly wanted to curse. This gamble was only once a day. This system was truly exasperating. The gambling was over, but this time could still be considered a profit. After all, he had received a 1-star spirit talisman. This was a genuine spirit talisman, not one of those pseudo-talismans he crafted himself. Its power was at least several times greater. If truly calculated, this single Heavenly Lightning Talisman could be exchanged for dozens of meridian opening pills. With the gambling system already used, he then looked at the other systems, the alchemy system, the talisman crafting system, and the artifact forging system. What brought Yang Lei joy was that these three systems had also upgraded. For example, alchemy no longer required him to use a physical cauldron, infuse it with true qi, and add medicinal ingredients as before. Instead, he could directly store the cauldron within the system and perform alchemy. This was much more convenient than before, and the speed had increased considerably. Furthermore, he no longer had to worry about Xia Zhu and Chen Lan discovering him. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Lei was on his last day of extreme training. He was using a 200 kilograms weighted vest combined with a 10x gravity talisman. This totaled 2,000 kilograms, an incredible 2,000 kilograms. Just thinking about it was unimaginable. Yang Lei had never thought he could endure such gravitational pressure and still managed to run. 1 lap, 2 laps. Time slowly passed. He didn't know how many laps he had run, but Yang Lei felt he truly couldn't hold on any longer. He deactivated the gravity talisman and immediately collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Xia Zhu and Chen Lan, busy as always, placed him into a bathtub full of medicinal water. Yang Lei closed his eyes, feeling the surging energy continuously pour into his body as the profound origin art circulated ceaselessly. Roar! Yang Lei felt himself breaking through. The profound origin art had finally broken through, advancing from the 6th level to the 7th. Upon entering the 7th level, his qigong value increased several-fold. Strictly speaking, Yang Lei clearly felt that his qigong value could now compare to an early-stage martial king. In other words, apart from his cultivation realm, Yang Lei could now fully contend with a master of the martial king realm. Comfort, nothing but comfort. Ding! Congratulations, player, your level has increased. His level increased, and he had entered the 6th stage of martial master. This was a breakthrough he achieved himself, not relying on the system. Yang Lei clearly understood this in his heart. Lately, he hadn't concocted any pills or crafted any talismans. Instead, he had relentlessly tempered his body, undergoing extreme cultivation. Young master, you broke through? Xia Zhu looked at Yang Lei, surprise evident in her words. Yes, I broke through. Yang Lei stood up. At this point, continuing to soak had no effect whatsoever. Equals 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 Chapter 65. Violent annihilation. Standing up, Yang Lei's perfect physique was fully revealed before Xia Zhu and Xian Lan, causing both girls' faces to immediately flush crimson. Though it wasn't their first time, they still couldn't help but feel shy. The young master before them possessed an incredibly flawless physique and boundless charisma. Moreover, despite his youth, his cultivation had already reached the 6th stage of martial master, allowing him to contend with early-stage martial king Yang Tianlei. His potential was limitless. He was destined to become a hegemon ruling over a region. If only they could become his women, then. Their hearts pounded uncontrollably at the thought. A 6th stage martial master, with the profound origin secret art reaching its 7th level, does that mean I can now cultivate the Windblade 7 kills 4 kills merged form? Yang Lei was filled with boundless anticipation. This was 16 times his battle power. His chi cultivation base was already comparable to an early-stage martial king. If he could unleash 16 times his battle power, then dealing with a mid-stage martial king would absolutely pose no problem. Stepping into the courtyard, Yang Lei gently stroked his wind-concealing blade, as if caressing his lover, with utmost tenderness and leisure. Suddenly, Yang Lei's eyes snapped open. He gripped the long blade in his hand, a ruthless glint appearing in his gaze, and roared. Windblade 7 kills, 4 kills merged, break for me. The long blade in his hand transformed into a massive white beam of light, instantly slashing forth before Yang Lei. Only a thunderous boom was heard, and where the blade light vanished, a gigantic chasm appeared. The might of a single strike was truly so powerful. How formidable. Witnessing such a sight, the two young maids couldn't help but widen their eyes. This one move could definitely rival a late-stage martial king. The Windblade 7 kills, finally cultivated to the 4 kills merged form. It truly wasn't easy. Yang Lei couldn't help but burst into unrestrained laughter. He had broken through, and furthermore, mastered the Windblade 7 kills 4 kills merged. Facing Yang Tianlei again, he could absolutely utterly defeat him. The family grand competition was still 10 days away. What should he do during these 10 days? Yang Lei pondered inwardly. Oh, second sister, you've arrived. How was your cultivation? Yang Lei asked. Of course, I broke through. I secluded myself for 5 days and finally broke through to the 5th stage of martial master. Now I can catch up to you. Yang Yu said, looking at Yang Lei with immense smugness. Yang Lei was happy for her upon hearing this. Second sister, you're truly amazing. To break through again in such a short time, it's incredible. However, it seems I beat you to it. Little brother here also broke through, just a moment ago. What? You broke through again? You've entered the 6th stage of martial master? Yang Yu's eyes widened. Naturally. Don't you know who I am? Yang Lei said with a smug laugh. Is that true? Yang Yu had initially wanted to show off for a bit but hadn't expected her younger brother to have broken through again. She felt a bit deflated but also happy for Yang Lei. Of course it's true. Since we both broke through, shouldn't we, brother and sister, go out and celebrate? Yang Lei chuckled. Alright, it's been a long time since I've been out for a stroll, Yang Yu said with a sweet smile. Then let's go now. Yang Lei had done nothing but cultivate for the past few days, not even visiting his master. He wondered if his master was angry. But if I buy things, you have to pay for your sister. You're the big spender, after all. Yang Yu said. Naturally. It's only right that men pay when women shop, Yang Lei said with a smile. Buy as much as you want. Your little brother isn't short on money. You said that. Don't come looking for me if you run out of money then, Yang Yu laughed. I'm going to buy a lot of things. The two walked out of the valiant king's estate side by side, strolling down the main street like a pair of golden boy and jade girl, drawing continuous gazes. Isn't this pretty? Yang Yu held up a hairpin. It's beautiful. Just buy it, Yang Lei said with a smile. These things didn't cost much. Indeed, this hairpin truly looks exquisitely beautiful on this young lady. Only a beautiful young lady like you can match it. The shop owner said with a beaming smile. Good, bought, Yang Lei took out a gold ingot. Over there, let's go look over there. Ahead, it was extremely bustling, with many people gathered. Yang Yu pulled Yang Lei towards the front. It was a monkey show. After pushing their way to the front, Yang Lei couldn't help but shake his head. He had thought it was something important to attract so many people. It seemed the people on the Chengwu continent weren't so different from ancient Earth. Yang Lei found it uninteresting, but Yang Yu beside him looked very happy. Let's go, there's nothing much to see, Yang Lei said after watching for a while, proactively taking Yang Yu's hand. It was very smooth, very soft, and very comfortable. Oh, this young lady is truly beautiful. It's been a long time since I've seen such exquisite beauty. After only a few steps, they encountered a lecherous man staring at Yang Yu. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll gouge out your dog eyes. Yang Yu, feeling uncomfortable from the stare, snapped angrily. Oh, this young lady is quite spirited. I like it. The yellow-robed man looked at Yang Yu, his eyes sweeping over her figure with brazen intent. You seek death. Yang Yu was enraged and kicked out. However, as Yang Yu launched her kick, a figure rushed forward from behind the yellow-robed man and blocked the strike. An expert. Yang Lei's eyes narrowed. This fellow was an expert, at least in the martial king realm, otherwise, his speed wouldn't be so fast. Elder Hua, seize her for me. If I don't have this young lady today, I'll be displeased. The yellow-robed man, startled, was now furiously enraged. Yang Lei pulled Yang Yu behind him and looked at Elder Hua before them. In broad daylight, you dare to forcibly seize a common girl? Your guts are not small, nor is your crime. I see your cultivation wasn't easy, yet you act as a lackey for such a beast. You dare insult me? Elder Hua, tear him apart for me. The yellow-robed man shrieked. This is the capital, it's not a place for unchecked abandon, Yang Lei coldly snorted. Tear me apart? Humph, I fear you lack the ability. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The capital? In the capital, who dares to make trouble for me? Humph, Elder Hua, are you going to listen to me or not? The yellow-robed man laughed unrestrainedly, then glared at Elder Hua with dissatisfaction. My apologies, both of you, Elder Hua said before making his move. His speed seemed slow, but crimson flames surged on his hands. You truly seek death. This young master thought your cultivation wasn't easy, but I didn't expect you to aid a villain. In that case, don't blame me. Second sister, step back. Today, I shall eradicate this evil for the people. The wind-concealing blade was drawn, dominantly pointed forward. Equals 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 Chapter 66, Conflict. 1. Blazing fire scorches the heavens. The man brandished both palms, and streams of fire shot towards Yang Lei, incredibly powerful. Windblade 7 kills, 3 kills united. Yang Lei roared, his blade sweeping horizontally without any fancy technique. Ding. Wind concealment blade has activated instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying Martial King 6th stage Huiyun. EXP plus 1,500,000, merit points plus 15,000, accumulated value points plus 15,000. Ding. Congratulations to player, level increased. Level increased, Martial Master 7th stage. You actually killed him. The man in yellow was terrified. This Huiyun was a mid-stage Martial King expert, yet he was killed in a single move. Yang Lei was also momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this guy to be a Martial King 6th stage expert, nor had he expected the fellow to be so unlucky as to trigger the wind concealment blade's hidden attribute, instant kill. The man in yellow before him could have a Martial King 6th stage expert as a bodyguard, clearly not an ordinary person. But so what? Since he had provoked him and created a life-or-death feud, there was no way he would let it go. So what if I killed him? Yang Lei sneered, stepping closer. You, don't come any closer. I am Qian Wuyong, the third prince of Qian Yuan Kingdom. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me, otherwise, my imperial father will not spare you. The yellow-clad man looked at Yang Lei in panic. Can't kill you? What a joke. Why can't I kill you? Just because you're the third prince of Qian Yuan Kingdom? Yang Lei sneered, pointing the wind concealment blade at him. The sharp edge made Qian Wuyong's hair stand on end. His lower body became soaked, clearly having lost control of his bladder. Little brother, I think we should let him go. After all, he is the third prince of Qian Yuan Kingdom. Killing him would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Yang Yu spoke. Yang Lei shook his head and said, if we don't kill him, the trouble will be even greater. Furthermore, the imperial family wouldn't dare to act rashly today. They would absolutely not turn against the Yang family for such a good-for-nothing. Moreover, if such a scoundrel is left alive, who knows how many innocent people he'll harm. Killing him would be ridding the world of evil and upholding justice. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I promise not to cause you trouble, and I promise never to bully others again. Also, I can give you money, as much as you want, I'll give it all to you. Qian Wuyong heard Yang Lei's insistence on killing him, and realizing that these two were from the Yang family, he was filled with regret. He naturally knew of the Yang family, in the entire Qian Yuan Kingdom, besides the imperial family, the Yang family was the most powerful force. And he wasn't favored by his imperial father, so it was absolutely impossible for his father to turn against the Yang family for his sake. At this moment, several courageous passers-by had rushed over. Quick, make way. The city guards are coming. Make way quickly. Everyone heard this and quickly cleared a path. Indeed, it was the city guards, led by a general. Yang Lei appraised him, a second-stage martial emperor, very powerful. Even if he used the wind blade 7 kills, for kills united, he would absolutely not be able to win. Even using a heavenly lightning talisman wouldn't work, unless instant kill appeared again. Third Highness, your subordinate was late. Please forgive me, Your Highness. General Li. Arrest them for me. They tried to kill me. At this moment, the vile expression of third Prince Qian Wuyong reappeared, completely forgetting everything that had happened before. He glared savagely at Yang Lei, wishing he could tear him into 10,000 pieces. His mind was filled with the humiliation he had endured. His heart twisted with rage, and his face became ferocious. I want to kill him, and I won't let this woman live happily either. I want, smack. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? Yang Lei's voice was ice cold as he slapped him across the face. You actually dared to hit me again. General Li, did you see that? He dared to offend a superior. This commoner. Qian Wuyong shrieked. General Li Tai was also quite displeased with this third prince, but he was a city guard, a subject of Qian Yuan Kingdom, and the other man was, after all, the third prince of Qian Yuan Kingdom. General Li, don't get involved in this matter. I will inform my mother and the imperial family. At this moment, Yang Yu said. Young Miss Yang Yu, this. Li Tai naturally recognized Yang Yu, the second young miss of the Yang family. I want to kill him. Seize this woman. Li Tai, are you deaf? Ah. I am the third highness of Qian Yuan Kingdom. You actually didn't listen. I'm going to report you to imperial father. Seeing Li Tai not follow his orders, Qian Wuyong went mad. So noisy. Yang Lei once again delivered a slap, and Qian Wuyong was instantly lifted and sent sprawling to the ground. Then Yang Lei pulled Yang Yu's hand. Second sister, let's go. He had originally wanted to kill this detestable third prince, but with General Li here, he couldn't possibly kill him. So he didn't think too much, pulling Yang Yu and leaving, lest he stay any longer and truly lose his mind. Watching Yang Lei and Yang Yu leave, Qian Wuyong stood up and slapped towards Li Tai. But Li Tai, as a martial emperor realm expert, how could he be hit by him? He extended his hand and grabbed Qian Wuyong's wrist, then snorted coldly. You. Li Tai, you're truly bold. Not only protecting criminals, but actually daring to be so presumptuous. Qian Wuyong was beside himself with rage. Third Highness, if you are dissatisfied with your subordinate, you can report me to His Majesty. For now, please excuse your subordinate. Li Tai turned, waved his hand. Let's go. You. Qian Wuyong's finger trembled, infuriated to the point of madness. He hadn't expected Li Tai to also not regard him seriously. The anger in his heart had nowhere to vent, and his gaze grew increasingly sinister. You will regret this. I, Qian Wuyong, will surely tear you all into 10,000 pieces. Little brother, we're in trouble now. We've offended that third prince Qian Wuyong, he'll definitely seek trouble with us. Yang Yu said with a hint of worry. I didn't kill him, that's already merciful. He actually dared to flirt with my second sister. Yang Lei was completely unconcerned. If he still dares to seek trouble with us, then we'll just kill him. He's a fellow worse than a beast. Yang Yu felt extremely happy and sweet upon hearing this. Her little brother cared for her so much, and it was for her sake that he harbored murderous intent. You, always talking about killing people. That General Li is a powerful martial emperor realm expert. It's fine if he doesn't act, but if he did, even the two of us combined wouldn't last many moves. And that Qian Wuyong is a prince after all. If you really kill him, then things will become truly troublesome. Equals Chapter 67, Conflict. 2. I know, Yang Lei said. However, if he truly dares to provoke trouble, I wouldn't mind genuinely killing him. Hearing this, Yang Yu sighed. Her younger brother had truly changed, becoming powerful and confident. Lady Yuer, it truly is you. Yang Tianfeng, why are you here? Yang Yu looked at the newcomer, her brows furrowing slightly. I was just out for a stroll. To think I'd run into you, what a fated encounter, Yang Tianfeng smiled. He had always pursued Yang Yu. If he could win her over, his future would be even more promising, and his family status would significantly rise, for Yang Yu was the daughter of King Wei Wu Yang Yu. Who shares a fated encounter with you? Yang Yu had no good feelings for this Yang Tianfeng whatsoever. She pulled Yang Lei and walked away. Seeing Yang Yu ignore him, and even more, pulling Yang Lei by the hand, his face instantly stiffened. Lady Yuer, who is he? Who I am has nothing to do with you, Yang Lei snorted coldly. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the path. Pfft. Yang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. She hadn't expected Yang Lei to compare Yang Tianfeng to a dog. Yang Tianfeng, alongside Yang Tianlei, was a recognized genius of the Yang family, jointly hailed as the Yang family's hope for their generation, and the most likely candidate to achieve first place in the Fengyan selection. You've got guts. Yang Tianfeng was enraged. He never imagined he'd be cursed at and insulted by a mere junior martial master. Don't think that just because Lady Yuer is protecting you, I won't dare to do anything to you. As he spoke, he sent a slap flying towards him. A cold glint flashed in Yang Lei's eyes. He reached out a hand, instantly blocking the attack. A flicker of surprise appeared in Yang Tianfeng's eyes. He continued, very good. I didn't expect to have misjudged you. However, let me tell you, boy, you'd best stay away from Lady Yuer, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Yang Yu frowned, looking at Yang Tianfeng with extreme dissatisfaction. When did her affairs become his business? Moreover, this fellow actually dared to lay a hand on her younger brother, Yang Lei. Extremely angered, she said, are you threatening us? Who I associate with is none of your concern. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Yang Tianfeng was inwardly furious. Yang Yu clearly showed him no respect, humiliating him for the sake of a mere pretty boy. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Lady Yuer jests. I merely don't wish for Lady Yuer to be deceived by others. Though Yang Tianfeng was exceptionally furious internally, a smile still hung on his face. However, that trace of sinister intent did not escape Yang Lei's eyes. So what if I'm deceived? How is that related to you? Towards Yang Tianfeng, this so-called genius, Yang Yu felt increasing disgust with every glance. Move aside. Don't block the path. You boy, just you wait. I won't let you live comfortably. Yang Tianfeng said furiously. Yang Lei smiled coldly, during the grand family tournament, I will kill you. What big words. I'll be waiting. Yang Tianfeng flicked his sleeve and strode away quickly. Second sister, it seems this fellow fancies you? Yang Lei said with a laugh. He's a genius, a second-rank martial king at 19. Shouldn't you at least consider him, second sister? Alright, you little brat, are you itching for a beating? How dare you joke about your sister like that? Yang Yu said angrily. Yang Lei and Yang Yu bickered, and soon arrived at the carving shop. There are so many wood carvings here, each one so lifelike, as if they've come alive. Yang Yu admired the wood carvings in the shop, praising them aloud. Master, Yang Lei walked up to Zhang Yi and respectfully called out. You've arrived. Zhang Yi had sensed Yang Lei's arrival the moment he stepped in. What surprised him was that his disciple's cultivation had continuously broken through. In just a few days, he had astonishingly advanced 2 realms, leaving him greatly astonished. Brother, is this your master? Yang Yu looked at Zhang Yi in surprise and asked. Yang Lei nodded and said, Master teaches me carving. Greetings, senior. I am Yang Lei's second sister. Yang Yu bowed respectfully and said. A fine young lady indeed, Zhang Yi nodded lightly. He could naturally discern Yang Yu's extraordinary aptitude. Her root bones had reached 8 stars, making her a rare water attribute genius. Senior flatters me. Since Zhang Yi was Yang Lei's master, Yang Yu naturally had to be respectful. Moreover, Yang Lei's master appeared to have extremely high cultivation. These wood carvings, though seemingly lifelike at a glance, held profound mysteries upon closer inspection. Each carving possessed its own aura. The higher the carving's grade, the stronger its aura. There were even carvings of 9th-grade saint beasts, their oppressive aura making it difficult to breathe, truly terrifying. From this, it was clear that the master her younger brother had apprenticed under possessed exceptionally high cultivation. Yang Lei, why haven't you come these past few days? What were you doing? Disciple was having issues with his cultivation, so I couldn't come to master's lessons and studies. Yang Lei did not hide anything, directly stating the truth. Aside from carving, if you have any questions regarding your cultivation, this master can also answer them for you. Zhang Yi grew increasingly satisfied with this disciple. He hadn't expected to encounter such a fortunate opportunity during this journey, which delighted Zhang Yi immensely. He had searched for many years without finding a suitable disciple, and had already given up hope. He hadn't expected that the flowers he deliberately planted did not bloom, yet the willows he unintentionally inserted grew lush and green. Thank you, master. Yang Lei was inwardly overjoyed upon hearing this. These words meant that he would not only be taught carving but also nurtured in the martial path. In other words, he had essentially become Zhang Yi's formal disciple. Young lady, if you have anything you don't understand, you may also come and ask. Then Zhang Yi looked towards Yang Yu and said. Yang Yu was greatly delighted upon hearing this. To receive guidance from an expert who was at least a martial saint was truly a joyous matter. She quickly said, "Thank you, senior." Zhang Yi smiled and then said, "Seeing as you seem to like these wood carvings, if any catch your eye, I can gift them to you." These wood carvings were priceless treasures to those with insight, but to others, they were worthless. Yang Yu was overjoyed upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. She naturally understood the true value of these carvings. It wasn't just their exquisite craftsmanship, but also the martial Tao concepts imbued within them. These concepts could temper one's spiritual power, allowing one to continuously improve. Equals 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 Chapter 68. The Grand Family Competition begins. 1. Can it truly be? Of course, these wood carvings were all made in my leisure time. They aren't considered precious items. Besides, I'll be leaving in a few days, and it would be a waste to leave them here. Might as well give them to someone who truly appreciates them. Trong Dat spoke. Master must leave? When? Dung Loi asked hastily upon hearing this. Trong Dat naturally understood Dung Loi's thoughts, looked at him, and said, "You don't need to worry. I will inform you when I depart." San Nguyen Calendar, Year 3820, June 21st. The Dung clan's family trials officially commenced. The first phase, the clan examination, required all those past the age of 16 to undergo assessment. If one had not yet entered the martial artist realm, they would be expelled from the clan and forced to live by their own means. The clan did not shelter good-for-nothings. This had been the Dung family's rule for thousands of years. As for Dung Loi, the third young master of the mighty king's manor, he was infamous within the clan as a good-for-nothing. At 15, he hadn't even entered the first stage of qi refining. At this moment, many eagerly awaited how this good-for-nothing would be expelled from the clan, how he would be driven out of the mighty king's manor. For this grand family competition, the mighty King Dung Hu has clearly chosen not to emerge from his closed-door cultivation. One person said. Of course he wouldn't come. If you had a son who couldn't even reach the first stage of qi refining, would you show up to lose face? The other person said. Indeed. If I had a son like that, I would have beaten him to death long ago. How could I let him remain to bring such shame upon me? That person nodded slightly. Dung Noyet's face turned pale upon hearing this. She wanted to go give them a piece of her mind, but Dung Loi held her back. Look, the good-for-nothing has arrived. Oh? Wait a minute. Didn't you say he hadn't broken through to the first stage of qi refining? He's actually at the first stage of qi refining. Dung Loi had adjusted his aura concealing ring to display the first stage of qi refining. As long as one's cultivation had not reached the grand completion of martial saint, they would be unable to discern Dung Loi's true cultivation. He really did reach the first stage of qi refining. Has the iron tree finally blossomed? Haha, very possible indeed. Perhaps he deliberately concealed his cultivation, eh? At this moment, the assessment was about to begin. The examiner was Dung Chan, a grand completion martial emperor. Sweeping his gaze around, Dung Chan said, "Silence. The clan examination now begins. All those who have reached the age of 16 must participate. Those who fail the examination will be expelled from the clan, left to fend for themselves." The first one, Dung Thien Lu, 16 years of age. A green-clad maiden heard this and gracefully stepped forward, striking the testing stone with a punch, leaving a faint fist mark. Martial artist 9th stage, qualified. Second, Dung Thien Sun, 16 years of age. Dung Thien Sun, a handsome youth, walked to the front and also delivered a punch. Dung Thien Sun, martial artist 8th stage, qualified. Dung Thien Vu, 16 years of age, martial artist. Second stage, qualified. Dung Thien Tan, 16 years of age, martial artist 1st stage, qualified. Next, Dung Loi, 16 years of age. When Dung Loi's name was called, Dung Chan looked up, a slight hint of worry in his eyes. After all, Dung Loi was famously a good-for-nothing. If he failed to meet the standard, he would be expelled from the clan, an exceptionally cruel punishment. To be cast out at such a young age, it would be virtually impossible to survive on his own. Watching Dung Loi step onto the platform, the audience below immediately erupted in a wave of whispers. This Dung Loi's reputation was too great. He was the third son of the generation's genius, mighty King Dung Hu, yet today, everyone knew him as a good-for-nothing. Dung Loi, keep it up. Little brother, keep it up. Dung Noyet cheered from the side. The others, hearing Dung Noyet's shouts, all showed disdain. One among them, Dung Thien Fong, realized that the person he had met that day was none other than Dung Loi, Dung Noyet's little brother, the useless third young master of the mighty king's manor. He, too, was utterly astonished. Dung Loi took a deep breath. He had already intended to display his youthful talent in the grand family competition, so revealing his strength was inevitable. There was no longer any need to conceal his true power here. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. No amount of preparation will change that. I bet if he throws a punch, he'll break his hand. What a disgrace. If it were me, I wouldn't even show up for this test. Dung Loi paid no attention to these words. He had already reached the martial master 7th stage, why should he care what they thought? He circulated his chi, then suddenly struck out with a powerful, wild, and violent punch, sending surging chi ripples through the air. Boom. The entire venue instantly fell silent. How can this be? How is this possible? How can he not be a good-for-nothing? Everyone present couldn't believe the truth before their eyes. Dung Loi, 16 years of age, martial master 7th stage, qualified. Dung Chan was also greatly astonished. He had not expected this former good-for-nothing to be so formidable. At only 16 years old, he had already reached the martial master 7th stage. This was absolutely a genius among geniuses. How can this be? That's impossible. He cheated, he must have cheated. Everyone couldn't believe their ears and shouted frantically. Silence. Do you take me for a blind man? Dung Chan roared. The scene immediately fell silent. Dung Thien Fong was also greatly startled. He hadn't expected this Dung Loi to have actually reached the martial master 7th stage. He was only 16 years old. At 16, he himself hadn't even reached the martial artist 7th stage. Moreover, and more importantly, he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation at all. Could he still be hiding something? Otherwise, how would he dare provoke him? One must know that in the grand family competition, even crippling an opponent could be dismissed as an accident. Next. Many people were greatly astonished by Dung Loi's performance. They hadn't expected that among the mighty king's 2 sons and 1 daughter, the one with the highest talent was the third son, who had always been called a good-for-nothing. At such a young age, he had reached the martial master 7th stage, his future immeasurable. He was a genius who could very well become the second mighty king. And people like Dung Thien and Dung Noyet understood best. Just half a year ago, Dung Loi was merely a good-for-nothing who hadn't even entered the chi refining stage. Now, half a year later, he had continuously broken through, reaching the martial master 7th stage. Frankly, this was even more terrifying than the mighty King Dung Hu's progress. If he continued to develop like this, what kind of terrifying existence would he become? Currently, Dung Thien was filled with regret, regretting how foolish he had been, constantly seeking trouble with Dung Loi. He was his elder brother after all. If he had been a little kinder to him, he would surely receive his support. Now, it was already a blessing if Dung Loi didn't seek revenge. Thinking of this, Dung Thien made a decision. He would enter closed-door cultivation and swore not to emerge until he reached the martial king realm. Little brother, you've done well. As Dung Loi displayed his talent, Dung Noyet happily gave a thumbs up. Equals 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 Chapter 69. The Grand Tournament begins. 2. Sister, tomorrow is the clan grand tournament. Do you have confidence? Yang Lei asked with a smile. Who do you take your sister for? How could I lack confidence? You've given me so many talismans and so many elixirs. If I can't even make it into the top 3, then what's the point? Yang Yu replied. It's good that you have confidence, Yang Lei said with a smile. But even if they have talismans, you don't need to worry. If I encounter Yang Tianlei or Yang Tianfeng first, I'll cripple them. That way, second sister, you won't be in danger. Boasting. When you actually encounter them, you must be careful. Those two are not good people, Yang Yu warned. Yang Lei paid no mind to this, pulling out a heavenly lightning talisman. Second sister, this heavenly lightning talisman is for you. A 1-star spirit talisman, this. This is a true spirit talisman. Little brother, you can craft spirit talismans now? Yang Yu looked at her younger brother in disbelief. If he could craft spirit talismans, that would be incredibly monstrous. He was only 16 years old. Yang Lei shook his head and said, I didn't craft this. I obtained it by chance. There's only this one. Take it for now. This spirit talisman possesses immense power and can inflict devastating damage on early-stage martial emperors or those below the martial emperor realm. If you truly face them and can't win, then unleash this heavenly lightning talisman. Only one? Only one. Then I won't take it. Yang Yu returned the heavenly lightning talisman to Yang Lei's hand. Why? Yang Lei asked. Because you, little brother, need it more than I do. If I use it, then you won't have one, Yang Yu explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Lei smiled. Second sister, take it. I have my own plans. Have you forgotten? I can kill a martial emperor with a single strike. Only then did Yang Yu recall that day when they were strolling through the market and encountered the third prince Qian Wuyong. Yang Lei had indeed killed the 6th-stage martial emperor, Huiyun, with a single strike. Alright then, I'll take this heavenly lightning talisman. Yang Yu reluctantly accepted the heavenly lightning talisman. The rewards for the top 3 of the clan grand tournament were bountiful. However, most people weren't qualified, as there were 2 prodigies of exceptionally high talent, Yang Tianlei and Yang Tianfeng. Both had already reached the martial king realm. Nevertheless, this clan grand tournament was also an opportunity to display one's strength. The better one performed, the greater the chance of being noticed by a clan elder. Once taken as a disciple by a clan elder, one could achieve a meteoric rise. Therefore, all participants in the clan grand tournament poured their utmost effort into it. Qianyuan calendar, year 3820, June 22nd. Qianyuan nation, Yang family. Second event of the family trials, the clan grand tournament. A total of 352 participants, with 158 direct lineage disciples and 194 branch disciples. First round, qualifiers. A total of 10 battle rings. Battle ring number 1, first match, Yang Tianqing vs Yang Yuanwu. Yang Tianqing, first stage martial master. Yang Yuanwu, martial artist of grand completion. Please enlighten me. Yang Yuanwu, a branch disciple, possessed considerable talent, considered outstanding. 17 years old. This year, a martial artist of grand completion, his strength could not be underestimated. His foundation was profound, comparable to a first-stage martial master. Just concede, Yang Tianqing said with extreme confidence, his treasured sword in hand, his tone dismissive. Yang Yuanwu's brows furrowed upon hearing this, his long spear clutched tight. Forgive me, but I cannot comply. Good, since you don't know your place, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he brandished his long sword and attacked Yang Yuanwu. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Myriad Star Scatter. To Yang Tianqing's surprise, Yang Yuanwu's every move and stance was incredibly simple, yet completely countered his Heavenly Star Sword Art, infuriating Yang Tianqing. His Heavenly Star Sword Art, which he prided himself on, was being nullified by the simplest moves. How could he not be enraged? With bloodshot eyes, he stared at Yang Yuanwu and said, Good. Good, you've successfully angered me. He then swallowed a medicinal pill. Qi restoration pill. It's a qi restoration pill again? Someone among the spectators naturally recognized it. Seeing Yang Tianqing consume the pill and his depleted internal energy fully recover, Yang Yuanwu's expression grew solemn. Coiling Dragon Spear Art, Coiling Dragon emerges from the sea. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Single Sword Star Transformation. Clang, 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 Yang Yuanwu retreated 3 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After all, he had expended considerable energy earlier, and with Yang Tianqing having replenished his internal energy with the qi restoration pill, Yang Yuanwu fell into a disadvantageous position. Yang Tianqing wouldn't let him off so easily, instead pressing his advantage. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Myriad Star Scatter. The long sword in his hand transformed into a sky full of stars, assaulting Yang Yuanwu. Coiling Dragon Spear Art, Coiling Dragon Tail Sweep. After that strike, Yang Yuanwu was knocked out of the battle ring. Yang Tianqing wins. Yang Lei helped Yang Yuanwu up, giving him a qi replenishing pill. Take this, and recover well. I have high hopes for you. You can break through the martial artist realm and enter the martial master realm. Don't be too disappointed, Yang Lei said, patting his shoulder. Third young master. Yang Yuanwu looked at Yang Lei gratefully. He knew clearly that the pill he had just taken was definitely extraordinary, as its medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body, continuously healing his injured form. No need to be so polite, just call me Yang Lei said with a smile. Third young master, thank you. I, Yang Yuanwu, will repay this kindness later. With that, he turned and left, without any lingering or unnecessary fuss. Battle ring number 3. Yang Tianlei vs Yang Zhenwu. Just one move, Yang Tianlei swiftly defeated his 9th stage martial artist opponent. Battle ring number 5. Yang Yu vs Yang Qing. Yang Yu, 5th stage martial master, facing only an 8th stage martial artist opponent, naturally won with ease. Battle ring number 2. Yang Lei, 7th stage martial master, versus 1st stage martial master Yang Lu. Please enlighten me. Please. Yang Lu knew the great disparity in their strengths and didn't hold too much hope, only wishing to display her true strength. Yang Lei was not in a hurry either. He suppressed his cultivation and fought Yang Lu intensely, the battle exceptionally splendid and difficult to determine a victor. In the end, Yang Lu unleashed her strongest move, and after executing it, conceded. 5 days later, the top 10 contention battle. First match, Yang Lei vs Yang Tianqing. Concede. If you concede, perhaps you can save your life, Yang Lei said, narrowing his eyes. To kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability. With that, Yang Tianqing took out a red medicinal pellet and swallowed it. Chapter 70, Advancing to the Top 10. 1. I had originally planned to use this as a last resort, I never expected to encounter you. At this moment. A berserk pill. And an earth-tier berserk pill at that. What immense audacity, to actually possess a berserk pill. But what of it? Even if you consume the berserk pill, you are still no match for me. My strength is beyond your imagination. The moment Dung Thien Tin took out the pill, Dung Loi had already appraised it. The results left him greatly astonished. Berserk pill * earth tier, grade 3 pill. Upon consumption, it can swiftly boost the user's strength 40-fold. The side effect, however, is that after the medicinal effect wears off, the user will be incredibly weak for an entire day, and their cultivation will completely vanish. You will die. You are destined to die. Dung Thien Tin's eyes turned bloodshot. His original strength was that of a first-stage martial master, but having consumed the berserk pill, his strength surged 40-fold, undeniably reaching the martial king realm. Destined to die? Haha, you alone? How naive. You've merely taken a drug, nothing more. Dung Loi chuckled, took out a talisman, and casually tore it open. Icefire talisman, go Dung Thien Tin's heart. Stop. Dung Loi, stop right there. At this moment, from the conference stage, a middle-aged man shouted. That person was Dung Thien Tin's father, Dung Bin. Dung Loi turned his head. Watch out, brother, watch out. Dung Noyet cried out. It turned out that taking advantage of that split-second Dung Loi turned around, Dung Thien Tin had launched an attack. Dung Loi's complexion turned pale. Since you yourself wish to die, then don't blame me. Wind saber 7 killings, wind concealed slaughter. Dung Loi whirled around. His long saber sword and swung, and a head rolled to the ground. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying first-stage martial master Dung Thien Tin. EXP plus 7,000, Chi cultivation value plus 70, accumulation points plus 70. You actually killed him. You actually killed my son. Dung Ben was enraged. He immediately unleashed a palm strike. Danger. Retreat, retreat, retreat further, Dung Loi immediately retreated. Dung Ben was a master, an absolute master, a great perfection martial emperor. Bang. The palm strike was blocked. Dung Chan, it was Dung Chan. Dung Ben, what are you doing? Dung Chan roared in fury. He killed Thien Tin. He killed my son, Thien Tin. Dung Ben shrieked. He killed him because he deserved to die. You and your son are both rotten to the core. You openly conspired, one distracting me, the other launching a sneak attack from behind, intending to put me to death. Did you expect me to just stand there and let him kill me? Dung Loi said with a cold laugh. Damn you, I'll kill you, you beast. Dung Ben attacked again. Stop right there. At this moment, Dung Vo Dike roared. Damn it, stop right now, do you hear me? If you make another move, I will personally eliminate you. Silenced by Dung Vo Dike's roar, everyone quieted down. Dung Ben no longer dared to act presumptuously. Who was Dung Vo Dike? He was the second most powerful figure in the Dung family, apart from Dung Hu. Furthermore, by seniority, he was Dung Hu's uncle. His cultivation was unfathomably deep, having reached the great perfection martial saint realm. How could Dung Ben possibly resist? Although Dung Ben did not make another move, his eyes, filled with hatred, glared at Dung Loi, not concealing his murderous intent in the slightest. Dung Loi paid him no mind. He thought to himself, glare all you want, glaring won't kill anyone. Alright then, I declare Dung Loi the victor of this match, advancing to the top 10. If I discover anyone daring to seek revenge, I will cripple them. Dung Vo Dike glanced at Dung Ben. This was clearly a show of protection for Dung Loi. Dung Vo Dike felt a deep interest in this young man before him. A 7th stage martial master at only 16 years old, possessing such powerful strength and a profound foundation. His Qi cultivation value could definitely rival that of a martial king. How could such a genius be allowed to wither away? How could he be permitted to be killed by Dung Ben? Once Dung Loi matured, he would become a formidable asset to the Dung family. Moreover, Dung Loi was once a waste, and for a waste to transform into a genius today was enough to prove he possessed great fortune and grand opportunities. If the Dung family failed to properly protect such a person, and instead suppressed him, then the Dung family would not last much longer. Chapter 71, Ascending to the Top 10. 2. The next match pitted Dung Thien Loi against Dung Tun Go. Dung Tun Go, a 4th stage martial master, was not tall, but he possessed innate divine strength. His pair of bronze hammers wielded immense power, capable of holding his own even against a 6th stage martial master without falling into the slightest disadvantage. He absolutely had the capability to contend for a spot in the top 10, but this time, he faced Dung Thien Loi. Dung Thien Loi, a 1st stage martial king, using his thunder sword art, made victory utterly impossible for Dung Tun Go. Make your move. Dung Thien Loi's tone was very light. One hammer shakes heaven and earth. Dung Tun Go did not stand on ceremony. Knowing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Dung Thien Loi, he struck without holding back, giving his all from the outset. A massive hammer was forcefully raised and swung down with a fearsome momentum. If struck by this blow, one would undoubtedly be smashed into a pulpy mess. Dung Thien Loi drew his sword sheath to block. He recoiled several steps. What splendid innate divine strength! A flicker of pleasant surprise appeared in Dung Thien Loi's eyes. But if that is all, then you are still not strong enough for me to draw my sword. Again. Overlord's hammer. Dung Tun Go roared, surprising everyone. Who would have thought such a small, lean body could unleash such a resounding cry? Good. Thunder sword art, one sword, thunder shakes the 9 continents. Thud, Dung Tun Go was sent flying, falling off the arena stage. Dung Thien Loi wins. Arena stage number 3. Dung Thien Fong faced Dung Tran. Dung Thien Fong, a 2nd stage martial king, possessed incredibly brutal methods. Along his path, anyone who refused to surrender was either beaten to death or crippled. Dung Tran, a 6th stage martial master and a direct descendant of the Dung family, was skilled in using a saber. His 5 tigers soul-severing saber technique was ferocious and soul-stripping with every blow, having claimed no small number of opponents during the grand tournament. Surrender, or die. Others may fear you, but I do not. I, Dung Tran, am not one to be easily intimidated. Behold my 5 tigers soul-severing saber. Dung Tran roared, his body surging forward. 5 Tigers soul-severing saber, first saber, soul vanquisher. Excellent. Dung Thianfeng's eyes widened, and he clenched both fists. One punch opens the 5 lakes. The punch force was mighty and fierce, transforming into a whirlwind that surged towards Dung Tran. Break! Break for me! Second punch establishes the 4 Cs. One punch wasn't enough, so Dung Thianfeng unleashed another, each punch's power overwhelming the last, utterly violent. Ah! The disparity in strength was evident. Dung Tran was merely a 6th-stage martial master, while Dung Thianfeng was a 2nd-stage martial king. After 2 punches, Dung Tran's long saber shattered, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Third punch shakes the 9 continents. Die for me. Brutal, bloody, 3 punches, just 3 punches, and Dung Tran was beaten to death. Dung Thianfeng wins. The next match, Dung Thianhoa vs Dung Tu Not. Dung Tu Not was one of the few women in the grand tournament. A 3rd-stage martial master, she wielded a water moon long whip and practiced the water moon whip art, a technique of infinite variations and immense power. Dung Thianhoa, a 2nd-stage martial master, was a typical scoundrel. Tu Not, let's not fight, alright? Just give up. Dung Thianhoa shamelessly looked at Dung Tu Not and said. If you concede, then I will. Shameless. Dung Tu Not's beautiful eyes widened in a glare. Water moon long whip. Dung Thianhoa quickly dodged, feeling a chill in his heart and a surge of anger. He spoke aloud, Dung Tu Not, if you don't surrender, watch out for your family. Dung Thianhoa, do you have a death wish, daring to be so audacious here? Dung Vo Dike erupted in fury. Though his voice was low, who was Dung Vo Dike? Who on the arena field could escape his ears? For Dung Thianhoa to be so brazen, threatening others on the stage, this was absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, Dung Thianhoa's face turned pale. He had gotten too carried away, completely forgetting that Dung Vo Dike was still present. This Dung Vo Dike was truly an impartial and iron-faced judge. Impudent wretch. Get off the stage immediately. Dung Vo Hoi, Dung Thianhoa's grandfather, also turned pale at this moment. Arena stage number 4. Dung Noyet fought Dung Vu. Dung Noyet was a 5th-stage martial master, while Dung Vu was a 3rd-stage martial master. This battle held no suspense, Dung Noyet easily claimed victory. The top 10 were now decided, and they were, in order, Dung Thianfeng, Dung Noyet, Dung Loi, Dung Thian Loi, Dung Thian Long, Dung Tu Not, Dung Ton Tui, Dung Tri, Dung Tu, Dung Tu Luke. Among them, Dung Noyet, Dung Tu Not, and Dung Ton Tui were women. After the selection of the top 10, the ranking competition would proceed the following day. The rules for this ranking competition were different. Instead of the usual life and death battles, participants would enter the Dung family's back mountain to hunt. The more demonic beasts hunted and killed, the more points accumulated. Since demonic beasts below 6th grade did not possess demonic cores, identifying them required key parts of their bodies, such as ears or horns. As for 6th grade or higher demonic beasts, naturally, their demonic cores would serve as the judging items. Points accumulation rules: a 1st grade demonic beast grants 1 point. A 2nd grade demonic beast grants 10 points. Following this progression, a 3rd grade demonic beast grants 100 points, and a 6th grade grants 100,000 points. The competition would last for 10 days. After 10 days, participants must gather at the entrance. Failure to arrive within the time limit would result in disqualification. As Dung Chan announced the start, everyone orderly entered the back mountain. Second sister, shall we go together? After entering the back mountain, Dung Loi looked at Dung Noyet and said. No, I want to go alone. I want to see what my true strength is. Dung Noyet shook her head and said. But that could be very dangerous, I'm worried. Dung Loi's words were cut off before he could finish. Worried about what? I'll be fine. Have you forgotten all the talismans you gave me? And there's even a heavenly thunder talisman. Nothing will happen. Alright then. Seeing Dung Noyet's stubbornness, Dung Loi didn't say more, only telling her to be careful. For Dung Loi, hunting demonic beasts to accumulate points, fortunately, didn't require the entire demonic beast carcass. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to hunt 6th grade demonic beasts or higher. However, many demonic beasts wouldn't drop the required items, which was indeed a bit vexing. Gathering art. Regarding the gathering art, he absolutely had to learn it, otherwise, it would be extremely troublesome. He opened the system interface. Exchange function. After a careful search, there was indeed a skill, gathering art. This gathering art required 3,000 points. Although a bit expensive, he absolutely had to exchange for it. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have exchanged for the gathering art. Do you wish to learn it? Learn. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have learned the gathering art. Level, elementary. Ding. Player has learned the gathering art. Hunter system activated. Equals 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 Chapter 72, Utterly Shameless. 1. Yang Lei was overjoyed. The hunter system, wasn't this one of the life profession systems? This was truly cause for celebration. It was like unintentionally planting a willow, yet it flourished beautifully. Yang Lei mused that if he could unlock all the life profession systems, he wondered what changes would occur. He was very much looking forward to it. Having already learned the gathering art, there was no reason not to learn basic archery. Do you wish to exchange for basic archery? Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained basic archery. Do you wish to learn it? Of course, he'd learn it. What was the point of exchanging for it if he didn't learn it? Ding. Congratulations, player, you have learned basic archery. This time another 4,000 cultivation points were spent, leaving Yang Lei with a deep pang in his heart. His original 13,000 plus cultivation points instantly dropped to 9,000. How could Yang Lei not feel distressed? Basic archery, ranged. Attack. Within 100 meters, 90% accuracy. Beyond 100 meters, 60% accuracy. Requires a bow and arrows. This basic archery skill somewhat surprised Yang Lei. An accuracy rate of 90% within 100 meters was unbelievably potent. Now that he had learned the gathering art and acquired archery, it would be quite awkward to have archery but no bow and arrows. Craft a bow? Was that a joke? Where would he find the time now? If he could just get a bow and arrows to drop, that would be much better. Forward. The dangers in these mountains were still considerable. The deeper he ventured, the higher the demonic beast's cultivation levels became. After all, the deepest reaches were fraught with peril, even martial gods had fallen within. It truly was an immensely powerful place. This rear mountain was, in fact, connected to the Yen mountain range, a branch of it. And due to the unique terrain of this rear mountain, coupled with the absence of activity here, the Yang family had chosen to establish themselves in this very spot. As he traveled, Yang Lei didn't encounter any high-level demonic beasts, the strongest he saw was only rank 2. Yang Lei paid no mind to these. Instead, he accelerated his pace, heading deeper into the rear mountain. A lion roar beast. I didn't expect to encounter one here. Yang Lei cautiously moved forward. This lion roar beast was a rank 6 demonic beast, whose unique lion's roar technique could shake the heavens and possessed immense power, its strength comparable to a martial king. All-out attack. Windblade 7 killings, 4 killings combined. A fatal blow. All his skills activated, Yang Lei's entire being transformed into a long blade, striking towards the lion roar beast. The lion roar beast sensed danger. It turned its head, opened its maw, and unleashed a mighty roar. Yang Lei felt as if his ears were about to be deafened. Humph. One strike hit the lion roar beast's throat. The roar gradually weakened. This lion roar beast's greatest weakness wasn't its heart, but its throat. Once its throat was pierced and injured, it could no longer unleash its greatest advantage. However, Yang Lei's strike didn't kill it, only severely wounded it. But could a severely wounded lion roar beast still pose a threat to Yang Lei? The answer was, of course, no. The lion roar beast saw that the situation was dire. Knowing that if it didn't flee, it would die, it frantically turned and bolted. But how could its speed surpass Yang Lei's? If it hadn't been injured, perhaps it could have escaped, but today, only death awaited it. Windblade 7 killings, Gale kill. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have slain a rank 6 lion roar beast. EXP plus 50,000, Chi cultivation value plus 500, cultivation points plus 500. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained 1 rank 6 Lion Roar Beast Demonic Core. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Lion Roar art. The Lion Roar art again. Yang Lei couldn't help but be wild with joy. He hadn't expected killing this Lion Roar beast to be so generous, dropping the Lion Roar art. One must know that the Lion Roar art was a powerful sonic wave art. Lion Roar art, Earth Tier martial skill. Unleashes a lion-like roar to attack enemies. Belongs to sound-type attacks, capable of causing unconsciousness, or even death. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the attack power. Requires consumption of chi cultivation value. Great joy, immense delight. Killing this Lion Roar beast not only netted him 100,000 cultivation points but, more importantly, he also obtained the secret manual for the Lion Roar art. How could Yang Lei not be wild with joy, exuberant like a sparrow? Ding. Do you wish to learn the Lion Roar art? Learn. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have learned the Lion Roar art. After learning the Lion Roar art, Yang Lei approached the Lion Roar beast's corpse. This couldn't be wasted, it could still be gathered. Gathering art. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained Lion Roar beast fur. Again, gathering art. Gathering failed. One more time. Still failed. After 3 attempts, the Lion Roar beast's corpse disappeared. Done gathering, he continued onward. Half an hour later, he didn't encounter any powerful demonic beasts, only slaying a common rank 4 demonic leopard. There were sounds, people. Yang Tianfeng. And a woman's voice. Wasn't that Yang Qingshui? He stealthily approached and peered, and sure enough, it was Yang Qingshui and Yang Tianfeng. Yang Qingshui, you'd best hand over all your belongings. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Tianfeng stared coldly at Yang Qingshui, his killing intent thick and undisguised. Yang Tianfeng, aren't you afraid the elders will find out? Yang Qingshui knew clearly in her heart that she absolutely could not defeat her opponent, nor could she escape. What about the elders? How would they know? Besides, there's no rule here against robbery or killing. Your looks aren't bad, and your figure is quite good. I could even enjoy myself with you once. Yang Tianfeng curled his lips into a sneer, his eyes boldly raking over Yang Qingshui's body. Yang Qingshui felt her hackles rise, and she cried out softly, Yang Tianfeng, you shameless beast. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Die? Even if you die, I'll still enjoy myself on your corpse, ha ha. Yang Tianfeng cackled wildly. Truly twisted, Yang Lei couldn't help but curse inwardly. This guy was utterly depraved. If he didn't kill him, what if he ever encountered his second sister? That would be trouble. Anyone who could endanger his family had to be nipped in the bud, and Yang Tianfeng was the first. Yang Qingshui's face turned pale. She drew her sword, directing it towards him, bringing her strength to its absolute limit. I'll fight you to the death. Fight me to the death? Haha, do you even have the ability? Yang Tianfeng cackled. He lightly flickered, easily evading Yang Qingshui's attack. With a casual grab, he heard a rip, as Yang Qingshui's sleeve was torn off. Chapter 73, Utterly Shameless. 2. Shameless. I am shameless, so what? Little beauty, my dear Qingshui, you won't escape. Perhaps, if you make me comfortable, I might just let you live. Yang Tianfeng gazed at her fair, tender arm, a depraved smile on his face as he spoke. In your dreams. Yang Qingshui gritted her teeth, a silent cry of despair echoing in her heart. She knew there was no escaping her fate today, and she prepared to self-destruct. At this moment, Yang Lei could wait no longer. He slowly stepped out. It's rather warm in here, isn't it? I didn't expect you, Yang Tianfeng, to truly be a beast. No, wait, that's not right. You're even worse than a beast. I was mistaken that day. Yang Lei, it's you again? Yang Tianfeng gasped in shock. He hadn't even sensed when Yang Lei had arrived, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp, cold breath. Just what level had this fellow's cultivation reached? Third young master. Seeing Yang Lei arrive, Yang Qingshui was overjoyed. Third young master, save me. Yang Lei, you shouldn't meddle in this. Your well water doesn't interfere with my river water. How about you just leave? Yang Tianfeng lacked absolute certainty of victory, thus he didn't want to cross blows with Yang Lei. Were they kidding? This third young master, who was once a cripple, had only displayed a 7th stage martial master cultivation during the recent test, but his true strength hadn't been fully revealed. Therefore, Yang Tianfeng absolutely wouldn't risk it. Why should I leave? If you tell me to leave and I just go, wouldn't I lose too much face? Yang Lei's tone was indifferent, not bothering to put Yang Tianfeng in his sight at all. Could it be that third young master has taken a fancy to this girl? Yang Tianfeng seethed with rage internally, yet he wore a smile on his face. Since third young master has taken a fancy to this woman, then I won't snatch what you desire. I'll gift this woman to third young master. I'll take my leave first. Third young master, take your time and enjoy, haha, haha. Just leaving like that? Wouldn't that be a bit thoughtless? No matter what, you should at least leave something behind. Yang Lei had no intention of letting him go so easily. Are you kidding? Letting him go now would only invite future trouble. Such a good opportunity wouldn't present itself so easily again. Yang Tianfeng's expression changed. What do you mean? Yang Lei sneered, what do I mean? Simply put, hand over everything you've taken to me. It's called robbery, you ignorant fool. Don't tell me you don't even know that? Oh, right, you're pig-brained. I forgot. You. Yang Lei, do you intend to keep me here? Don't think that just because you have a few talismans, you can act so unrestrainedly. Yang Tianfeng huffed. Yang Lei chuckled, so what? I do have talismans. He then reached out and produced a stack of talismans, perhaps 10 of them. Yang Tianfeng couldn't help but retreat a few steps. This fellow had actually produced so many talismans. If their power was anything like the ones he'd used against Yang Tianxing, then these 10+ talismans would be enough to utterly overwhelm him. Yang Lei, don't push your luck. You wanted this woman, and I've already yielded her to you. Don't force my hand. Yang Tianfeng snarled. Yang Lei grinned, a defiant, reckless grin. Push my luck? So what if I push my luck? What are you going to do about it? I just find you unbearable, and today, I intend to deal with you. You. Humph. I, Yang Tianfeng, am not someone to be trifled with. Even with talismans in hand, I am not necessarily afraid. Yang Tianfeng was seething with fury internally. Until now, he had always been the one threatening others. To be threatened himself now left him feeling incredibly stifled and enraged. But he forced himself to endure, for he still had a rival, Yang Tianlei. If he fought Yang Lei now, even if he won, he would surely be injured, giving Yang Tianlei an opportune moment to exploit. That would be unwise. Yang Lei ignored him and said to Yang Qingshui, Sister Qingshui, stand back a little. I'll deal with him first. Be careful. Yang Qingshui's face flushed. She thought to herself, at her most perilous moment, when she was about to self-destruct, he appeared to save her. Was he her Prince Charming? Yang Lei turned, tearing a talisman in his hand. Icefire talisman, go. Yang Tianfeng was alarmed. He hadn't expected Yang Lei to attack so suddenly. He roared in fury, one fist opening 5 lakes. Again. Yang Lei's teasing voice followed. Icefire talisman. Yang Lei released another talisman. Yang Tianfeng, consumed by rage, shrieked, Yang Lei, you're courting death. You've angered me. You've completely enraged me. Today, I will chop your corpse into 10,000 pieces and grind your bones into dust. One fist stabilizing 4 seas. Yang Tianfeng unleashed a punch, its formidable fist aura wild and violent, sweeping towards Yang Lei. It stirred up the surrounding trees, an utterly terrifying display of power. Wind concealment blade, come on, haha. Wind blade 7 slashes, storm slash. Yang Lei put away his talismans, drew his blade, and executed the storm slash from the wind blade 7 slashes. A furious gale immediately swirled around his blade's edge, even more domineering than Yang Tianfeng's punch. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk the energy blasts slammed into each other, swirling up everything in their vicinity and exploding, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the air. The trees surrounding the two combatants were utterly devastated, reduced to unrecognizable splinters. From a distance, Yang Qingshui was buffeted by the shockwaves, barely managing to keep her footing. These two's cultivation was truly terrifying. She knew the martial king realm was formidable, but she had never imagined it would be this terrifying. Good, good. Again. Haha, strong enough. Yang Lei retreated 3 steps, completely unharmed. Quicksand talisman. Catching him by surprise, Yang Lei had once crafted some low-grade talismans during his idle time, including quicksand talismans and earth trap talismans. Normally, these low-grade talismans would have no effect on Yang Tianfeng. However, used by Yang Lei at an unexpected moment, they produced an astonishing effect, and in an instant, Yang Tianfeng was caught. Yang Lei secretly rejoiced, an opportunity, a perfect opportunity. Windblade 7 slashes, 3 slashes united. Damn it, how can this be? Yang Tianfeng watched Yang Lei charging towards him, while he himself was trapped in the quicksand, unable to properly exert force. His eyes narrowed slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, gathering his spiritual energy, and forcefully pulled himself free. Breaking Desolation Fist, one fist shattering the firmament. The power of this punch was boundless, the entire firmament seemed to be torn apart, and the very laws of the world flickered into existence and vanished. Yang Lei felt the immense power of this punch, and his expression changed. He cursed silently in his heart, damn it. Great Earthvajra Talisman. Windblade 7 slashes, 4 slashes united, shatter. Equals 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 Chapter 74, Exchanging for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Yang Lei decisively first layered protective talismans upon himself, then unleashed his most powerful technique, the Four Fiends Confluence, boosting his combat strength 16-fold. Such might, such tyranny, such terror. The very heavens and earth seemed to lose their color. When the most powerful techniques of these two collided, the entire land trembled. The ground beneath their feet fractured piece by piece, rapidly forming a colossal, deep pit. The surging vital energy left even Yang Lei feeling terrified. Let's go. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Yang Lei frantically pulled Yang Qingshui back, retreating rapidly. Once things calmed down, Yang Lei let out a light breath, consumed an origin-restoring pill, recovering a good deal of his stamina, then walked towards the direction of his opponent. He hadn't heard a system notification, which meant Yang Tianfeng was not dead. If he allowed Yang Tianfeng to escape, it would be a colossal nuisance. Such a troublesome and dangerous individual, Yang Lei would not let him live. If he was going to act, it had to be done cleanly, no end until death. Trying to leave? Yang Lei gazed into the distance, a smile curling the corners of his mouth. Sister Qingshui, let's go. Yang Tianfeng hasn't gone far, we can't let him escape. With that, his entire being transformed into a gust of wind, chasing forward. White crane dual wings, rise. Yang Lei roared, unfurling his 2 wings. His speed increased by more than 10 times. Behind him, Yang Qingshui stared blankly for a moment, then hurriedly gave chase. Whoosh whoosh, immediately, Yang Lei caught up to Yang Tianfeng. Run, oh run. Can you truly escape? Yang Lei stopped, looking at Yang Tianfeng with a sneer. A flying Dharma treasure? You actually possess a flying Dharma treasure? Yang Tianfeng watched Yang Lei retract his wings, his eyes widening immediately, filled with disbelief. How could you have such a flying Dharma treasure? Strictly speaking, Yang Lei's wings weren't quite a Dharma treasure. True Dharma treasures were typically heaven grade or higher. Yang Lei's were merely a peak grade spirit tool, yet they transcended peak grade spirit tools, existing somewhere between a peak grade spirit tool and a Dharma treasure. At this moment, Yang Tianfeng showed no fear, but rather an expression of extreme greed. Good, good. I never expected you to possess such a treasure. I originally intended to preserve my strength, but since things have come to this, you may as well leave your life behind. Come, then. Yang Tianfeng licked his lips as he spoke. Laughable. Arrogant. Yang Lei, seeing him speak thus, knew for certain that this fellow still held a trump card. He immediately drew out a talisman. Icefire talisman, go. Yang Lei felt no heartache, instantly unleashing 3 ice fire talismans. Ahu, come out. At this moment, Yang Tianfeng waved his hand, and immediately a colossal black tiger appeared, its eyes utterly bloodthirsty. It spat out a massive black fireball, instantly extinguishing the energy of the 3 ice fire talismans. Yang Lei was shocked. A black fiend tiger. You actually managed to subdue a black fiend tiger as a pet? This black fiend tiger was a 7th grade demonic beast, bloodthirsty and berserk, with formidable attack power that surpassed even an ordinary martial emperor. Unless one was a mid-stage martial emperor, they would be no match for a black fiend tiger. Cackle, cackle. This was originally my best trump card, but I never expected you to actually possess such a flying Dharma treasure. It shall be mine. Yang Tianfeng laughed menacingly, his face contorted. Humph. Yang Lei let out a cold snort. So what if it's a black fiend tiger? It's merely a 3-legged cat, can it really trouble me? Though he spoke with such bravado, inwardly, he cried out in bitter distress. Even if he exerted his full combat strength, he was, at most, at the late-stage martial king realm. He was far from capable of dealing with this black fiend tiger. Flight. Right, he could fly, but this black fiend tiger could not. White crane dual wings. With his wings unfurled, Yang Lei soared into midair. Come get me, haha. Today, let's see if I don't kill you. Yang Tianfeng, you are far too confident. Do you truly think you can win just because you have a black fiend tiger? How naive. Watching Yang Tianfeng on the ground, Yang Lei felt an immense sense of ease in his heart. Seeing Yang Lei fly into the sky, Yang Tianfeng was helpless. Although the black fiend tiger was formidable, it couldn't fly and could only fight on the ground. Roar, roar, the black fiend tiger sensed its master's fury and roared incessantly, spitting a mouthful of black flames towards Yang Lei. However, with the white crane dual wings, his speed was incredibly fast, and the flames couldn't hit him at all. Yang Lei was also frustrated. If he descended, he wouldn't gain any advantage, he simply couldn't contend with that black fiend tiger. At this moment, Yang Lei regretted giving the heavenly lightning talisman to Yang Yu. If he had that heavenly lightning talisman, this black fiend tiger would be nothing more than food on a platter. Talisman crafting, he could craft talismans, but the talismans he could create weren't strong enough to deal with the black fiend tiger. So what now? Yang Lei was troubled. Could he truly just let this guy go this time? Come down, Yang Lei, you piece of trash, you bastard. Come down. If you have the guts, come down. Yang Tianfeng, on the ground, cursed incessantly, vile words spewing from his mouth. You wish to die. Yang Lei was utterly enraged. To be openly insulted as a bastard. What Yang Lei hated most was anyone who insulted his mother. Icefire talisman, go. Icefire talisman, detonate for me. Ice spike talisman, go. Fire serpent talismans, go, go, go. Yang Lei instantly unleashed a large bundle of talismans. Only rumbling tremors could be heard as explosions continuously erupted where Yang Tianfeng and the black fiend tiger stood. Roar, 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 the black fiend tiger was enraged, provoked to fury, and roared wildly without stop. As a 7th grade demonic beast, it was incredibly powerful, and no one had ever trifled with it in such a manner. This barrage of talismans, though not life-threatening, had caused it no minor injuries, its fur was scorched and blasted away in many places. Yang Tianfeng was also in a terrible state, looking like a beggar. Yang Lei, you piece of trash, come down here. Come down. You bastard, you beast. I'll kill you. Come down here. A single punch to shatter the firmament, shatter for me. Yang Tianfeng threw a punch towards Yang Lei in the sky. 7 slaughtering wind blades, wind thunder slaughter. Yang Lei effortlessly brushed aside this technique. Having no other recourse, Yang Lei opened his system interface, checking if there was any method to deal with this black fiend tiger. Exchange items. He scrolled down, finding nothing that could contend with the martial emperor realm. Yang Lei was greatly disappointed. Just as Yang Lei was about to give up on Yang Tianfeng, he discovered an item that he desired. The rainstorm pear blossom needle. Equals 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 Chapter 75, Slaying Yang Tianfeng. Part 1, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle was the Tangsek's unique hidden weapon. Once unleashed, it instantly released over 10,000 venomous needles with terrifying power, capable of piercing through a cultivator's protective chi. The venom coating the needles was incomparably potent, with no known cure. Even a martial saint would need several hours to force it out, while anyone below the martial saint realm would undoubtedly perish. However, what troubled Yang Lei was the exorbitant price of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Each one cost 10,000 cultivation points. Moreover, it was a single-use consumable, meaning it could not be reused after a single deployment. Should he need to use it again, he would have to exchange another 10,000 cultivation points for it. Yang Lei checked his cultivation points, he had just over 10,000. He had no choice but to exchange. This was the only way to kill the Black Fiend Tiger and Yang Tianfeng. Ding. Player, do you wish to exchange for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle? Requires 10,000 cultivation points. The system's voice echoed. Exchange, exchange. Though it pained him deeply, there was no other option. Who asked him to be unable to defeat that Black Fiend Tiger? If he could have defeated it, he wouldn't be wasting these 10,000 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Having acquired the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, Yang Lei let out a wild laugh, looking at Yang Tianfeng as he spoke. Yang Tianfeng, your death day has arrived. Today, I shall slay you, acting on behalf of the heavens, eradicating evil for the people. Hearing this, Yang Tianfeng scoffed as if he had heard the funniest joke, roaring with laughter. You, with your meager abilities? You cowardly tortoise, you piece of trash, you beast, you mongrel. Have the guts to come down. You want to exterminate me? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Let's see how long you can stay up there. Humph, still laughing, are we? Your death day has arrived. Yang Lei let out a cold snort, retrieved the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, activated its mechanism, and aimed it at the colossal Black Fiend Tiger and Yang Tianfeng. Allow me to send you on your final journey. You're killing me with laughter. You actually intend to use that little trinket to kill me? Seeing Yang Lei produce a small wooden box and point it at him, Yang Tianfeng roared with laughter. Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Yang Lei pressed the mechanism. Immediately, needles rained down like a storm, 10,000 needles, as numerous as ox hair, all shot towards the Black Fiend Tiger and Yang Tianfeng. The venom was utterly virulent, the Black Fiend Tiger and Yang Tianfeng collapsed instantly upon being struck, perishing. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have slain the level 7 Black Fiend Tiger. EXP plus 900,000, Chi cultivation value plus 9,000, cultivation points plus 9,000. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have slain Yang Tianfeng. EXP plus 200,000, Chi cultivation value plus 2,000, cultivation points plus 2,000. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a level 7 Fire Tribute Demonic Core. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Desolate Breaking Fist Art. Yang Lei was overjoyed. This Black Fiend Tiger actually yielded so much EXP. He remembered when he had slain the level 8 White Crane, it was nearly 1 million EXP, but at that time, the White Crane was extremely weakened, which might have reduced the yield significantly, yet it was still a considerable amount. Scavenging Art. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Black Fiend Tiger Bone Paste. Black Fiend Tiger Bone Paste. Yang Lei was silent. What could this be used for? Only for refining pills and concocting medicine. Still, it might be somewhat helpful for his alchemy. After all, it came from a level 7 demonic beast, it probably wasn't bad. After performing the scavenging art on the Black Fiend Tiger, Yang Lei then used it on Yang Tianfeng. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained 3 level 6 demonic cores. Yang Lei was ecstatic. It seemed these were the spoils Yang Tianfeng had acquired from his trial. 3 level 6 demonic cores. Adding them up, he now possessed 4 level 6 demonic cores, plus 1 level 7 demonic core. Having collected everything, Yang Lei stood up and saw Yang Qingshui rushing towards him, breathless. Yang Lei sighed. If this young girl had arrived a moment earlier, it would have truly been a huge trouble. He wouldn't have known how to handle it. Her cultivation was too weak, merely a 4th stage martial master. Are you alright? I'm fine, really. You don't need to worry. Yang Tianfeng has already been slain by me. Yang Lei said. Third young master, did you truly slay Yang Tianfeng? Yang Qingshui asked, her mouth agape. Indeed. Why? Is there something wrong with that? Seeing Yang Qingshui's stunned expression, Yang Lei couldn't help but ask. But I heard Yang Tianfeng had a demonic beast companion, a level 7 black fiend tiger, incredibly powerful. I was worried, third young master, that you might suffer harm, which is why I called out to you. You really killed Yang Tianfeng? Yang Qingshui said. Yes, I killed the black fiend tiger along with him. However, I am curious, how did that fellow, Yang Tianfeng, manage to have a demonic beast companion like the black fiend tiger? Yang Lei clearly understood that demonic beast companions weren't easily acquired. Apart from raising one from infancy, one would have to use violent methods to subjugate it. Yang Tianfeng clearly lacked the strength for that. Furthermore, as a collateral branch disciple, Yang Tianfeng wouldn't have received such a privilege. Thus, Yang Tianfeng's ability to gain the Black Fiend Tiger's acceptance was truly cause for speculation. Yang Tianfeng had taken a master outside. I heard this Black Fiend Tiger was given to him by his master, Yang Qingshui said. A master? You mean Yang Tianfeng actually has a master? What level of cultivation does his master possess? Yang Lei felt a slight unease. Yang Tianfeng's master was clearly no weakling. How could someone capable of subduing a black fiend tiger be weak? Third young master, you must also be careful. Yang Tianfeng's master is said to be the one known as Furious Tiger Siduhu. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he even has a level 8 black cloud tiger by his side, Yang Qingshui explained. Unfathomable cultivation, with a black cloud tiger as a demonic beast companion. Yang Lei frowned. This indicated that this furious tiger person's cultivation was at least that of a martial saint. For him to contend against a martial saint now, he would have absolutely no chance of victory. Even the rainstorm pear blossom needle wouldn't be enough. This was trouble. Seeing Yang Lei frown in worry, Yang Qingshui quickly added, Third young master, you don't need to worry too much. Even if he finds out, he wouldn't dare do anything to you outside. After all, your identity as third young master is noble, and I won't tell anyone, so Furious Tiger won't know who killed Yang Tianfeng. Yang Lei thought for a moment and realized she had a point. By the time Furious Tiger unraveled the truth, he would have long since entered the Profound Mystery Sect. Would he dare to throw his weight around within the Profound Mystery Sect? That was a joke. How powerful was the Profound Mystery Sect? Not to mention, he also had an awesome master. Surely, his master wouldn't just stand by and watch his disciple be eliminated, would he? Chapter 76, Slaying Yang Tianfeng. 2. Alright, will you come with me, or act alone? Yang Lei asked, looking at Yang Qingshui. Yang Qingshui pursed her lips, looking at Yang Lei as she spoke. Can I follow you, third young master? Seeing the expectation in her eyes, Yang Lei nodded gently. Alright, you can follow me, but it might be very dangerous. I plan to venture deeper, and we might encounter higher-level demonic beasts. It could be very difficult for me to protect you then. Yang Qingshui shook her head with a hint of stubbornness. I'm not afraid. Very well, let's go. You don't need to call me third young master. Big brother Yang, or just Yang Lei, either is fine. He sighed inwardly, why did I even ask? Now I'll have more encumbrances, thank you, T. Big brother Yang. Yang Qingshui smiled, her smile incredibly sweet, her dimples utterly adorable and charming. Yang Qingshui's appearance reminded Yang Lei of Xiaoyu. He wondered how she was faring at the Profound Mystery Sect. Putting aside his thoughts, Yang Lei and Yang Qingshui continued on their journey. After traveling for a while, dusk began to settle. This stretch of road, surprisingly, didn't feature any high-level demonic beasts. Yang Lei, uninterested in fighting them, let Yang Qingshui handle everything, allowing her to collect quite a few spoils. Since they had taken down many smaller demonic beasts along the way, they needn't worry about food. Yang Lei lit a fire and began to roast their provisions. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have comprehended the roasting art. The chef profession has been unlocked. Yang Lei was exasperated. Asterisk roasting art? The name is weird enough, and it sounds incredibly awkward when you say it. Asterisk what frustrated Yang Lei, however, was that he had roasted food before in Yin Mountain, so why hadn't he comprehended this roasting art back then? He mused that it was probably because he hadn't yet activated the life profession system at that time. Roasting art. Since he had it, he ought to use it. What surprised Yang Lei was that when he used the roasting art, the rabbit meat within his system space was instantly cooked, and its flavor seemed to be no worse than what he had just roasted manually. With such a benefit, it wasn't bad at all. At the very least, when he wanted to eat something, it could be prepared instantly, without such a long wait. Just as he ate a few bites, Yang Lei sensed something was amiss. What's that sound? Qing Shui, do you hear it? Not good, it's a pack of wolves. Yang Qingshui listened intently, her expression changing dramatically. Yang Lei's expression also darkened. By the sound of it, there were definitely no less than several hundred wolves. This is troublesome. We're really in a bind this time. You quickly get up that tree, I'll deal with them, Yang Lei said. Asterisk these damn wolf packs, they make me wonder if I'm cursed to conflict with wolves. Last time in Yin Mountain, I ran into a pack, and now in this trial, it's happening again. Asterisk it's too late, Yang Qingshui said, shaking her head. I'm so sorry, big brother Yang. This time, I might have implicated you. Yang Lei smiled. It's nothing. Have you forgotten that I can fly? Come, I'll carry you and we'll fly up that tree. Yang Qingshui hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Yang Lei embraced Yang Qingshui and flew up towards the nearest towering tree. Chi, what's that? Yang Lei raised an eyebrow, turned to look, and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Not good, big brother Yang, those are long-armed demonic apes. Yang Qingshui explained. Hold me tight. Yang Lei flew higher, casting an appraisal art over his shoulder. Long-armed demonic ape asterisk level 6 demonic beast, highly skilled at tree climbing, resides in tree canopies year-round, social demonic beast, extremely ferocious. Seeing this, Yang Lei couldn't help but curse. Asterisk another social creature. This is a tragedy. On the ground are demonic wolves, and in the trees, long-armed demonic apes. Asterisk big brother Yang, what do we do now? Yang Qingshui asked, extremely anxious. We can't fly too high, there are mystic eagles in the sky. Yang Lei was exasperated. Why am I so unlucky this time, big brother Yang? Over there seems safe. Yang Qingshui pointed to a bare, leafless ancient tree not far away. With no other choice, they had to go there first and think of a solution. Spending the night in a tree was truly unwise, it could only serve as a temporary reprieve. Descending onto the tree, Yang Lei set Yang Qingshui down. Snake. A snake. Yang Lei hadn't even fully steadied himself when he heard Yang Qingshui shriek. Indeed, it was an enormous white giant python. Yang Lei was about to strike when he noticed it was extremely frightened and fled, as if terrified of him. Yang Qingshui, however, was a little surprised. Big brother Yang, why did it run? Yang Lei glanced at the Baisuzhen in his hand, then smiled. It's afraid of you, Qingshui. No, it's not. Qingshui retorted. This white giant python is a level 6 demonic beast. How could it be afraid of me? That's right, it must be afraid of you, big brother Yang. Yang Lei turned his head. Qingshui, keep an eye out. I need to recover for a bit. Don't worry, big brother Yang, just recover, Yang Qingshui said, nodding lightly. The flight hadn't covered a great distance nor taken much time, so Yang Lei didn't actually need to recover anything. He merely wanted to check if there was anything within his system that could help them escape their current predicament, as staying here was far from safe. If the mystic eagles in the sky were to launch an attack, he and Yang Qingshui would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, with no chance of victory. Weapons were completely out of the question, there was simply no weapon capable of helping them. As for talismans, there were none with a large area of effect. The 9 heavens falling thunder talisman could work, but its power was immense and its grade extremely high, he simply had no means of crafting it. Exchange for the rainstorm pear blossom needle again? Are you kidding? That rainstorm pear blossom needle fundamentally couldn't kill so many wolves. It wasn't a few dozen, it was hundreds, even 1,000. So it had to be skills. Yes, skills. The only thing that could truly deal with the wolf pack was a skill. As long as he possessed a skill that could subdue the Wolf King, then all his worries would be gone. A skill to subdue the Wolf King, I must have it, Yang Lei muttered inwardly. He did have quite a few skills, 7-star blade art, burst art, roasting art, trap art, and so on, all elementary. Speaking of which, the trap art should be useful, but it was too late now, there was no time to set it up. Summoning art, elementary summoning art. This might just work. He pressed it open to examine. Elementary summoning art * capable of summoning creatures from other worlds to assist in battle. Depending on the level of the summoning art and a practitioner's cultivation, it can summon creatures of different levels and varying numbers from other worlds to assist in battle. Elementary summoning art can summon a maximum of 10 creatures. Equals Chapter 77, Capture Art, Subduing the Wolf King. 1. With only 10 of them, Yang Lei reluctantly gave up. 10 was too few, fundamentally incapable of resolving the current predicament. Was there truly no other way? Was he really so unlucky? The next discovery made Yang Lei's eyes gleam. Capture art, it was truly capture art. Capture art allows one to capture demonic beasts to make them their pets or mounts. The higher the demonic beast's level, the greater the difficulty. At beginner level capture art, the number of successful captures is 1. As the proficiency level increases, so does the number of captures. Haha, seeing this skill, Yang Lei couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. With this capture art, there would be absolutely no need to worry this time. As long as he captured the Wolf King, in the rear mountains, though he might not be able to rampage unchecked, he at least wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded and attacked. Moreover, if he couldn't win, he could send the Wolf King's pack. Wolf pack tactics, just thinking about it made Yang Lei want to laugh. However, this capture art required a substantial amount of accumulation points. Though not quite 10,000, it was close, 8,000 accumulation points. Killing the Black Fiend Tiger and Yang Tianfeng combined had only given him a little over 10,000. Suddenly deducting 8,000 truly pained his heart. Ding. Player, do you wish to redeem capture art? Redeem. Ding. Congratulations, player, for obtaining capture art. Would you like to learn it now? Learn. This was a no-brainer, he definitely had to learn it. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have learned capture art, beginner level. Having learned capture art, Yang Lei opened his eyes. He could go down now. Though it might not be successful on the first try, persisting until a successful capture shouldn't be a problem. Brother Yang, are you recovered? Yang Qingshui asked anxiously, looking at him. Yang Lei nodded lightly. I'm fine now. Let's go down. Go down? Yang Qingshui's mouth fell open. She stared at Yang Lei in shock, as if she couldn't believe her own ears. Brother Yang, are you saying you want to go down? Yes. It's too dangerous up here. If something attacks, we'd have no ability to counterattack. So we must go down. Only by going down do we have a chance, Yang Lei explained. He naturally understood Yang Qingshui's concerns. To be honest, without Yang Qingshui, he wouldn't have to worry at all, but with her, things were different. He absolutely had to prioritize her safety, which made him feel a little resigned. But if we go down, what about the wolf pack? These demonic wolves, though all 4th-level demonic beasts, are numerous. Moreover, the demonic Wolf King is a 6th-level demonic beast. Do you, Brother Yang, have a way to deal with them? Yang Qingshui asked, seeing Yang Lei's firm gaze. Yang Lei nodded lightly, looking at the densely packed demonic wolves below. I do indeed have a method. I intend to subdue the demonic Wolf King. That way, we won't need to worry, and we'll gain a great helper. Yang Qingshui's expression turned exaggeratedly shocked. Subduing the demonic Wolf King, to her ears, this was simply a joke. Was the demonic Wolf King so easily subdued? She had never heard of anyone being able to subdue a demonic Wolf King. Moreover, though Yang Lei's cultivation was formidable, even a martial emperor realm expert facing so many demonic wolves would only be fleeing for their lives. No one had ever spoken of wanting to subdue the demonic Wolf King. In Yang Qingshui's eyes, Yang Lei must have gone mad. Brother Yang, this isn't realistic. No one has ever successfully subdued a demonic wolf king, or even an ordinary demonic wolf for that matter. Yang Qingshui tried to dissuade Yang Lei, hoping he would give up this ridiculous decision. Trust me, it'll be fine. If I say it, I have a plan. Yang Lei knew well that to others, this indeed sounded absurd, but it was also the truth. However, it wasn't good to explain it to Yang Qingshui. He couldn't exactly tell her he had an omnipotent cultivation system and then learned capture art, could he? Yang Lei saw that Yang Qingshui was still extremely worried and skeptical, so he then said, I accidentally learned a secret art that can subdue demonic beasts for my own use. However, with my current cultivation, it's quite a stretch. But our situation is critical right now, so we can only try. At this moment, a large creature in the sky seemed to have spotted Yang Lei and Yang Qingshui, evidently about to dive down. Yang Qingshui was startled. Go. Yang Lei embraced Yang Qingshui and immediately flew downwards. In midair, Yang Lei knew that with Yang Qingshui in his arms, it wasn't ideal for attacking. Right, he could still use the lion's roar skill. Moreover, it was an area of effect attack, possessing extremely powerful deterrent force against the wolf pack on the ground. Qingshui, cover your ears first. I'm about to unleash a sonic skill. Okay. Yang Qingshui nodded lightly, then covered her ears. Lion's roar skill. Roar, roar, roar. Yang Lei channeled his full true qi and activated the lion's roar skill. Immediately, a powerful sound wave erupted from his mouth. The air in all directions vibrated, and leaves rained down. Below, the weaker wolves were all knocked unconscious, and even the demonic wolf king couldn't withstand it. The mystic eagle that had originally intended to attack Yang Lei and Yang Qingshui was also stunned. This lion's roar skill possessed immense power and an extremely wide area of effect, but its drawback was also severe, it consumed too much qi power. With just one such roar, Yang Lei's own true qi was depleted by almost half. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, if it were anyone else, they'd probably stun themselves with just one roar. Consuming an origin-restoring pill, Yang Lei saw the Wolf King looking somewhat dazed. He knew this was the best opportunity. If he waited any longer and let the Wolf King recover, it wouldn't be easy to capture it. Thus, before even landing, Yang Lei cast capture art on the demonic Wolf King. Ding! Capture failed. EXP plus 100, G-Power plus 1, Accumulation Points plus 1, Proficiency increased. One failure, but Yang Lei was not discouraged. This was just the beginning. Yang Lei knew clearly in his heart that this capture art wasn't something that could be easily succeeded at. Landing on the ground, Yang Lei released Yang Qingshui. Capture art. Ding! Capture failed. EXP plus 100, G-Power plus 1, Accumulation Points plus 1, Proficiency increased. He failed again. By this time, the demonic Wolf King had recovered quite a bit. It looked at Yang Lei with hostility, then immediately let out a long howl, and the wolf pack stirred restlessly. Yang Qingshui's heart was filled with intense nervousness. Clutching the long sword in her hand, sweat already beaded in her palms. Equals 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 Chapter 78, Capture Art, Subduing and Claiming the Wolf King. 2. It wasn't just Yang Qinghui who was nervous, Yang Lei was nervous too. The pack of wolves here numbered at least several thousand, unlike the mere 20 or 30 he'd encountered back at Yin Mountain. That previous encounter was simply incomparable to this one. Capture art. Ding! Capture failed. EXP plus 100, G cultivation value plus 1, accumulation points plus 1, proficiency increased. Another failure. At this point, Yang Lei was growing a little anxious. The demonic Wolf King let out another roar. The wolf pack had already begun its assault. 3 wolves charged towards Yang Lei and Yang Qinghui. Yang Qinghui brandished her longsword, felling 3 demonic wolves with 3 swift strikes. Even so, this couldn't deter the demonic wolves behind them from their assault. Under the command of the demonic Wolf King, countless demonic wolves began to automatically attack, encircling them from all sides. Capture art. Yang Lei inwardly thought, *success. I must succeed, *ding. Capture failed. EXP plus 100, G cultivation value plus 1, accumulation points plus 1, proficiency increased. yet another failure. Yang Lei was filled with frustration. 4 consecutive failures, how could he be so unlucky? Was he truly this jinxed? No, this absolutely won't do. I will definitely succeed, Yang Lei roared in his heart. A demonic wolf attacked from behind. Enraged, Yang Lei drew his wind concealment blade, slaying it with a single strike, blood splattering. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have killed a rank 4 demonic wolf. EXP plus 5000, Chi cultivation value plus 50, accumulation points plus 50. After successively slaying several more demonic wolves, Yang Lei once again cast the capture art. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully captured a rank 6 demonic wolf king. EXP plus 30,000, Chi cultivation value plus 300, accumulation points plus 300, proficiency increased. Success! Yang Lei was overjoyed. After 4 failures, he had finally succeeded. With the capture art's success, Yang Lei immediately felt a distinct connection established between himself and the demonic wolf king. This capture art was truly domineering. Once a capture succeeded, the demonic beast would become his personal demonic pet. Moreover, this type of demonic pet differed from ordinary ones. Regular demonic pets could betray their masters, but those captured by this capture art were absolutely incapable of rebellion, offering absolute obedience to their master. However, the success rate of this capture art was extremely low. For Yang Lei to succeed on his 5th attempt was already incredibly good luck. Thwack! Another demonic wolf was cut down. Yang Lei hastily contacted the demonic wolf king, issuing a command for all its subordinates to cease their attack. Ruhuer. Indeed, after Yang Lei issued his command, the demonic wolf king responded immediately with a long howl. The wolf pack instantly halted its assault, parting to create a path. Yang Qinghui watched, utterly astonished. Could Brother Yang truly have succeeded? Had he really subdued the demonic wolf king? As Yang Qinghui stood in astonishment, the demonic wolf king, towering and entirely white, slowly strode forward. It looked at Yang Lei, let out a soft whine, then rubbed itself against his side, displaying extreme affection. Alright, from now on, you'll be called Little Wolf. Yang Lei patted the demonic wolf king. Little Wolf let out 2 soft ooh sounds, seemingly quite pleased with the name. Yang Lei chuckled. Having subdued Little Wolf this time, his luck was decent. In the depths of the mountain, there was likely nothing left to worry about. As long as they didn't encounter a rank 8 demonic beast or a rank 9 sacred beast, they wouldn't need to fear for their lives. Brother Yang, did you truly subdue the demonic wolf king? Yang Qinghui asked. Yang Lei smiled, saying, isn't this the truth? Is there any doubt? Brother Yang, you're truly amazing. Yang Qinghui was filled with admiration, her eyes sparkling with adoration. It's nothing much, he said. I told you, we wouldn't have any more trouble. Yang Lei felt secretly pleased. Being admired and praised by a beautiful woman was indeed a comfortable feeling. I knew Brother Yang was the most amazing. Hearing this, Yang Lei's face flushed. The most amazing? How embarrassing. If it weren't for the omnipotent cultivation system, he'd probably still be a good-for-nothing who hadn't even reached the early chi condensation stage. With the demonic wolves retreated and Little Wolf guarding his side, Yang Lei had absolutely no worries. As for the creatures in the trees and in the sky, he would wait until tomorrow to deal with them. Those were all accumulation points, after all. Though they were all a bit difficult to handle and best not provoked, for the sake of demonic cores and accumulation points, he would risk it. Due to the earlier demonic wolf siege, Yang Lei and Yang Qinghui hadn't been able to eat at all. So, they had to light another fire and start making dinner, which naturally consisted of roasted meat. Once the roasted rabbit was cooked, and after sprinkling on spices, it sizzled enticingly, its rich aroma spreading far and wide, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Little Wolf, meanwhile, extended its long tongue, its eyes fixed on the roasted meat in Yang Lei's hand, drooling profusely. Seeing this, Yang Lei couldn't help but laugh and scold, "You greedy fellow. This must go to the beautiful lady first before you get any." With that, he offered the roasted rabbit to Yang Qinghui. Hearing Yang Lei call her a beautiful lady, Yang Qinghui's face flushed. A sweet, tender feeling arose within her as she accepted the rabbit meat, softly whispered her thanks, and lowered her head. After finishing their meal, Yang Lei sat before the bonfire, with little wolf lying beside him. On the other side, Yang Qinghui was seated, cultivating. Yang Lei mused to himself that dealing with the rank 6 profound eagle in the sky wouldn't be easy. Though he could fly, once airborne, he would definitely not be as agile as the profound eagle. Capturing it would likely be extremely difficult. Then what about a bow and arrow? That's right, didn't he have elementary archery? It was time to craft a bow, to forge a top-grade bow and arrow. The finest materials were needed, and Yang Lei currently lacked anything suitable. Naturally, for the bow stave itself, ironwood could be used. Yang Lei had acquired a segment of top-grade ironwood that very day. If combined with a meteorite from beyond the heavens, he could certainly forge an excellent bow. However, besides the bow body, a bowstring was also required. The best, of course, would be dragon sinew, but dragon sinew wasn't easily acquired, and even if it were, he couldn't possibly slay a dragon to get it. Then, Yang Lei's eyes lit up. That white giant python. The sinew of a rank 6 giant python would also be a decent choice. The next day, the sky was clear and the air fresh. Brother Yang, are we still pushing forward today? Yang Qinghui was worried. If they advanced further, it would become increasingly dangerous. The demonic beasts they encountered would grow stronger and stronger. Should they come across a rank 7 demonic beast or higher, it would be far beyond what the two of them could handle. Chapter 79, Slaying the Giant Python, Crafting a Longbow. 1. No. Yang Lei shook his head. Our target today is the white giant python we encountered last night. After that, it's those long-armed demonic apes, and then that mysterious eagle. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinghui couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Dealing with the 6th-tier giant python might not be an issue, but if they intended to face the long-armed demonic apes and the mysterious eagle, that would be far from easy. But, Brother Yang, dealing with that mysterious eagle and the long-armed demonic apes won't be easy. The mysterious eagle is the king of the skies, and the long-armed demonic apes are gregarious demonic beasts, each one of them 6th tier. Moreover, their king, the long-armed demonic ape king, is a 7th-tier demonic beast. Can we really kill them? Yang Lei also felt a slight unease. If he had more accumulated points, he could exchange for a set of tempestuous pear blossom needles, and then he wouldn't need to worry about encountering the long-armed demonic ape king. But the problem was that his previous exchange for the capture art had consumed 8,000 points, leaving him with only a little over 3,000 now. Over 3,000 points were simply not enough. A single set of tempestuous pear blossom needles required 10,000 points, 3,000 was far too little, not even a third of the requirement. Therefore, he had to kill, using this to accumulate points. Of course, he could also refine pills, craft talismans, or forge artifacts to earn points, but currently, those methods were not suitable. Only hunting demonic beasts was viable. Xiaolang, let's go. Yang Lei called out, then headed in the direction of the white giant python. Yang Qinghui quickly followed suit. After walking for about 100 meters, they saw the giant python hanging from a large tree not far away, like a thick, long rope. Yang Lei turned to Yang Qinghui and said, Qinghui, wait here. I'll have Xiaolang protect you. I'm going to deal with that giant python. He then gave an instruction to Xiaolang and headed towards the giant python. Hiss. 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 Seeing Yang Lei approach, the giant python seemed terrified, continuously recoiling. Yang Lei knew well in his heart that this creature wasn't afraid of him, but rather of Baisuzhen, who was unconscious on his person. Baisuzhen was also a snake-type demonic beast. No, she was a saint beast. And this giant python was also a snake, so it was clearly sensing Baisuzhen's suppressive aura, hence its fear and unwillingness to resist. Run? Can you truly escape? Yang Lei wouldn't let it go for that reason. His wind concealment blade materialized. 7 cuts of the wind blade, wind concealment kill. Like a gentle breeze blowing past, it was ethereal and silent. Hiss. Hiss. The giant python, struck by Yang Lei in its midsection, finally erupted in rage. No longer fearing Baisuzhen's aura, it furiously coiled towards Yang Lei. The giant python's enormous tail violently lashed out at Yang Lei, attempting to crush him. But how could Yang Lei allow its wish to come true? He executed an agile leap, dodging the attack. Infused. Name the new weapon? Soul Chaser. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully naming the weapon. Yang Lei was overjoyed beyond measure. His initial worry completely vanished. The longbow had been crafted successfully and smoothly, and his artifact forging art level had naturally and smoothly risen to intermediate. Soul Chaser, Longbow, Earth Grade 2nd rank. Attack power plus 20%, accuracy plus 15%. Earth Grade 2nd rank. In other words, the Soul Chaser was a low-grade spiritual artifact. Although it was a low-grade spiritual artifact, it was his first time crafting one, and it was already very formidable. Moreover, a 20% increase in attack power was not inferior to even mid-grade or high-grade spiritual artifacts, and with an additional 15% accuracy, it was exceedingly formidable. With the longbow now complete, he would definitely need a full set of arrows and a quiver. As for arrows and a quiver, he already had suitable materials. The 2 venomous fangs from the giant python were the best materials for crafting arrows. However, these would serve as a trump card, as there were only 2 fangs after all. Equals 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 Chapter 80, Slaying the Giant Python, Crafting the Longbow. 2. Artifact Forging Art. Ding. Arrow refinement failed. EXP plus 1000, Chi cultivation value plus 10, accumulation points plus 10. Failed? It actually failed? Yang Lei's mind reeled. He never expected that crafting a mere arrow could result in failure. There's still 1 venom fang left, please, don't fail this time, Yang Lei muttered inwardly. Artifact Forging Art. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully refining venom arrows. EXP plus 300,000, accumulation points plus 3,000, Chi cultivation value plus 3,000. Proficiency increased. Venom arrows, Earth Tier, 2nd grade. When used as a set with Soul Chaser, attack power plus 25%, 60% chance to poison enemies. Success. And it's an Earth Tier, 2nd grade low-grade spirit artifact. This is absolutely amazing. A 60% chance to poison? That means if he just shot someone a few times with these venom arrows, they'd be guaranteed to be afflicted. Yang Lei couldn't hide the joy on his face. With the venom arrows successfully crafted, all that remained was the quiver. This quiver would be refined using the python's hide. Artifact Forging Art. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successful refinement. EXP plus 400,000, Chi cultivation value plus 4,000, accumulation points plus 4,000. Proficiency increased. Quiver, Earth Tier, 2nd grade. When used as a set with Soul Chaser, it can retrieve arrows. Retrieving 1 arrow consumes 50 accumulation points. Hiss, Yang Lei couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This quiver was truly astonishing. It could actually retrieve arrows. Although it consumed 50 accumulation points per retrieval, it was incredibly worthwhile. In other words, he could fire his venom arrows without limit, as long as he had enough accumulation points. Before he could revel in his joy, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully refining the Soul Chaser set. EXP plus 1 million, accumulation points plus 10,000, Chi cultivation value plus 10,000. Proficiency increased. Ding. Congratulations to the player for leveling up. Ding. Congratulations to the player for increasing the grade of Soul Chaser. Immense joy, a huge pleasant surprise. Was this manna from heaven, or what? Yang Lei was instantly dazed. Soul Chaser, Bow and Arrow, Earth Tier, 5th grade. Attack power plus 50, accuracy rate plus 30%, 60% chance to poison enemies. Each shot consumes 50 accumulation points. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Not only did it increase attack power by 50%, it also boosted accuracy rate by 30%, and on top of that, it had the poison attribute. Most importantly, he wouldn't need to worry about arrows. Furthermore, his level had increased again. He had now reached 9th stage martial master. How long had it been? His cultivation had risen once more, utterly unexpected. What was even more delightful was the additional 10,000 accumulation points. Adding that up, his Total accumulation points would now be 26,000. Truly worthwhile. With so many accumulation points, he could exchange them for many things. For example, the ice heart art he had long yearned for, or Iron Cloth Robe Volume 2. However, he still seemed to lack quite a few points for those. But he could exchange for a set of Storm Pear Blossom Needles. These Storm Pear Blossom Needles would be sufficient to deal with 7th grade demonic beasts. He wouldn't even need to worry if he encountered 8th grade demonic beasts. Unless he ran into a 9th grade sacred beast, there would be absolutely no need for concern. Truly explosive. Setting aside other matters for now, he would first exchange for the Storm Pear Blossom Needles. Ding. Player, do you wish to consume 10,000 accumulation points to exchange for the Storm Pear Blossom Needles? Exchange. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Storm Pear Blossom Needles. He now possessed the Storm Pear Blossom Needles once more, but it had consumed another 10,000 accumulation points. His original 26,000 points were now reduced to 16,000. His bow and arrows were now fully refined, and he also had his powerful ultimate weapon. It was time to deal with those long-armed demonic apes. Yang Lei slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of stale air. Brother Yang, you're awake. Yang Qingshui said immediately upon seeing Yang Lei awaken. Yang Lei nodded lightly. I'm going to take care of those long-armed demonic apes now. You and Xiaolang stay here and be careful. Brother Yang, please be careful. Yang Lei nodded. Spreading his wings, he soared into the air. Before he could even fly high, he felt a tremor of danger. Looking up, he saw the mysterious eagle, a 6th grade mysterious eagle, attempting to attack him once more. Yang Lei seethed inwardly. He hadn't even prepared to deal with it yet, and it was already seeking trouble. My newly refined weapon will be baptized by you, he thought. Basic archery. Soul Chaser in hand, he drew the bow, the string forming a half-moon. Whoosh, a black streak immediately shot forth, flying straight towards the mysterious eagle. The mysterious eagle staggered, letting out a shriek. It had been hit. This arrow packed immense power. He had only used 50% of his full strength, combined with the might of Soul Chaser, and the mysterious eagle was already heavily wounded. Struck, the mysterious eagle knew its might. It spread its wings, attempting to fly far away, but how could Yang Lei allow it to escape as it wished? Soul Chaser was drawn back again, another arrow loosed. Then, only a sharp cry was heard, and the mysterious eagle plummeted. At this moment, the system's voice also rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the player for slaying a 6th grade mysterious eagle. EXP plus 150,000, Chi cultivation value plus 1,500, accumulation points plus 1,500. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Eagle Eye skill. Slaying it actually granted him the Eagle Eye skill. This was quite a bonus. Eagle Eye was an incredibly powerful skill, allowing him to see with greater clarity and over longer distances. He watched the mysterious eagle's corpse fall. He could have gathered some materials from it, perhaps even obtained some useful items, but he was currently focused on dealing with the long-armed demonic apes, so he disregarded it for now. Eagle Eye. Basic archery. Whoosh, an arrow shot out, directly embedding itself in the glabella of a long-armed demonic ape, piercing through. Ding. Congratulations to the player for slaying a 6th grade long-armed demonic ape. EXP plus 100,000, accumulation points plus 1,000, Chi cultivation value plus 1,000. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining one 6th grade demonic core. Whoosh, another arrow. It hit again, and a long-armed demonic ape plummeted. With 2 long-armed demonic apes slain, the ape troop erupted in fury, screeching incessantly. A colossal long-armed demonic ape swung through the trees, its target clearly him. Yang Lei's heart thumped. This was obviously the demonic ape king. Yang Lei hastily retreated. He hadn't expected the demonic ape king, unable to catch him, would suddenly throw something. Following the demonic ape king's command, the other apes also began frantically throwing similar objects. Yang Lei dodged and fired, simultaneously. One arrow killed a long-armed demonic ape, but he couldn't hit the demonic ape king, leaving Yang Lei feeling helpless. It seemed the demonic ape king possessed a special skill that allowed it to evade his attacks. equals 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 Chapter 81. Meeting Yang Yu again while he couldn't hit the demonic ape king, his accuracy against the other long-armed demonic apes was still remarkable, though not every shot found its mark, at least 7 out of 10 did. In just half an hour, Yang Lei had killed nearly 20 of the apes. Not good. Yang Lei watched in alarm as the demonic ape king utterly ignored him, instead rushing directly towards Yang Qingshui, with the other apes wildly following, heedless of death. Yang Lei was startled. These apes clearly recognized Yang Qingshui and Little Wolf as his companions. If all these long-armed demonic apes were to descend and attack Yang Qingshui and Little Wolf would certainly be unable to fend them off. Not even a pack of wolves would suffice, let alone the time it would take for the current wolf pack to reach them. Yang Lei made a swift decision, accelerating even further. He instantly appeared beside Yang Qingshui and Little Wolf, glaring directly at the demonic ape king. Upon seeing Yang Lei, the long-armed demonic ape king seemed to go utterly mad, charging wildly towards him. The other long-armed demonic apes refused to be left behind, each one throwing themselves forward as if they had no regard for their own lives. Yang Qingshui's face turned ashen at the sight. It's over, she thought to herself. This demonic ape king has gone completely mad. Yet Yang Lei's expression remained unperturbed. The more these long-armed demonic apes crowded together, the better. It meant he could achieve a one-strike annihilation. Holding the stormy pear blossom needles, his eyes narrowed slightly. 10 meters. Still 10 meters of distance. 8 meters. 6 meters. A sharp glint flashed in Yang Lei's eyes. The stormy pear blossom needles were unleashed. Countless silver needles shot out wildly. A chorus of pained shrieks. Ding. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 7 long-armed demonic ape king. EXP plus 2 million, Chi cultivation value plus 20,000, accumulated points plus 20,000. Ding. Congratulations, player, for acquiring a level 7 demonic core. Ding. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the evasion technique. Ding. Congratulations, player, your level has increased. Ding. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 6 long-armed demonic ape. Ding. Congratulations. Of the dozens of long-armed demonic apes, only half remained, and the long-armed demonic ape king lay dead. Yang Lei showed no mercy to the remaining dozen or so, cutting them down directly. Having finally eradicated all the long-armed demonic apes, Yang Lei still felt a slight sense of unfulfillment, yet it had been overwhelmingly exhilarating, intensely satisfying. He had not only obtained 43 level 6 long-armed demonic ape demonic cores and 1 level 7 long-armed demonic ape king demonic core, but also acquired the evasion technique. Moreover, his level had risen once again, reaching the grand perfection stage of a martial master, just a hair's breadth from breaking through to the martial king realm. Meanwhile, Yang Qingshui was already dumbfounded with shock. She had never imagined Yang Lei could possess such an abnormal weapon, capable of slaying so many long-armed demonic apes in an instant. It was truly astonishing. After collecting everything, the system issued another notification. Ding. Due to player Yang Lei's annihilation of the long-armed demonic apes, the Saint Beast long-armed demonic ape emperor has been enraged. The long-armed demonic ape emperor will now hunt down and eliminate Yang Lei. Yang Lei's jaw dropped. The Saint Beast long-armed demonic ape emperor. Wouldn't that mean he was doomed? A Saint Beast's relentless pursuit was no laughing matter. He was still utterly incapable of dealing with such a creature. Though the stormy pear blossom needles were formidable, they wouldn't suffice against a Saint Beast. Unless by some absurd stroke of luck, the wind-concealing blade appeared and delivered a one-strike annihilation, he would be doomed to die if he encountered that long-armed demonic ape emperor. What's wrong, big brother Yang? Seeing Yang Lei stunned speechless, Yang Qingshui couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Yang Lei took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Yang Qingshui assumed Yang Lei was exhausted. After all, he had just battled so fiercely, those were over 20 long-armed demonic apes. Even a martial emperor might not dare to face them head-on, let alone Yang Lei, who was still only at the martial master realm. At this moment, Yang Qingshui admired Yang Lei to no end, calling him a god felt insufficient. But even gods grew weary. Big brother Yang, you should rest for a bit. I'll go find some water for you. Yang Lei shook his head. No need, I'm fine. I'm just worried about that long-armed demonic ape emperor. It should be fine, Yang Qingshui said. There are no saint beasts here. My grandfather once told me that there's a barrier here, and saint beasts can't break through it. You can rest assured about that, big brother Yang. Yang Lei was greatly relieved to hear this. Qingshui, is what you say true? Yang Qingshui nodded lightly. It's true. Then I can rest easy. Yang Lei let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the saint beast long-armed demonic ape emperor couldn't enter, all was well. His current strength was simply insufficient, facing a saint beast would be suicide. He only needed to wait for Baisuzhen to awaken, and then he would have absolutely nothing to worry about. The two continued forward once more. 2 days later, Yang Lei's archery skill had also leveled up, reaching the intermediate level. He had used up quite a few talismans and pills, but he had managed to refine some more during this time, enough for his continued use. Naturally, his gains over these 2 days were not insignificant. He had slain 1 level 7 demonic beast and 6 level 6 demonic beasts. That level 7 demonic beast, unexpectedly, dropped a long wind sword art manual, but it was useless to him. Yang Lei decisively exchanged it for accumulated points. Up until now, Yang Lei had slain 52 level 6 demonic beasts and 4 level 7 demonic beasts. Any beasts lower than level 6, Yang Lei had consistently let go. Of these 56 demonic cores, Yang Lei gave Yang Qingshui 15 level 6 demonic cores. Yang Qingshui initially adamantly refused to accept them, but Yang Lei bluntly stated, if you don't take them, then don't travel with me. Only then did Yang Qingshui reluctantly accept. In the past few days, Yang Lei hadn't encountered anyone else. He was a little worried about Yang Yu, wondering how she was faring. There's a sound, the sound of fighting. Yang Lei stopped. The sound came from the east. Big brother Yang, what's wrong? Yang Qingshui asked, seeing Yang Lei furrow his brows and halt. Yang Lei glanced at her, then explained, we'll go this way. There are people fighting over there. Soon, Yang Lei and Yang Qingshui rushed to the scene of the fighting. In the forest stood a man and a woman. The man was Yang Tianlong, and the woman was none other than Yang Lei's second sister, Yang Yu. Beside them lay the corpse of a red-eyed golden-spotted leopard. Yang Yu leaned on the sky frost sword in her hand, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Yang Tianlong. You despicable and shameless wretch. You actually ambushed me. Ambush? Yang Tianlong sneered. Haha, so what if I ambushed you? Humph, I've already laid claim to this red-eyed golden-spotted leopard. And besides, you're not bad-looking. These past few days, in this godforsaken place, this old man has been utterly stifled. Taking you to relieve some steam wouldn't be bad at all. Equals 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 Chapter 82, A Reunion with Dung Noyet. 2. A lewd smile plastered on his face, he advanced step by step towards Dung Noyet. You dare. My father will not let you get away with this. Dung Noyet cried out in fury. Dung Tianlong guffawed wildly at her words. Oh, I'm so scared, majestic King Dung Hu. I'm truly terrified, haha. Humph, so what if your father is the majestic king? I'll have my way with you, and once I'm done, I'll kill you. Who would ever know? TSK, such fair skin, such ample bosom, and those full curves. I like it, haha. Haha. You. Dung Noyet gasped, unable to catch her breath, almost fainting from dizziness. Scream, shout. I love it. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. Hearing this, Dung Loi could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Is that so? Dung Loi, Dung Tan Tui? Dung Tianlong blurted out in shock, realizing there truly were others present. Humph, today, I want you dead. There was not a trace of emotion in Dung Loi's eyes. Little brother, you're here. Dung Noyet cried out. Seeing Dung Loi, joy surged in her heart. Her little brother had truly arrived just in time, like her very own Prince Charming. Thinking of this, Dung Noyet's face flushed crimson. Dung Loi walked to her side, helped her up, and gently said, "Second sister, I'm sorry, I arrived late." He then took out a rejuvenation pill and gave it to Dung Noyet. "No, you're not late," Dung Noyet said, shaking her head. "Second sister, you don't need to say another word. I'm going to deal with this scoundrel." He then turned and said, "Ton Tui, please help my second sister." Dung Ton Tui nodded lightly, stepped to Dung Noyet's side, and helped her up. Seeing Dung Loi address her so intimately, a pang of sorrow pierced Dung Noyet's heart. "Dung Loi, I'm not afraid of you. Don't think you're so formidable just because you have a few talismans, I have them too." Dung Thian-long pulled 3 or 4 talismans from his storage ring. "To dare lay hands on my kin, whether you have talismans or not, there will only be one outcome, death," Dung Loi declared coldly, drawing his wind-hidden blade. "And what's more, I will carve you up piece by piece, then feed you to the wolves." "Haha, what big words." Dung Thian-long was utterly enraged. Although he couldn't compare to the monstrous Dung Thian-loi and Dung Thian-fong, his mother was the daughter of Talisman King Lam Van Noyet. And for this family trial, his maternal grandfather, Lam Van Noyet, had gifted him several Shantir 9th grade talismans, and even one Earth Tier talisman. "Fire Dragon Talisman, come forth!" Dung Thian-long cried. Seeing Dung Loi approach, fear welled in his heart, and he hastily tore open a Fire Dragon Talisman. This Fire Dragon Talisman was an upgraded version of the Fire Serpent Talisman, a Shantir 9th grade talisman of immense power. Yet, in Dung Loi's eyes, it was utterly inferior, not even comparable to his own Ice Fire Talisman. Dung Loi snorted coldly, then suddenly cleaved down with his blade, stirring up a powerful gale that instantly extinguished the Fire Dragon. Dung Thian-long was aghast. This was a Shantir 9th grade talisman, yet Dung Loi had shattered it with such ease. How could he not be shocked? "Don't come any closer. I still have an Earth Tier talisman. If you take another step, I'll use the Lightning Talisman," Dung Thian-long roared. This Lightning Talisman was Earth Tier 3rd grade, a 3-star spirit talisman. It was 2 grades stronger than the Sky Lightning Talisman he had obtained previously. Such a Lightning Talisman possessed immense destructive power, capable of even harming late-stage martial emperors. "An Earth Tier talisman, I'm absolutely terrified," Dung Loi sneered, closing in step by step. "Truly terrifying, indeed." "Dung Loi, don't push me," Dung Thian-long roared, the Lightning Talisman in his hand trembling uncontrollably. He knew perfectly well that he was no match for Dung Loi, and seeing Dung Loi's unyielding confidence, he harbored a profound doubt as to whether this Lightning Talisman could actually kill him. If it failed, then he would be the one to die. Thus, this single Lightning Talisman was his greatest reliance, his ultimate life-saving trump card. "Use it then. Go on, try it. See if you can kill me," Dung Loi challenged, stepping even closer. Dung Loi continued to advance, forcing Dung Thian-long to retreat ceaselessly. At this very moment, Little Wolf had already stealthily moved behind Dung Thian-long. His attention was entirely focused on Dung Loi, so how could he possibly notice the danger lurking behind him? "Just a little more, a little more." Weren't you utterly arrogant? Wasn't your Lightning Talisman supposedly so formidable? Come on, try it, see if you can kill me. Because I'm about to make my move. The wind-hidden blade in Dung Loi's hand slowly rose. "I'll kill you." Lightning Talism, Dung Thian-long erupted in fury, just about to tear open the talisman in his hand. But at that very moment, Little Wolf made its move. With a swift wolf's leap, it instantly bit off Dung Thian-long's right hand. The talisman, never successfully activated, clattered to the ground. "Ah!" Dung Thian-long shrieked in pain, immediately collapsing and rolling on the ground. Such a golden opportunity, how could Dung Loi let it slip? He rapidly advanced. Windblade 7 kills, Wind Concealment Strike. At this moment, Dung Thian-long had nowhere left to flee. Ding! Wind-hidden blade activated 1-hit kill. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying Dung Thian-long. EXP plus 10,000, accumulation value plus 100, chi cultivation value plus 100. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining Lightning Talisman. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining Fire Dragon Talisman. Dung Loi was exasperated, deeply so. That blade strike hadn't been intended to kill him at all, its true target had been Dung Thianlong's other hand. He truly hadn't expected the wind-hidden blade to activate its one-hit kill ability, directly obliterating Dung Thianlong. Since things had already turned out this way, Dung Loi was helpless. He had originally wanted to let his second sister, Dung Noyet, vent her anger, but now, it seemed that was impossible. At that moment, Little Wolf trotted to Dung Loi's side, joyfully hopping and trying to claim credit for its deed. Dung Loi couldn't help but smile warmly, patting its head. He walked over to Dung Noyet. By this time, she had almost fully recovered. "Second sister, how did you encounter this man?" Dung Loi asked. "At that time I was battling a crimson-eyed goldstar leopard," Dung Noyet explained. "In the end, I had no choice but to use the sky lightning talisman you gave me, barely managing to kill it. I didn't expect Dung Thianlong to emerge right then. I was utterly exhausted and had no way to fight again. Fortunately, little brother, you arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Even now, Dung Noyet still shivered at the thought. If Dung Loi hadn't appeared, she would have had no choice but to commit suicide to preserve her honor. "Second sister, don't dwell on it," Dung Loi comforted her. "That fellow has already been killed by me. I had originally intended to capture him so you could vent your anger, but I didn't expect my blade to be a little off, and I accidentally killed him." Chapter 83, Slaughter. The colossal lizard Yang Lei said with an air of nonchalance. "Let's not talk about that. By the way, how did you and Qingshui meet?" At this, Yang Yu asked. Yang Lei replied, "Actually, the situation wasn't too different. Qingshui was almost bullied by Yang Tianfeng, and I just happened to be passing by, so I dealt with him. I didn't expect that guy to be so formidable. He actually had a black fiend tiger demonic pet. I nearly didn't make it back to see you." "Then, are you all right?" Yang Yu asked, hearing that Yang Lei had nearly not made it back to her, realizing the great danger he had faced. Yang Lei shook his head and said, "Of course I'm fine. If something had happened, would your little brother still be standing here?" The three rested for a moment, then continued onward. Speaking of which, Yang Yu's achievements along the way weren't small. She had slain quite a few demonic beasts. However, among 6th-rank demonic beasts, she had only killed a red-eyed golden star leopard, and that was by relying on a heavenly lightning talisman. After all, her cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of the martial master realm. An hour later. "Little brother, what's that?" Following Yang Yu's pointing finger, Yang Lei's gaze involuntarily turned cold. A colossal beast, truly a colossal beast. It was an enormous lizard with dense, thick scales covering its hide. Its massive maw would occasionally open, revealing rows of sharp teeth within. Its huge claws, with their razor-sharp talons, were as large as daggers and incredibly lethal. If caught by them, there would certainly be no good outcome. At this moment, the colossal beast's eyes stared motionlessly at the trio of Yang Lei. "Heavens, it's an iron-backed giant lizard!" Yang Qingshui exclaimed in alarm. Appraisal art iron-backed giant lizard *, a 7th-rank demonic beast. Possesses an enormous physique and astonishing defensive power. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to break through its scales. What's disproportionate to its size is the iron-backed giant lizard's swift movements and immense strength. Its fangs and claws are razor-sharp, comparable to Earth-rank weapons. Among 7th-rank demonic beasts, it is an absolute monarch. Hiss. Seeing that information, Yang Lei couldn't help but draw a cold breath. This fellow was too ferocious. Moreover, it was thick-skinned and fleshy, impenetrable to blades and spears. An absolute monarch among 7th-rank demonic beasts, this meant that unless one was an 8th-rank demonic beast, they would be no match for it. Such strength implied it had already reached the great perfection stage of the martial emperor realm, and was even more formidable than a human martial emperor at great perfection. Unless one reached the martial sovereign realm, there was only one option before it: flee. "Let's go, we're leaving." Yang Lei made a quick decision. Was this a joke? This fellow had such thick skin. Even if he had his rainstorm pear blossom needles, he didn't know if they could pierce its defenses. If he couldn't even break its defense, the needles wouldn't penetrate. Wouldn't that be a wasted attack? He couldn't take such a risk. All right. Yang Yu and Yang Qingshui nodded, retreating backward. Yang Lei and the others wanted to leave, but the iron-backed giant lizard wouldn't let them go so easily. In its eyes, these three were its perfect supper. How could it simply let them escape? Its colossal body began to move in an instant. One could say it was still as a virgin, swift as a fleeing rabbit. Yang Lei observed, thinking to himself, not good, this fellow seems intent on pursuing us. Run. Faster. Yang Lei urged. Whoosh, whoosh. The three quickly sprinted forward. No good, it's about to catch up. Watching the iron-backed giant lizard get closer and closer, Yang Lei hadn't expected this beast's speed to be so astonishingly fast. Originally, Yang Lei had considered unfurling his wings and flying away with the two women. However, he knew clearly that flying alone was feasible, carrying one person would be a bit strained, and two would be even more so. They would fundamentally struggle to escape the iron-backed giant lizard's attack range. After all, his cultivation had not yet broken through to the martial king realm, making sustained flight difficult. Moreover, there was no longer enough time, even a moment's delay would result in them being caught. Damn it! Yang Lei cursed inwardly. Turning back and throwing a talisman, an Icefire talisman. The energy of the Icefire talisman struck the iron-backed giant lizard, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Instead, it merely enraged the beast, making its speed increase by another notch. You two go first. I'll deal with this fellow and then catch up to you. Yang Lei knew that if things continued like this, they would eventually be caught. The only solution was to let the two women go ahead while he held off the beast, waiting for the right moment to follow. No, absolutely not. What about you? I won't abandon you. Yang Yu shook her head. Second sister, this fellow is too formidable. If you stay, you won't be able to help me at all, you'd only be a hindrance. You and Qingshui go first, let Little Wolf protect you. Once you find a suitable opportunity to escape this iron-backed giant lizard, I'll catch up to you. There's not much time left, second sister, do you want us all to die here? Yang Lei finished speaking, not giving her a chance to retort, pushed her forward, and then turned back to run. I. Then be careful. Yang Yu knew he was right. Her and Yang Qingshui's cultivation was too weak, staying here would offer no help whatsoever, only be a hindrance. Watching the iron-backed giant lizard draw ever closer, Yang Lei's fighting spirit ignited fiercely. First, with soul chasing in hand, he continuously fired 3 arrows. But all he heard were 3 ding, ding, ding sounds, as if the arrows had struck steel plates. For Yang Lei, the force and power of these 3 arrows were enough to easily pierce even thick steel plates. Yet, the iron-backed giant lizard's hide remained utterly unharmed, bearing only 3 superficial indentations. At this, the iron-backed giant lizard erupted in fury. This tiny insect actually dared to provoke it. The iron-backed giant lizard pursued, lashing out a claw at Yang Lei. But Yang Lei's expression remained unchanged. He barely managed to evade the strike. He thought to himself, this fellow is truly powerful, with astonishing defensive capabilities. But its eyes can't possibly possess such formidable defense, can they? The rainstorm pear blossom needles were prepared. Seizing the opportune moment, Yang Lei activated the mechanism of his rainstorm pear blossom needles. Sizzle. Thud. The rainstorm pear blossom needles immediately shot forth, the needles, numerous as ox hair, frantically assailing the iron-backed giant lizard's brain and eyes. Roar. 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 The iron-backed giant lizard was struck. However, it did not die swiftly as Yang Lei had predicted. Instead, it grew even more frenzied, though its eyes were now blinded. Its claws and tail thrashed wildly. Trees all around snapped and splintered, like autumn wind sweeping away withered leaves. The area surrounding the iron-backed giant lizard was utterly devastated, huge pits were gouged into the ground, and boulder after boulder was pulverized into dust. Watching from afar, Yang Lei couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 84, Major Drop, Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2. Attack. He had to wait, only by waiting for this beast to exhaust itself would he have a chance to strike. About 10 minutes later, the iron-backed giant monitor finally slowed down, panting heavily. It was clearly greatly depleted, and the toxins within its body were probably also overwhelming it. A chance. This was his chance. A fatal blow. Windblade 7 kills, 4 kills merged. Yang Lei didn't hesitate in the slightest. The moment he moved, he unleashed his most powerful technique. Bang bang bang, Yang Lei was currently a great perfection martial master. Unleashing Windblade 7 kills, 4 kills merged, he displayed 16 times his combat power, a force that could absolutely rival a late-stage martial king, or even an expert at the great perfection martial king realm. Aoo, because Yang Lei had attacked the iron-backed giant monitor's weakest and most vulnerable spot, although he couldn't kill it, he managed to injure it, causing it to howl and groan incessantly from intense pain. With a successful strike, Yang Lei immediately retreated, giving the massive beast no chance. At this moment, the iron-backed giant monitor's eyes were already blind, it couldn't see him at all, couldn't find his position. This was his greatest advantage. Bang bang bang, unable to find its target, the iron-backed giant monitor attacked wildly. The ground was already torn apart, huge craters, one after another, leaving people shocked. Yang Lei was also deeply shaken. The iron-backed giant monitor was already a spent force, yet it still possessed such might, such powerful attacks. If this was its peak state, how truly terrifying would it be? Perhaps even a martial emperor might not be able to deal with it. At this moment, the iron-backed giant monitor was already utterly exhausted, but Yang Lei's spirits were greatly invigorated. This iron-backed giant monitor was so fierce, so formidable, after killing it, the loot would surely be good stuff. A fatal blow. Windblade 7 kills, 4 kills merged. The wind-concealing blade struck out, Yang Lei's aura rising to its peak. At this moment, the iron-backed giant monitor seemed to sense the threat and retreated wildly. But would Yang Lei let it have its way? His chi mechanism had already completely locked on. Bang bang bang, the wind-concealing blade struck it, letting out a massive bang. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 7 iron-backed giant monitor. EXP plus 9 million, Chi cultivation value plus 90,000, merit points plus 90,000. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining a level 7 iron-backed giant monitor demonic core. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2. Hearing the system notifications, Yang Lei felt almost incredulous, barely believing his own ears. This iron-backed giant monitor had actually dropped 9 million EXP and 90,000 merit points, what an immense reward. What surprised Yang Lei even more was that this time, it had actually dropped Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2, the very thing he had longed for. He hadn't expected it to drop now. However, what left Yang Lei somewhat disappointed was that this 9 million EXP clearly wasn't enough to make him level up. Could it be that advancing from great perfection martial master to the martial king realm was truly so difficult? Did it really require this much EXP? Looting art. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining iron-backed giant monitor skin. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining iron-backed giant monitor teeth. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining iron-backed giant monitor claws. Bountiful rewards indeed, truly worthy of a king among level 7 demonic beasts. After finishing the collection, Yang Lei let out a breath, a smile he couldn't hide spreading across his face. Ding! Player, would you like to learn Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2? Of course I'll learn it. Once I master Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2, it means that anyone below the martial sovereign realm will fundamentally be unable to break my defense. How could I not learn it? Ding! Congratulations, player, for learning Iron Cloth Shirt, Volume 2. Following the system notification, Yang Lei felt a surge of warmth flow through his body. This warm current continuously spread throughout his entire being, strengthening everything from his skin to his bones. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through the Profound Origin secret art. The Profound Origin secret art had broken through. He was originally at the 7th level of the Profound Origin secret art, and now he had reached the 8th level. His chi cultivation value had explosively increased. As a divine-grade cultivation technique, the Profound Origin secret art was extremely difficult to cultivate, but for Yang Lei, there were no restrictions. The Profound Origin secret art possessed boundless power. With each breakthrough to a new level, his chi cultivation value would multiply. Although Yang Lei's cultivation was still at the great perfection martial master realm, not yet reaching the martial king realm, his true strength had already surpassed that of an early-stage martial king, and his accumulated chi cultivation value had absolutely reached the level of a late-stage martial king. Such a profound foundation was truly 1 in 10,000. Having learned iron cloth shirt and broken through the profound origin secret art, killing the iron-backed giant monitor this time had greatly increased Yang Lei's cultivation and strength. Now, even facing a martial sovereign, relying on his own strength and without using the torrential rain pear blossom needles, Yang Lei dared to gamble on a fight, and might even be able to slay an early-stage martial sovereign. Today, Yang Lei's merit points had reached 120,000, breaking through the 100,000 mark. Yang Lei had originally thought that once his merit points broke through 100,000, the system would level up again, but unexpectedly, there was no reaction at all. However, this was also good, leveling up required time. Last time, it took 24 hours to level up, and the next system upgrade would probably require even more time. Now was a crucial moment, he couldn't afford any delays. Yang Lei calculated that almost an hour had passed since he separated from Yang Yu and the other woman. He had to quickly catch up, lest they encounter any danger. They had already ventured too deep into these mountains. Even peak level 7 demonic beasts had appeared. If they encountered a level 8 demonic beast, there would only be one path, death. Chapter 85, Grand Burst, Ironcloth Robe Volume 2. Thinking this, Yang Lei unfurled his wings and accelerated forward. In midair, Yang Lei activated his eagle eye skill. 5 minutes later, Yang Lei finally spotted the two women, and their situation was far from ideal. Little Wolf appeared to be gravely injured, in a critical state. Disregarding all else, Yang Lei immediately accelerated, transforming into a streak of light, and appeared before the two women. A red fortune poisonous centipede, a 6th-level red fortune poisonous centipede. Little Wolf's strength was considerable, but it had been poisoned. Windblade 7 kills, 3 kills combined. Ding. Congratulations to player for slaying a 6th-level red fortune poisonous centipede. EXP plus 10,000, merit points plus 100, chi cultivation value plus 100. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining a 6th-level demonic core. Ding. Congratulations to player for leveling up. The level up surprised Yang Lei. He hadn't expected to level up just by slaying a 6th-level centipede, it seemed he had already reached a critical threshold. This further level up signified his breakthrough from the martial master realm, officially entering the martial king stage. There was an immense gap between a martial master and a martial king. Once one broke through the martial master great perfection, their strength would increase several-fold. Yang Lei could feel that his current strength, compared to before the breakthrough, was not just a minor improvement, it was almost triple what it was previously. Showcasing a monumental difference. Upon entering the martial king realm, one began to condense their martial soul. However, having just broken through, Yang Lei's martial soul was still very weak and not distinctly clear. Yet, his spiritual energy had already significantly increased compared to before. The martial soul was the very essence of the martial path. On the cultivation journey, condensing the martial soul gave rise to martial prowess. Once the martial soul and martial prowess solidified, the soul and spirit would merge to achieve the martial saint realm. However, this was still a distant goal for Yang Lei. His martial soul had only just begun to condense, only when it fully condensed would he truly advance step by step into the martial emperor realm. Pulling himself back from these thoughts, Yang Lei's attention returned to the centipede's body. This red fortune poisonous centipede was truly good stuff. Soaking its entire body in wine would create an invincible concoction. Without hesitation, he collected it, directly storing it in his spatial ring. Of course, before that, Yang Lei had used a gathering skill to extract a vial of venom. The venom was quite potent and could be used to create poisoned arrows, no less effective than the venom of the previous white giant python. Naturally, after collecting the venom, the medicinal efficacy of the red fortune poisonous centipede itself would be greatly diminished. But Yang Lei didn't mind that at all. Second sister, Qing Shui, are you two alright? Yang Lei looked at the two women and asked with concern. We're fine, but Little Wolf is poisoned. Yang Yu shook her head. she and Yang Qingshui were endlessly grateful to Little Wolf. If it hadn't risked its life to save them, she and Qingshui would have been the ones poisoned. At this moment, Little Wolf was lethargic and listless. It seemed that if it wasn't treated in time, it would quickly succumb. Yang Lei looked at Little Wolf and frowned, though it wasn't as if there was no way to treat it. A detoxification pill, that was the only thing Yang Lei could think of right now. It's fine, Little Wolf will be alright. Don't worry, I'll just refine a detoxification pill, Yang Lei said. Yes, little brother, you must save Little Wolf. You can't let it die. Yang Yu pleaded. Yang Lei nodded lightly. A detoxification pill. Yang Lei opened his system, exchanging for the detoxification pill recipe. Fortunately, the recipe truly existed. Checking the required medicinal ingredients, he was lucky he still had a stock. Yang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. I'm starting to refine the detoxification pill now. Don't disturb me. Yang Lei took out his purple dragon cauldron, along with the necessary ingredients for refining the detoxification pill. He could have refined it directly within the system, but to avoid arousing Yang Yu's suspicion, he still chose to perform it manually. Pill refining art. True Qi infused. Ding. Congratulations to player, detoxification pill successfully refined. Yang Lei let out a soft breath. Succeeding in a single attempt, his luck wasn't bad. This batch yielded a total of 11 pills, all of them perfect pills. Detoxification pill, profound tier, second grade pill. Perfect pill. Capable of curing all poisons. Phew. Yang Lei put away the purple dragon cauldron and the pills, letting out a sigh of relief. He then looked at the two women's anxious expressions and said, no need to worry, I've already refined the detoxification pill. Just let Little Wolf consume it, and it will be fine. With that, Yang Lei walked over to Little Wolf, took out a detoxification pill, and fed it to the creature. In just a moment, Little Wolf's condition improved significantly, no longer appearing lethargic and listless. Is it truly all right now? Yang Yu was still somewhat worried. Yang Lei nodded lightly. It's fine now. In truth, Little Wolf's luck was quite good. If the Red Fortune poisonous centipede's venom had been a bit more potent, or if it had sprayed a bit more venom, Little Wolf would have been finished. Here, second sister, you take 5 of these detoxification pills, and Qingshui, you take 5 as well. You might need them later. Yang Lei distributed the remaining 10 detoxification pills to the two women. I can't accept them. But Yang Qingshui refused. Take them. These aren't some divine pills or miraculous medicines, Yang Lei said. If I wanted these pills, I could refine them at any time. However, when you take these detoxification pills, you absolutely must not tell anyone else that I refined them. And, it's best not to let others see them. I understand, thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Qingshui's tone was sincere. She naturally recognized that these pills were extraordinary. 10 pill veins meant they were perfect pills. What's there to thank for? We're friends now, companions, Yang Lei said with a smile. Exactly, why be so polite with him? There's no need for formalities, Yang Yu also added. By this time, Little Wolf had also recovered significantly. Though not entirely well, it was more than halfway there, and it affectionately rubbed against Yang Lei. Yang Lei thought for a moment, then took out 2 Earth Origin pills. He gave one to Little Wolf to consume and offered the other one to Yang Qingshui again. This is an Earth Origin pill, it will be beneficial for you. Take it. Once we find a place to rest, consume this Earth Origin pill. You might just break through your current level. Don't refuse. After all, your cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, you might become my burden again, unable to even run far. Yang Lei said, seeing her about to refuse. Equals 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 equals